Burp, 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 burp. Hello. Oh, this is odd. Give me 1 second.
Divot in his like a skin divot because he was bald and he had like a headphone skin divot.
Oh no.
Why,
rough.
sweet Jesus, why?
And didn't realize it until he was on stream, like looking at himself.
Yeah, he like turned. He was like, I don't have a divot, and then he took his headphones off and turned, and it was like a very distinct.
It's like the Grand
headphone
Canyon.
divot.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
What's your shirt, Ben?
Oh, it's one I found in the big bag of giveaways. It's GameStop gives.
GameStop give us and GameStop take us.
Yeah, the bag says GameStop takes 10 takes hard and does not give back.
Yeah, I'd have to add too many words to that. Like GameStop does not gives a fuck.
Yeah,
like...
I was thinking about that. I don't know. Like, so we're doing that big Game Informer reunion thing, and like, the only frustrating part. Well, I guess we're live for Backstage Passers, I should mention.
You can tell us. Backstage Pass will keep your secrets, I assume.
Yeah, they're all cool. No, but just like, people want to be delicate with GameStop. And it's kind of like a weird tiptoeing of like, I don't know if we want to let her all rip. Do we need to find a way to let it all rip? Like, some people do, some people don't.
Rip and be rude to them before they come
I think that's probably the way to go, right? And like, we bashed them, I think, enough.
GameStop.
Hey, whoa. Let's be cool, Haley.
Blip GameStop.
Yeah, blip them out.
We are family friendly here.
Boo! Tomato.
Go to heck.
Go to heck.
JV Gwaltney watching us live at the Backstage Pass here. Hello, JV. We'll talk to you in a bit, dude. I wasn't talking about you, JV. I'm talking about in general, the collective unit. And so it's like a weird thing of like, I didn't double check with anybody to be like, hey, does anybody really want to tear GameStop a new one? Like, we have space for it if you want. We just need to know so we can plan it all out. But I thought that'd be too weird.
You're gonna put like a little time slot for it, like a pissy zone.
Are
you planning a Game Informer pissy zone?
Ooh, that would be good. That would be really good. I think people would be pissed. Like, you're microtransactioning up the podcast to make the GameStop pissy zone exclusive to $10 tiers. I could see that feedback coming in. So Jeff, you just have to be in charge of.
Well, they can have their own piss.
Yeah, that's true.
You cut off what she said. They can have their own piss.
I thought that's what he said. I thought he was just really clear that they can drink their own piss. Everybody at GameStop. Leo, talk about your best side on camera. Am I right, everybody?
He can't hear us.
Rude.
He's like deafened us as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a beverage.
Great. Haley, do you want to tilt your camera down a little bit again? You're kind of, in the new show Plus, you're kind of Mr. Wilson.
I
like
know.
That. You're like this the entire time.
When I went back to watch it, I was like,
It's so hard to sit, like, when you don't know when your square is, it's really hard to stay in your square. Because I was also, like, out of my square.
I can't hear anything. God damn it.
Wait, what's going on here, Jeff?
Jeff can't hear
us.
Oh. So what has he been
just was
reacting to
hearing
this
us.
whole time? I could have sworn. Yeah, we need, like, I don't know, tape or like strings in our physical space dangling down to let us know where the boundaries are. I feel like it really help our podcasting game.
I had no excuse though, because I was running that stream, so I should have known where my box was.
Yeah, that's true. You're out of control, Haley.
Yeah, sorry.
You want to hear how stupid I am, you guys?
Yeah.
Jeff, do you want to hear how stupid I am? Can you hear it?
That's funny.
I do. I can hear it now. Yeah.
Great. You have to say, how stupid are you, Jeff?
How stupid are you?
Let me tell you.
That's not a realistic question. I know the answer to that.
No, but like planning out the podcast. I was biking this morning. I was like, God, we have a big podcast today. And I was like, but I'm trying to think of everybody who's on, but there's only 6 people that are going to be on, but I can't figure out. It seems like we have everybody but 2 people, which would put us at 7, but there's only 6. And then it was like, I don't know. And then like an hour before this podcast started, I went and counted it up and I was like, oh shit, we have 7.
It's you?
And yes, I was not counting myself. I needed to make a whole new layout for this whole thing. And it was a huge pain in the butt. But the lesson is learn to count, Jeff. It's important for podcasting.
Indeed.
I want your dog, Haley.
This is my mom's dog.
Oh,
Poppy. Oh, that's really nice.
what an angel. Oh my God.
Sweet.
Welcome, Janet.
Hi.
What's
There's
going on?
many people here.
What's going on with these cameras?
It's a party.
Is your camera turned on?
I'm just
enough?
trying to get it. I just have to get it open and then open OBS separately. So.
Okay. No, it's just funny because it's going back and forth in the.
Are you trying to give that
window.
dog alcohol, Haley?
Do you want cider?
Do you have a green flicker by chance, Janet, on your screen?
A green flicker?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, let's see.
I don't see it.
I don't see it.
Oh, good. I thought I saw it flash twice, but we're good. We're good. Sorry, Janet.
Janet, you look so professional in that
I know,
space.
Janet
It is. You look like you're on a talk show. It's ridiculous.
I feel like you're about to gotcha journalism me.
Seriously, don't.
Oh,
we have a pact.
it's what I do best.
Janet also has the
Haley
fancy
gives
headphone
her
hair.
mom's dog alcohol exposed.
I saw a dog drink from someone's beer at the brewery, and the person continued to drink out of it. It was horrific.
Wait, even you dog people are like, that's too far? Y'all have your limits?
Absolutely.
My bird
not, 'cause,
drinks my juice sometimes. Does that count?
Are we going to let Kelsey get away with this? We can say that's gross. We're allowed to say that that's nasty as a collective
I
people.
rescind my comment. I love you, Kelsey.
My cat.
No, dogs are different. That's like a full mouth, like.
It's sloppy.
I don't.
What describe the dog? I think a breed of dog. It makes a slight difference here. I think.
No, it doesn't.
Isn't that kind of species
I mean, no, it
of
doesn't.
you to be
It
like?
I think it
it's
can
not
get
those
grosser.
dirty dogs.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
I get what you're
What
saying.
dog
It
is
can get
okay,
grosser,
Hanson?
but there's not like an okay
Poodle.
dog. It's just
Yeah.
it
If
can
it's
get
like
grosser.
a Shiba Inu versus like bulldog, that's a big gap. Is my point.
That's
Yeah.
kind of true.
Yeah,
Hey,
totally
look
fair.
at that. Look at that. Everyone agrees that I'm right all the time. That's interesting.
That's the quickest we've all been like, yeah, sorry, you're right.
This
Sorry.
is a preview of the 210s this year. This is unbelievable. Leo, is your mic working okay?
Is it?
Yeah, you're trying to say a point earlier and everyone was stepping on you. I couldn't tell if it was your mic not working or is just general disregard for your
People
Alright.
not
That's my
respecting
timid
you. Aw.
There's too many of us.
It is, yeah, it's going to be
There
a
are a lot
clusterfuck.
of people here. This is
Yeah.
a
Just imagine, this is also the light half
Also-
of the podcast compared to what it's going to be like in the back half. So
Is
this going to be a 5-hour podcast?
I think it's going to be. If I had to guess, I would say yes. Let's see.
It's fun that we are just smashing the record for amount of guests on the podcast, and
Yep.
it will never be beaten.
Yep, exactly. I can't imagine what would top it. Who's
What does
missing
the
here?
layout look like?
You can go to Backstage Pass and see it. For the
Oh,
for the 7-person,
I'm not
it's kind of
even
like
in it.
it's like a zigzaggy. Well, I'm working on you. Yeah, I don't know where you are, sir.
You
Okay,
really
there you
did.
are.
I was wondering why chat was saying Janet is in the corner. Like, why'd you put Janet in the corner?
Well, because otherwise everything else would be a little bit too funky. It's like I could left align
Oh yeah, I am in
everything,
the
but then
corner.
on the right there's like a
Yeah.
big gap, and if I need to
if I
make
go
a
like
space,
this, am I like waving to you?
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you're up
It's-
here for me.
Yeah, wait, it's just Janet
Hi,
down there?
Janet.
No, here's
Hi.
it'll look a little bit
I
better
forgot.
when we have the YouTube videos playing because you had to leave space for those
Oh,
as well. And so
okay.
once that's down there,
Okay,
it won't
so
look quite
live
so
it
I
long.
think
looks
you're actually
stupid,
more on
but-
this side, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's where Sarah is. Cool.
that's where
This is the
Sarah
worst episode
is.
of the Brady Bunch ever.
I don't know. Some of those were pretty bad back in the day. Okay, let's see. Backstage Pass. Let me get this chat rolling over here. Nobody put Janet in a corner. We wouldn't dare dream of that. I just rewatched that movie, by the way. Quite good. Quite good.
It's another movie I haven't seen. I'm
Really?
sorry.
Yeah,
I
what
wasn't
movie
gonna
is
say
that?
anything.
Dirty Dancing?
I forgot. Dirty Dancing. Yeah.
Baby's
it
Day
is.
Out.
Big.
I find that when you miss a lot of these
Baby in the
movies,
middle.
you get all that matters on like social clip outs anyway. It's like, oh
Boy,
yeah,
I
it's
It's all
disagree.
references
yeah,
at this point.
the time of your life. Like I remember, I was like,
Oh,
I was there. It's the
Loverboy.
same thing.
I don't mind
Exactly.
that. It's weird when people don't remember if they've seen the movie or only seen like bits and clips. Like, just the other day I was talking to my wife
I've had that.
and I made some Jurassic Park reference. And she's like, I don't know what that's from. I was like, have you seen Jurassic Park? She's like, maybe I haven't actually. I don't know. I was like, we've been married 5 years. And you're like,
Shouldn't you know this?
Yeah, you'd think so. All right. Welcome. They made it in 3 weeks on a low budget. Are you talking about the overlay or you're talking about Dirty Dancing?
Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
The overlay
Jurassic
was
Park.
3 hours.
Jurassic Park, famously low budget movie.
Yeah.
They
Small
ad-libbed it.
small indie film. You know,
All right, I think we're good to go. Let's
it's
see.
all one shot. It's crazy.
One time, tell me if this is dumb or smart. I thought it was smart when I heard it, but now I'm not so smart or sure about it anymore. But I once heard the director of our favorite film, First Man, and Whiplash, more importantly. But he said, he's like, oh, I like movies because technically every movie is a documentary about the time making that movie.
What?
You know what I mean? Because they're just like aiming a camera. Really?
False.
I think it's cool. I think it's a cool idea. Like they just aimed a camera in an area.
I've ever heard.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought so too. So I let them have it in the YouTube comments. So.
That was a Marvel movie,
one of those.
documentary.
It is. Well, it is. They just aimed the camera this direction. It was a documentary of that quadrant of the green screen in that point in time.
Is this podcast a documentary about this podcast?
I too was gonna make that joke, Leo.
It kind of
I
is.
appreciate that.
All right, I think we're good to go. Leo, have you been playing a lot of Cat Quest 3?
Not a ton. What, 5 hours maybe?
Oh,
tops.
That's monumental for me. Janet, you've also been playing it too, right?
12 hours turns out.
I play. Really?
I could have just left it on at some point, I guess.
I played 4 hours, so
Okay, great.
played quite a bit too.
Leo has one little green line. He's taunting us with it. All right.
Ben, did you play Fields of Mystery today?
It's not important. Are you ready to jump into this thing? Yeah, why do you ask?
Well, because I have all of you as my Steam friends, and I've been watching all your hours go up.
Oh, no.
I'm only really proud of Jeff, who's played that.
Okay, all right, save it. We can
Yeah,
jump into
Kelsey,
this.
we're not Steam friends. And I noticed today that
like 8 million hours.
Yeah, I noticed that today Ben just popped up to 43 minutes, and I was like, oh, that was nice of him.
It was done as a favor to you, Sarah.
That's exactly why I don't want to have any friends, is because of that. Like, someone's going to call me out on the podcast and be like,
Leo has 7 hours?
It was 2 hours and 40 minutes. I can see that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Leo, you're worried that we're going to see you playing a PS2 emulator? You messaged me about that? You're worried we're going to judge you for how much you're playing this PS2 game?
It's just when I say I'm busy and you can see that I have the PS2 emulator open, I want to be clear, like I just leave it open so it's easy to be in.
I cannot hang out tonight. I'm very busy.
Yeah. If MinnMax ever gets to that point where I'm like tracking what people are playing and it's like, oh, interesting, then feel free to nuke it from orbit, everybody.
You get like a DM like, hey, I noticed you played like X amount of hours on this game. Do you want to talk about it on the podcast?
Yeah. Well, actually, that seems valid. Actually, that seems like a good podcast. You don't think that's valid?
It's valid, but terrifying.
It's kind of like I read your diary, and I just want you to know that this is a safe space. It's like I don't use this information and try to help me.
Yeah, all right.
It's humiliating.
I was playing Inscription the other day. I got to the part where your Steam friends get put in the game, and I was like, hey! So yeah, you guys were in my Inscription game. That's kind of fun.
Except not me. I'm not friends with anyone.
Yeah, we're not Steam friends.
Yeah, and we never will be.
At each other.
Okay, should we kick off this huge episode?
Yeah.
1 second.
Do it.
Oh, bye.
What is she doing?
Sarah runs away.
She just never came back. That was the last time we ever saw
ready.
her. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the MinnMax Show, a place about games, friends, and getting better. My name is Ben Hansen, and this, I promise you, is the biggest episode of the MinnMax Show of all time because we're joined by one Jeff Marchiafava.
It's me.
And he's feeling large and in charge. We're also joined by Haley McLean.
Bigger's better.
That's right. We're joined by Sarah Potsorski.
Hello.
Joined by Leo Vader.
Size is wise.
We're joined by Kelsey Lewin.
The biggest one here.
And we're joined by Jenna Garcia.
Hello.
We have nearly a full crew assembled. I don't know how it happened. I guess we're all just so excited to talk about Fields of Mystria. We'll be talking about that game that Sarah's been working on that is out now. We're going to be talking about Splitgate 2. And once I sent up the flare for Splitgate 2 talks, everyone came pouring out of the woodwork, so get ready for a lively chat there. Cat Quest 3 we're going to be talking about. And then
finally,
Leo had a little VR adventure I'm very curious to jump into in a huge way. Back half of the show. It's not fair to call it the back half. It's a back gigantic sum. This is the big reunion podcast for a bunch of folks from the Game Informer crew. Obviously, Game Informer was shut down a couple weeks ago. We've been rolling through a ton of coverage in the celebration of Game Informer here at MinnMax. This is going to be a big reunion of sorts. Like I always think back to, I always try to remember what it's like on the other side of the screen. And I remember, when 1UP shut down in 2009, it was such a huge deal for me. And then they had an episode of Co-op, their show where they got everybody back together. And it's like, oh, it meant the world to me. So if I can give that to anybody else in the situation, then mission accomplished. So I hope you all are ready for a huge celebration of Game Informer discussion in the back half with a ton of questions from you all in the community as well. And if you enjoy the celebration of Game Informer stuff, you can always subscribe to MinnMax's channel. We have a ton more coming. There's a fun video going up on Monday that's a reaction from old Game Informer editors as they look at a video that they didn't know existed from 2003 that was just in the archives. That's very fun, so you can look forward to that. But if you've been enjoying all of this stuff with the celebration of Game Informer, you can help support independent games media if you'd like. Jump in at any tier on patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. You jump in at any tier before the end of Friday, August 16th. And we will send you a Steam code for Wayfinder. Wayfinder, everybody. This is the new game that's in early access right now. It's almost at the point of going 1.0, but it's from some of the creators of Darksiders. Leo, you played it a while ago, I think at Summer Game Fest last year, and I remember you being hot on it.
Yeah, and I played it when it launched originally as a MMO, Lite.
Right.
And now I'm excited for the relaunch as what it is now.
Yeah. So it's a co-op action RPG from the creators of Darksiders. But again, we will just send you a Steam code for Wayfinder here if you support MinnMax on Patreon at even the $2 tier. $5 tier is great. You get a bunch of stuff in the bonus podcast feed. But as a thank you, we'll DM you on Steam with that Steam code until we hit a total number of paid supporters of 4,850. That is your sign that we are out of Wayfinder codes. So check the About side little page on our Patreon. And once we hit that number, we're out. But thanks, everybody, for jumping. And thanks to Airship Syndicate for letting us send out those Steam codes for Wayfinder.
They can still subscribe, though.
You're welcome to, right? Yeah, but you just won't get the game necessarily. But there's a ton of other benefits, which is great.
You're still welcome.
That's true. All right, Sarah, this is your big couple of weeks. I know we're always talking about Game Informer, and I remember the office used to smell like this. Meanwhile, you and the team over at NPC Studio have been busting your asses on Fields of Mistria.
Yeah, it was a little bit of like an unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
But luckily I didn't have like, a Game Informer cover story coming out or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, while the whole Game Informer thing was happening, I was helping launch Fields of Mistria, magical farming RPG. It was probably the not hardest, but probably the longest and shortest week of my life.
Just a mad scramble.
Yeah, and I've never I've launched a lot. Like I've launched a few games, I've been there, but I've never been in the room, everyone press the button, watch it go live, watch the number of concurrent players go up. Watch the number of concurrent players not stop going up.
Yeah.
Watch people obsessively play, and so that was just really exciting. Having a full launch week, doing influencers and stuff. That was a whole new experience for me. But it went so much better than we could ever imagine.
It's ridiculous. And here's the thing. So Sarah's been working on this game for the last year. Obviously, the folks at NPC Studio have been working on it for 5 years. You said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. All right. So there's a lot to get into. And Sarah is a fan first and foremost. She's not speaking on behalf of the dev team in a huge way here.
Yeah, I've been a fan of this game since 2019.
That's awesome.
And then, just last year ago, the job popped up, and I was like, this is perfect. There's nothing I've wanted more. Whatever I have to do, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. It's just crazy to watch a game that was you're this is it. This is the game for me. I've never seen anything more like a game for me, and then you also get to work on it.
Yeah.
What a dream.
Well, the dream really is it's out. It's past 100,000 downloads. The thing that just kills me and it melts my heart is that it's sitting at overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which is creme de la creme, as good as you can get. Honestly, it'd be a tough situation if all of us were playing it and it was sitting on mixed to maybe very good on Steam, which I feel is the realm of a lot of these farming sims. But the fact that this is out and, we're a little bit biased because we like Sarah. But as we talk about this game, it's Steam reviews have got our back. So trust us that this is a good game. And if you don't, then trust the hive mind because they're never wrong in society. So congratulations,
No, it's
Sarah.
so true. Because before I release this game, I tell people about it and they look at me and they'd be like, is it good? And I'd be like, I think so. So yeah, it's been, very validating.
Yeah. So
I went to a morning meeting on Monday and I was like, I am afraid that no one is going to believe how positive it sounds like we all are on this game because of Sarah. So yeah, I don't know. Can I drop my hot take?
Yeah. All right. Everybody ready for a hot take out there?
Ready for this? This is better than Stardew Valley.
Oh.
I didn't say it.
She said it.
You don't have to agree with me, but I like this more than, and that's not Stardew Valley's bad, obviously.
Right.
It's incredible, but
one of the best of all time.
So I don't know, fully acknowledge that there's theoretically bias here, but I'd just probably say regular, normal, nice things and not that if it wasn't blowing me away.
Yeah. Okay. How much time have you put into this thing, Kelsey?
I'm at like about 30 hours, I think, and I only started playing like a week ago.
That is ridiculous. And Haley, you're also like up there, right, to that level?
I think I just cracked 40 hours today.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Haley's like
I'm
much
here
further
too.
than me.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And Jeff, where are you sitting with this thing?
Sarah said that I was at 18 hours.
Okay.
Sarah tracks all our hours.
Is it-
That's
Yeah,
what
that's
that
correct.
This
sounds
is
like.
gross.
18.9 hours is what Steam is telling me.
I don't like being watched and judged like this, Sarah. I like to game kind of my own way, and not feel
Yeah,
your
and then
peeping
when
eyes.
I saw that you popped up playing Fields of Mystery on Steam today, that was really interesting.
Look, I haven't got as much time into it as I want. I've been trying to scramble. But Jeff, where are you at? I know you're a big Stardew Valley fan and fan of this genre.
Yeah, it's been the only game that I've been playing for like the past week. It was especially nice to have it during the Olympics.
Ooh, good
It's like
combo.
it was such a good game to have like this other thing that I can't even focus on because every 2 minutes it's commercials anyways. And it made me actually enjoy the Olympics, honestly, because I had this other thing that I was doing that I was enjoying so much. But it's very solid. The very lukewarm take that I said when I was streaming it was it feels like in the way that Stardew Valley is a love letter to Harvest Moon, this feels like a love letter to Stardew Valley as like we've reached another generational jumping off point. And so there's plenty of DNA there, but then it does its own different things. I do like the combat better in this. I finally hit the bottom of the caves in like the early access period. I think it was like level 60.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I actually accomplished one thing. I spent more time mining in the caves for some reason than I have done anything else. But I like everything that it's doing. It also, like, this genre in particular feels in some ways it feels easy, quote unquote easy, because there's that formula there that everyone knows. But in some ways, I think it's a super hard genre because there's also this nebulous, like, do I want to live in this world for 80 hours? And I don't know what makes me want to do it in some games and not, like Fae Farm, where it's like, it just doesn't click with me. It's all, kind of cozy aesthetic, but like something about this one, I like the characters. I like the Friday night game nights that they have. Like there are a bunch of interesting, unique things. There's so much dialogue that you have with the different characters. And then just like the art aesthetic and the character portraits and things and the way that your characters look, I think that, I feel clearly better than Stardew Valley. And it's just like you're ticking off all the boxes of the things that I want from one of these games.
I think it's a really interesting idea of kind of leapfrogging Stardew Valley because, I know I'm an old man, but it feels like Stardew Valley wasn't out that long ago. It was like, it's been 8 years since that game came out, and it's time for another iteration and smoothing out things. Just like the small things, like, you can jump in Fields of Mystery, and I can jump over fences. Like, it just comes in handy so many more times than you think, and there's 1,000 other things I'd imagine that you all can unpack that are just slight improvements as well. But I think there's kind of like been this, I don't know if anybody else is in this camp, but like I played a ton of Stardew Valley in 2016, absolutely loved it, and they've just been rolling out so many updates from like, I don't know, I'm ever going to start a new farm. I don't know if I'm ever going to start a new Stardew Valley save. It's such a big thing that I've done before, and I feel like now there's this pent-up tension of like, I want to go back to Stardew Valley. It's the best feeling in the world, but I've technically already played it, and so like having a game like Fields of Mystery come in, and the hardcore fans can jump into this thing and be like, nope, this is the successor we've been looking for. Just jump in clean and fresh to this thing now that's in early access. Like, it's a really great entry point. It seems like it's starting to pick up even more steam, Sarah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, we're seeing a lot of people who weren't following us on Twitter or like didn't know that the game was around.
Yeah.
And it's just been really nice seeing the people who aren't even into gaming, people who aren't even like into cozy gaming, like tweeting about it, talking about it. People who have like really nothing to do with gaming also pick up Fields of Mysteria.
Like, who are these
has
people?
been like well, it's like, the people who play like the Stardew Valleys, like the other farm sims, but they only pick up like maybe 1 or 2 new games a year.
Right.
And one of those games we've managed to convince them should be Fields of Mysteria has just been so amazing.
Yeah, and it's a weird thing because I'm looking out there and it's like I'm not seeing a ton of reviews yet, but it's just so big that I think outlets haven't quite caught on to it yet. But I mean, when you're selling like this, how much do you care, Sarah? Being on the team is like, God, I wish GameSpot would get the review out there. Or is it like, whatever, it'd be nice, but
like Destructoid has an article out there. We've had
Okay.
like a lot of like little articles, but I don't, at this rate, at our growth, people are writing articles about how successful the game is. And not even just about the game itself, which I think is
Right.
crazy. They're like, this tiny farm sim has over 100,000 downloads. And like that's the article. And I'm like, that's what you're writing about?
well, Sarah, to be fair,
Okay.
that article takes 45 minutes to write versus 40 hours
It's
of playing
just
the game.
So weird, right?
Yeah.
Seeing people be like, this is the news.
Right.
I think that's a credit to Sarah's marketing strategy, to give you a kudos
you.
there, Sarah,
Ooh.
because it's about who you're trying to market this game to, and it's the girlies, it's the gays, it's the theys, it's the people on TikTok who are like, oh, yo, this is out right now. Like they're not going to, the review center to see if Fields of Mystery is good. They want to see who's hot. Oh, the strawberry cow, I'm in, and they're buying it. Like they don't really need that type of marketing for it, like a Spider-Man game would, So it's just like what it needs to do, it's already doing on social media.
Yeah. How much of that, Sarah, you stop us when it's too much dev talk,
Yeah.
behind the scenes stuff, but is that discussions you've been having for the last year?
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know if I'd call it like discussions,
Yeah.
but I definitely know who our the target audience is. And I am one of them. So it makes it a lot easier, right?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, is this what I would want to see? And I'm like, yes.
Yeah. Leo, hot thoughts so far, man? And by the way, I know it's a big podcast. Everyone, please jump in. I know it's a weird one, but
I've just got a couple Leo focused segments coming up. So
I just gotta.
full candor, for the first like 45 minutes, I wasn't totally sure if it was going to be my thing, and I was
Yeah.
like,
You've only
thank
played
God
for-
everybody else is liking
Oh, you
it,
played
'cause
for
I'm-
7 hours. I was like, you've only played
Right.
for 48 minutes. No, 7 hours. Let's go
Yes,
7 hours.
the minimum acceptable time to have played it.
you can breathe. Everyone back off. He's fine.
Congratulations, Leo.
He starts with, I played it for 45 minutes, didn't know if it was my thing, and then his Steam says played for 45 minutes.
Literally, I watched, guys, when the game came out, I watched Leo open it, and I was like, oh my god. And then I watched him close it and open up Traveler's Rest, and I was like, you know what? Can't even judge.
Did I inspire you to play Traveler's Rest again? Because I saw
No,
you
I
playing it.
genuinely was going to open it, Leo. I was like, besties. Yeah.
That's tight. That's such a great game. And this game is 10 times as
Also
good.
so great.
No, it's totally like owes a lot to Stardew Valley, or to the same thing Stardew Valley owes what it is to, But it adds a lot of interesting things, and not just caring about the relationships more. One little thing that I've gravitated to is like the way that random chance is more sewn into it. You get like the consistent progression, reliable progression of your skills of fishing, mining, everything is always going up, which feels good. But you also just, the currency you're spending on perks is just like every few things you hit, every few seeds you plant. So there's this little bit of excitement throughout everything you do of like when a purple thing pops up. And of course, with combat feeling a little better, not just feeling more tactile, but having like critical hits and things. And again, perks that you are choosing and spending resources on to get critical hits, or even cooking, you can have a random chance that a dish you make will have like a likable bonus, and anybody you give it to will like it as a gift. That's something that's been really fun
Refund
to
your
get into.
ingredients, which is fantastic when some of the stuff you're cooking has expensive ingredients in it. But yeah, that having a skill tree, like a really pretty fleshed out like skill tree in a game like this, it's really good. It does such a good job of just keeping me going like it's 10 p.m. I could go to bed, but I still have a little bit of stamina, and I could earn like 5 more purple orbs real quick if I just cut some wood, Like it keeps like you're like maximizing every day for progression, which I think already puts it well above a lot of the other farming sims where you're just like, well, out of stuff that I can do that's relevant today, better go to bed at 8 p.m. or whatever.
Yeah.
Which, like, even some of my favorite Harvest Moon games are bad at that. So, yeah, that's been a really, really huge... Like, it just kind of feels like you're constantly making progress somewhere at all times.
Yeah.
Totally.
I feel like too. There's so many. No, go ahead, Leo.
Another little thing I like is when you craft, it spends time of the day. You don't like sit there and wait. it's not like you come back, a timer goes or whatever. It just like it cuts to an hour later,
That's
which
smart.
is really interesting when
so
you have like,
good.
okay, I've been banking and now I'm gonna spend this whole day crafting, and just like having the time pass that way is one of those things that tickles me for sure.
Yeah, I think on the note that you brought up, Kelsey, with the maximizing the days, like I think the way that the progression system also leans into that maximization is really cool. With like the first thing I unlocked, because I was into clearing up my farm, even though it took me a long time to learn how to do that. Like there's so many things in this game that I don't know how to do that I've like slowly learned how to do because I actually haven't played a lot of farming sims. Like I love New Horizons and I like love that game. I tried to start Stardew Valley like 3 different times and like it's
Ooh.
never really picked up for me.
Interesting.
I'm sorry,
So I
it
guess
kills me to hear New Horizons referred to as a farming game. You've murdered
I
Animal
know.
Crossing. I'm just
I know,
so
but
sad.
it's kind of like
Okay.
that's like the closest thing I have. But obviously, it is very
It's
different in that
true,
like
it just makes
it's
me
very, yeah. But like it is really different in that like it's so much like zoomed in kind of where it's like okay, you have like 3 pieces of stone you can get and that's kind of it. But like that's the only kind of grindy for wanting to build something kind of game that I've really played, even though I've really liked it.
Yeah.
So going into this, like without having that background has been really interesting because, well, one, I don't have any sense of like how much is like new versus not new for like what's known of the genre. But I have like 14 and a half hours in. I think the thing that has kind of kept me going, back to what Kelsey said, was like the first thing I spec'd into was the like, if you use all your energy, you get like an energy boost the next day.
Me
I
too.
was like, this is perfect for me because I love to use all my energy. So then I would just kind of like lean into that. I'm 14 and a half hours in. I'm still not done cleaning up my farm. Like the bottom part of it is just full of garbage. Like it is taking me forever to do things in this game. I have made so little progress despite having 14 and a half hours because I kind of just do like the few things I know. And then I'm very slowly learning like all the other things I could be doing where I'm like, yeah, how do I've been liking playing this game as part of the culture, which I don't normally get to do. I think when we cover games, like we often get like code early or they're games that are, they have a lot of our games that we play have ends, right? Like Haley, you brought up Spider-Man, like Spider-Man, you finish Spider-Man, it's over. Sure, there's lots of guide content out there and tips and tricks and, best perk or where to find this thing. But ultimately, like your experience is your experience and then you're kind of like done. But with this, I've been really liking feeling like I'm in that community, like playing in that early access period where like my fiance Isaiah's playing too. And I'll just turn to him and be like, hey, where do I like dig up the archaeology stuff? He's like, oh, it's those lumps in the ground. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, hey, have you heard about the soup that's at the end? No, what's about the soup? I'm like, it's a free bowl of soup every day. Oh man, free soup day. Yeah. Okay, so now we're like I've gone to like the Steam page of this game and like looked at I'm like, what's going on those discussion boards? People writing their little guides. I'm like, let me just read through this real quick, make sure I know all the information. And I think the thing that's really gotten its hooks into me about this game is not only does number always go up, but there's so many avenues. I think, using that Animal Crossing comparison, like you do your dailies and then you might work on what you're working on. Like, I don't know, you're fishing a lot or you're trying to build like, a dilapidated mall that you're never going to finish. It's like, and that was fun.
Chickens.
I had a good time doing
It's
that.
chickens.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
doing.
like I'm into my farm as well, but like there's so much to do every day. Like no day is long enough. So I'm like, okay, well, tomorrow, what am I going to do? And you kind of like have to shift your focuses based on trying to like spread the gameplay across. And that's just been really fun. And I think it's given me stuff to look forward to for as the years go, while other times in games, it's like, oh no, I messed up this part. I'm more like, oh, year 2. I'm really going to, we're more of a year 2 kind of farm.
Yeah. Haley, you're saying that this is your late night game, that you just can't break away from it?
Water bottle full of ice, sweet treat, late night game.
Excuse
Absolutely.
me,
10 out
water
of 10.
bottle full of ice? What?
Yeah, sweet treat in bed, water bottle full of ice, fans on your face, YouTube's playing in the background, bedtime game, which is my favorite type of game.
We should
It's
all
the
be
best.
so lucky. It's funny.
Like I'm there.
Yeah.
I think what my favorite thing about it is just like I know the dev team was in the trenches of like Reddit threads on like our Animal Crossing or our Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley and just like why can't we do this? Like this is such an obvious thing. Like why can't we do there's so many things in this game like that I'm just like genius. Like yes, obviously jumping, the fact you can swim, I can just cut through a river instead of going all the way around like other games. The fact that every item I pick up has a little checkbox if it is needed in the museum or not, and it's checked if I've already given it off, so I don't have to remember and check and stuff like that. And
Hang on, may I pause you? Adam Piesener?
yeah, no, go ahead.
You want to come back later, man? How do I kick him out of
I
here?
don't think he knows.
Let's see. There's probably some way. Move to.
You can right-click kick, but I don't know if that kicks him from the server or just the voice call.
You should move him to party chat
Yeah, I can, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
so people can come talk to him.
Okay, I'm gonna move you to bonus pod. All right, bye. He'll be back later.
How many more people are going to come join us?
Probably a lot. We're trying to, like, we have a big party outside of this little room that we've reserved for a private event, and they keep trying to look at the door to see if they can pop in.
Did we create? Is the code we sent an invite to the cohorts only channel?
Well, yeah. Why?
Does that mean anytime someone clicks the link, they're just going to pop in?
Yeah. Why?
Yeah.
It's not important.
I don't see the problem here.
Yeah, this is
Lock
fun.
the door!
I don't see the flaw.
Teasing.
It
It's
was lovely
teasing.
to see him.
Yeah. Sorry, Haley, you were saying so eloquently for Adam Beesner cut you off.
That's really funny. Yeah, just like really obvious quality of life changes that I feel like I scream at other games are just all here. So that also feels good. When I'm crafting, I don't have to go put everything in my pocket before I make it. Like I know Stardew did the thing where you can have a crafting table and then put the chest you want to pull from adjacent, but then you're always thinking about, okay, I got to top up that chest from this chest over here. It's like, just, I can pull from chests. Let's just pretend that I don't need to walk around and do that, because that's the least fun part of every farming sim. Like, why are we gamifying that? Everyone hates it.
Yeah.
It's gone. You can just craft when you want to craft, and if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. Like, it's just like really obvious stuff like that, so that there's enough, like, you just get to do what you want to do every day instead of the maintenance side of these that can happen with these kind of games, which I really appreciate.
Yeah. Now, I'm surprised that Jeffem's the first person here to bring up, well, the portraits look really cute. Because Haley, okay, quick tangent, Haley. Look, I assume you're into the relationships in this game in a way. And my number one hint.
They're all hot.
Okay.
They're all hot.
But my number one hint that you might be really into this is I watched you stream the end of Rebirth. No spoilers, but there's some very climactic big things happening. And it was just you talking like, I don't know, I think Cloud would be this kind of boyfriend. And Aerith's cute, but she seems kind of annoying. This like, just like talking about them as like boyfriends and girlfriends as like the end of the world is happening. It was like, okay, all right,
Yeah.
that's a take. So
Like
I imagine
nuke could
you're...
be hitting, and I'm like, Cloud would like hold your purse, but he'd be annoying about it. It's like,
Yeah, he would be mad. Like, yeah, you're
Yeah,
right. What
yeah.
thank you. Finally.
He'd try to like
Actual
kind of
content
shrug
about
it
Final
off his
Fantasy.
shoulder.
He tried to like hold it in
Yeah.
a way that didn't make him
Yeah.
seem like it was his
if he
Yeah.
saw
You know
one
it's
of his
not
friends,
mine.
he'd drop it on the ground, and you'd be like, what's that on the ground? It's like nothing, and then you come back and be like, why is my purse on the ground? He's like, no reason, and he would just
Yeah.
say, I'm
And I feel
holding my
like Zach
girlfriend's
would like
purse.
sling it over his shoulder.
Oh,
Yeah.
He'd put it in there and he'd be like, "Is there anything
Absolutely.
else I can hold?"
yes.
I'll just pick you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways,
Careful about
like,
spoilers, guys. I might date them.
but Haley, everybody's hot to trot in this game, and that's cool.
Yeah, and what's great is there's so many, like, the guys are all hot. Like, usually it kind of feels like the girls are hot, but the guys are hot. And also there's types. It's not just like everyone looks the same, quintessential, like, society hot. Like, Hayden's kind of the silver fox, like, we were talking about his tan lines for like 10 minutes in our streams the other day. Girls notice this crap. You might just think it's a tan line on a dude, but I'm like, oh my God, he's got tan line. Like, it's just the kind of stuff you don't notice.
That's a good
And I
thing.
know a girl made that. Like, I know a woman made. March's arm is bent in the way that guys' arms look hot in that 1 second, and you kind of notice, you're like, oh, well. And then they like go back to doing something else. That's his portrait all the time. So I'm constantly just looking at his forearm.
And when he gets
they-
the little
they did that
blush
on
mark,
purpose. Oh,
he's like mad, but he's blushing. Oh my god.
he smiled at me when I gave him a copper bar on his birthday, and I was so excited. Like, I get invested, you know? It's just like, I don't get that invested when Sam does a kickflip in Stardew. And I love Stardew Valley. It kind of feels like I'm poo-pooing on the boys in Stardew Valley. They're
Yeah.
fine. I just like all
Sebastian
the...
lives in his parents' basement.
They all live in their parents' house.
They
That's
live with
another
their
red
parents.
flag.
One guy lives on the beach and like is basically homeless.
Yeah, what if your options in Stardew are not fantastic? You're like, do you
No.
want to fix the alcoholic? Like,
No.
Maru has
Wait,
dignity.
Haley, are you going for March then? Is that or who
No,
do you got your eyes on?
Juniper.
Oh, okay, Juniper. Right.
She's got
Yeah.
a dog too. I mean, she's hot as hell, and she has a dog that looks like my dog. So if I get to date her, then I also get a dog. I'm thinking ahead. I'm hoping Dozy gets to move in. I won't let Sarah spoil that for me, but that would be a bonus.
That would
Write
be
that
fun.
down. Write that down.
Sarah, what state is this game in? I've seen a lot of people be like, it is rock solid for early access. It's wild. Or at a certain point, are we going to get cut off from content? How does it all work here?
Currently we're like estimated about 35 to 40 hours of content.
Yeah.
Which people have just gone through so fast. Like the 35 to 40, we're seeing people hitting 50 average hours around this time.
Whoa.
Yeah, our first big update's gonna be Q4. But we're hoping, that people will still want to come back for the updates, obviously, but we're hoping like 1 year to be out of early access and get everything sort of like ironed out, get all the additional content in the game and all that stuff.
Gotcha.
I will say 40 hours in, no one said something twice, which I think is
What?
insanely impressive. No,
Yeah.
I talk to everybody every day. No one, except for the dogs saying bark. Like that's literally it. Everyone says something new. And
Lazy
also
devs.
if stuff happens in the game, they like remember it and they'll comment on it. Like if you donate something at the museum that they would personally like, they're like, oh cool. Like I put a worm in the museum and March was like, so let me get this straight. You gave a worm to the museum and it's on display and people go to look at a worm. And I was like, yes. And he's like, wow, really cool. It's like, like those kind of conversations.
I love it.
I'm mad at March though because he was like, "Oh my god, that was a super cool magma beetle you put in the museum," and I had one on me, so I was like, "Oh, I'll gift it to him." And he was like, "Why would you think I would want this? Why would anyone want this?" We're just talking about how cool it is.
That's funny.
That's classic Mark stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's deep.
Jeffem, is this a new obsession for you and your wife? I feel like you maybe more than anybody, you've been like dabbling. I know Sarah almost professionally has also been jumping into a lot of these farming games, but it seems like you're always like, you got one on the back burner.
Yeah.
And this one is just you and your wife are both sinking your teeth into it?
My wife is playing Elden Ring right now, so we have completely reversed
La-di-da.
roles.
The
But
other
yeah,
farming sim. Yeah.
Yeah, she's been
The other girl game.
Yes, she
Yeah,
has been
collecting
farming
flowers.
plenty in Elden Ring. But yeah, she's been looking over my shoulder at the Steam Deck, and I'm sure she will love it once she has completely beaten Elden Ring
Okay, so that's going to be a
before
piece
me.
of cake.
So
Yeah, naturally.
that'll be fun.
Outfits for animals, big crowd pleaser. Dress
Insane.
up.
Oh,
dress
yeah,
up
hats.
Yeah,
It's the
that's a
little
biggie.
things.
It's the little things. Sarah, you know this game better than you know almost any game under the sun?
I mean, I know probably of all the games that I've worked on.
Okay.
You were warning me about potential bugs before they could even happen. When we were
Which will be
streaming it
patched.
together.
It's like Neo, my God.
Do you know about the petting the dog bug? I had one crash
Yeah.
and it was during the festival and I tried to pet Dozy.
It's specifically that one, specifically that time. But like that's the thing about early access is it's like there's so many just like super like narrow bugs that we never would have caught until people do this like one very specific thing and then it's like surprise.
Yeah. So give us some high level tips. What's out there? What do you recommend? What are people not seeing? What are people not doing with their farms? Give us the goods.
For Fields of Mistria?
Yeah.
I guess like my player tips are the best way to get some of those starter tools. It's like you could pay like 500 tesserae to buy the fishing rod, or you go to the mines, you mine some copper, and then you can just build your own fishing rod, and it saves a lot of money, saves a lot of resources. I guess I would say talk to the NPCs when you can, because the NPCs have such like very specific conversations based on the time, the weather, where they are in the world, and who's next to them, which is
my
why you're
God.
not seeing these lines double up over 40 hours. Like, this is why this game has taken so long. And, like, we're not even done putting more dialogue in it. But there's just so many, like little scenarios where it's like, well, if, like, this character is next to these characters, they'll have this really one specific conversation. So just narratively, like, just make sure you enjoy it. I don't really have any, like, early game money tips.
Right.
But one thing is, don't be stressed. There's no time limit. There's no, like, the quests don't have time limits. The request, like, nothing has a time limit, and to, take your time and just enjoy it. Because it's not, there's nobody sitting there, like, waiting for anything. We tried to make it as relaxing as possible. The shops don't close at any time. If you're awake, the
Perfect.
shops are open,
Love
and
it.
you can buy stuff. So, like, don't be
Yes.
worried about, like, sprinting around and, like, oh, well, so-and-so's going to close in, like, an hour. You don't have to worry about it. It
The
will all be
characters
there
are on
tomorrow.
the
They're not
map.
open on Wednesday
Oh.
for some reason.
Yeah.
Right. It adds
Yeah, you
character.
can find all the NPCs on the map. If you want to talk to someone,
The
you
best.
can find them. They'll never, like, disappear from you.
That's so nice. So, I mean, for the people that know this game so well, it's the easy pitch is it's Stardew Valley, but how are you refinishing the sentence?
It's more of a Harvest Moon Rune Factory game.
Ooh, okay.
But I definitely think because Stardew Valley also builds off Harvest Moon, they kind of end up in the same bucket.
Right.
But definitely a Harvest Moon Rune Factory sort of like 90s shoujo love letter with the additional care to the characters, to the world itself, and to the NPCs, and to like player experience.
Yeah, perfect.
And so far, Stardew seems like primarily a farming game, and this game so far has been more like equal. Everything has an equal place in it, and it's like fewer, more impactful plants that you have to spend less time farming. So you spend more of your day doing the other activities.
Yeah.
Also, the magic kicks butt. Like the magic spells that you get.
And
Oh,
the
yeah, we haven't
dragon's
talked about
hot.
the dragon at all.
He's hot, and you can romance him because he has a heart. I clocked that. I don't know if we can do it yet, but I clocked that.
I didn't realize that was the thing until like it was pointed out to me that like the hearts next to the name. Because the first people we talked to have hearts next to their name, so I'm like, I just thought the UI looked cute. I just thought you put hearts in places. Why wouldn't you put a heart somewhere if you could? I was like, oh yeah, sure, looks cute. And then I saw like someone on the internet mention like I think you can romance the dragon, and I felt like those stories of like when you're at the lunch table and some kids like, oh, if you hit B and A at the same. So I'm like, can you? I was like, nah, probably not. But I'm also like, the dragon's the only person I'm really locked in with because I am so obsessed with just doing other stuff. Like it takes me a while and a lot for me to get invested in the characters. But I'm like, okay, the dragon, I get stuff. So like every day I'm locked in with the dragon. Like
You
that
talk to
dragon's
your
family to
dragon.
me. I'm talking
Spyro
to the dragon.
fandom coming out a big way. I get it.
Yeah, but I think to that point too, like I think the rails of this game are really useful and nice for getting you into stuff that you might not normally care about as much. Like I'm not as into like the characters and the romance and all of that, but just them having that Friday night at the end, the allure of that is so strong. I'm like, that's the only thing that I'll always do. And then the little thing comes up on the screen, like Friday night at the end. I was like, damn, I gotta make it to the end. Like, gotta see what's going on with the little like stories, and it feels like a really immersive experience. Well, I feel like without those kinds of structures, I don't personally get into like just talking to people every day, especially when there's so many.
Yeah.
But this kind of creates a structure where I'm like, cool, I have context. Like I don't have to have my own like mental creativity to want to engage. Like the game has created a way for me to be engaged. And I think so many of the other structures do that for the different types of systems they have in there.
Yeah. Sarah, I'm going to kiss your ass one more time, and then I'm cutting it off for good. I love that you have clean, clear key art of like Celine in the field, like over the cows. Like so many games blow that when it comes to like making thumbnails and stuff for podcasts or just talking about it.
I
it's
actually
like, it's
had
so
a
important.
recommendation to do that.
Oh,
Like
really?
somebody was like, can you put just some transparent PNGs of like your cows, like animals, your crops, and your
Yep.
characters? Just nobody thinks about YouTuber key art, guys.
It's true.
And we really need to start.
Yes, just have something. This is the iconic image. This is Fields of Mystery. And
Yeah.
like that art is like perfect. You get the idea. You got it. Done deal. And Celine isn't supposed to be designed after you or anything. Just blonde lady coincidence.
People keep saying that, but like
Okay.
all the characters were done. All the writing was done.
Okay.
Before I
Interesting.
joined.
Interesting. How did you find the game?
I think I just saw it pop up on my Twitter feed in like 2019, and I was like, I just saw it, and I said, I'm all in. Whatever they need, like I'm gonna follow this game. I would check in like once a year. I'd be like searching. I'd be like, what's any news?
Yeah.
Any updates? And then I was streaming one day when I used to stream 5 times a week, and people were like, oh, Sarah, like if you did go back to the gaming industry, like what would you want to do? And I said, well, the only game that I would go back for is if this game called Fields of Mystria wanted a marketer. Like I literally said, I was like, the one way you could get me to go back to video game marketing is if I got to market a game like Fields of Mystria, right?
Yeah.
Because I never in my entire career have really gotten to work on marketing games that I also really, really, really like. It just doesn't happen. And then like a month later, a tweet popped up, like job opening, and I was like, I'm all in.
Oh
and I
my
applied
God.
right away.
That's awesome. Fields of Mystria, it's on PC, early access, $14 reduce, everybody. Wild steal here.
Congratulations on the
yeah.
launch. That's so
Good
amazing.
job, Sarah.
I know. It's
You can
been
breathe
crazy.
now. It's all easy from here on out. Oh boy. Let's see. Leo. Split
Yes.
gate 2. All right. This game. Do you remember Splitgate from a couple years ago when it came out? And then Leo, you played it,
Oh,
I think,
yeah.
for like New Show Plus, and you said, I've never had more fun playing a game ever in my life than Splitgate. And then you found out it was a bunch of bots, and you're just crushing them, and it fully tricked you.
Yes.
That was a good time.
Why?
But I'm just telling the full journey of Splitgate. And then, if you don't remember, this is Halo meets Portal, where it's very much based on Halo multiplayer, except you're throwing portals from Portal all over the place. And that combo was great. The game took off in a big way. And then the devs said, we're stopping support. We're going to pivot everything and go into Splitgate 2. And we got a huge batch of funding. And now Splitgate 2, there's an alpha out at this point, private alpha. And I think they're targeting 2025 for this thing. But you got to play a little bit of Splitgate 2 today. And Leo, the verdict is...
Good. It's just for press today. Open playtest for normal people next week.
Oh, human beings, yeah.
I watched it. I watched
Us
Leo stream
normies.
it, and I thought that they were children. I was like, because he was doing so well, and I was like, Leo, you're like ruining the summer breaks of these children by killing them in the middle of the day on a Wednesday, and he will. Those are game journalists, and I was like, oh.
But then you proceeded to write GG easy
Game
in chat every
journalist,
time
children,
Leo won.
same.
So wait, what?
I still threw around the, like, are these bots? I have such a, I'm not going to say trauma, but from
No.
Splitgate 1, that's my main memory is like, oh, I thought I was good. And then I realized every match I played was fictional.
Aw.
And today it
was
like
real
they're all
to
real
you,
people.
know?
Yeah, goddamn.
Yeah, thank you.
I look at this footage of Splitgate and I say, man, I really loved Halo multiplayer. And then I see people doing the wacky stuff with the portals, and it's like, it feels like that's the element that's like building in Fortnite. I'm like, I'm just gonna ignore that part. But like, how intrinsic is that? Does it seem like that's still a massive part of the fun here?
Yes, and I think it is easier to get a handle on than it might seem.
Yeah.
Especially because one of the changes they made is that it is one button portaling. You can change that, or you can press a different button to switch which portal you're shooting. It's obviously
Interesting.
two colors of portals. You go through one, you come out the other.
Yeah.
And it is automatic, not just alternating, but like based on which one you're near. It kind of has a little bit of logic to knowing what portal you're trying to place, even though you're just pressing one button. And that worked perfectly for the whole playtest. I thought that was really cool. And it made it easier to use, less daunting, just having the
Yeah.
one button portal
Yeah.
right there. And it comes up a lot. Like, there's people holding this point. It's just the whole team together is holding this point, and I can take them head on and get killed, or I can shoot a portal behind them and a portal next to me and throw a grenade through it. And it's just like too useful to ignore, really.
Right.
Or to escape quickly, to hold two angles at once, two crazy angles.
Yeah.
It felt smooth. I didn't play that much of Splitgate. It was like 7 hours apparently.
Well, after you
Field of
mastered
Mystery
it,
level.
like, what's the point? Yeah.
Yeah.
You could get better.
But it still like felt completely natural in it today.
Yeah.
Are we sure you didn't log into the training lobby and Splitgate those 7 hours, Leo?
I got my ass handed to me enough times to make it seem realistic.
Oh, good.
Good.
Does it feel like a continuation of Splitgate 1? I mean, what are the biggest things? One button portal. Does it feel night and day?
It's a bit hero shootery now.
Okay.
Characters have more abilities, the typical abilities you've come to expect. A shield that you can shoot through that enemies can't shoot through. Temporary wall hacks.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, good. Splitgate 1, like, it was cool, but you understood it completely really fast and moved on. That's what happened with me, It needed, like, a little more than just being Halo with portals.
Yeah.
And this is what I would describe as a little more than just being Halo with portals.
Okay.
So it remains to be seen whether that will give it longer legs than the first one had for me.
Yeah.
I have a
But it
question.
looks a lot nicer. Yeah.
Like I feel like my brain isn't good at walking through a portal and still knowing where I am now.
Mhm.
Like I get very displaced in every game that offers portals. Even though I look over, I say that's where I'm gonna come out. As soon as I walk out, I'm like, where's the end? Like I'm not good at remembering that kind of stuff. And I don't know, maybe your brain's predisposed to me because watching you stream it, you seem to be good at like if I go into this portal, I need to turn left to see the guy I'm looking at it right now. You were doing that very naturally, but I think I'd be bad at that. Is that something that someone could just play 5 to 10 hours of this and get better? Or if that's something where that makes me feel angry that I'm so bad at that, I'll bounce off of this?
I think that's learnable. And you also can like walk right up to your portal and see what's on the other side. And enemies and teammates can't see through anybody's portals but their own. So you get a little extra time to like orient yourself before you hop through. And you can take your time early on to learn it that way. But also, I think part of the fun is being surprised of going, I'm going to go through this portal, especially if you're going through a random portal that is somebody else's. It's like, I'm down to suddenly be somewhere else and be in a completely different situation, and that's like part of the unique thrill.
Yeah, yeah. So I know you're still hot and heavy on the finals, but is there an avenue where you're like, I could see this getting in my rotation here?
Just because the finals I only play with friends, I could see booting this up by myself, and it's a really small install size, at least the playtest is.
Yeah.
So I could see it fitting in that way as like a daytime distraction type thing, but yeah, if I'm still into the finals by then, I just don't have the room in my life, I think, to be into multiple live service shooters at once.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But Splitgate 2 coming out 2025. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum here, a game that we all promised Michael Huber. Shout out to Huber that we would devour.
He's not dead.
Okay.
Well, he's not dead, but he's hearing us right now wherever he is. Cat Quest 3. It's out, everybody. The game that Huber.
Meow.
I'm trying to remember. He was shouting at us, screaming at us. What's wrong with you, idiots? Why are you ignoring a game because it's called Cat Quest 3? These games have been great. And then Leo
I gotta
kept
say, it's hard to jump into a game called Cat Quest 3 if I don't know anything about it.
Absolutely.
I understand.
Well,
He popped for the Cat Quest 3 trailer harder than I did for the finals season 3 trailer.
Yeah, but it's out, and turns out it's good. Jan's been playing, Leo's been playing, I've been playing a little bit here. Leo, since you're now a connoisseur of the franchise, thanks to Huber, how you feeling about Cat Quest 3 in particular?
It's cool. It's a way bigger jump than 1 to 2 was. Like graphically, it's a lot neater looking and a little more streamlined. I think my biggest thought on it right now is like last time we talked about Cat Quest, I said I didn't like that it ever got hard in Cat Quest 2. It's like that's just not what I'm there for, is to like get good at rolling around in the combat. So this time I put my money where my mouth was and just started on easy mode. And I'm having such a great time with that, because the way the game works is you're leveling up constantly, and it's about, finding the quests that you can do, that you're leveled to do, and just be on easy mode, being able to take more higher level fights earlier. All that does is like expand your range of options of what you can go and do. And it kind of feels the same. It's just like a hard fight for you is 25 levels above you instead of 5 levels above you.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. So it's action RPG, I guess, would be the thing that's going on here. Imagine, the way the developers talk about it, which, Easy Allies had an interview with the developers from Gentle Bros here where they were talking about it in the sense of is taking all the good parts of an RPG and just boiling it down. We're going to give you constant progression, constant exploration, short little quests. It's going to be cute. And like, it was surprising to jump into this thing pretty blind and be like, okay, so I'm on the overworld because it's got this cool map perspective. Like, oh no, the overworld is the game. You're just running around in this space, and then you can jump into little caves and towns and stuff beyond that. But it's just a weird twist of the mind. But Janet, do you like Cat Quest?
I mean, I generally like Cat Quest, but I haven't played like them in their entirety before this one, which I haven't beaten this one yet. I'm 4 hours in. I've been playing with my brother via local multiplayer. It's pretty good, but I do think, Leo, to your point, I'm like, yeah, you're smarter than me. Like, I should probably just knock it to easy because this game has hands. Like, this game, because you can go sort of wherever and take things out of order, it can very quickly become sort of overwhelming in the sense that like just the enemies can get really tough. And I do think one thing I really want to compliment about Cat Quest 3 is the enemy variety. I think there's a lot of like different styles with like different attack patterns that sort of Cat Quest 3 sort of has the appeal of a beat 'em up, but it's a little bit more mechanically complex. So I like that I have more to engage with, while like a beat 'em up's like very left to right, kind of like brain on autopilot. Someone can res me into figuring it out. I can kind of just go with it. I feel like I have to be a little bit more thoughtful in Cat Quest 3, which I like. I think the ship combat is fun, but the only thing I really didn't like about it are, I think, two things. One, too many cat puns.
It's
many
obsessed.
cat
It's the
puns.
language the game speaks in, for sure.
It's too many cat puns. Like, look, I'm a millennial. I get it. Puns are fun, but like, it is a little too much. But the other aspect is because it does have like that sort of loose structure where you're on like this sort of overworld, holistic world, go in whatever direction. I kind of had a tough time knowing like what I should do next. Like once I hit a wall of progression where I'm like, okay, well, this is too high level. Well, let me go do this quest I didn't do. Wait, okay, I have to find these keys. Why can't I find them? Damn, am I bad at games? And that was like towards the end of my session. But I think the sort of openness to it can be a little bit of a con if you're maybe getting a little stuck hitting those like difficulty walls, not being sure where to go. But I think the general flow of it is pretty fun. And I like that. It took me a while to get used to that perspective because it's kind of like it's 3D, but it almost feels like 2.5D because you're sort of moving your character away from the screen a lot. But then you can also go into like other areas, and then it's more of like it's more of a like 2D or like zoomed in perspective. And I think those are also really fun. So once I started getting into that loop of like, okay, we go in, we have like a little combat arena, and then we get something, and now I have like a new hat, and the hat gives me a buff. Like I think that flow is really fun and appealing. But I definitely feel like I get more fun playing with someone else. I think playing alone, I'd be a little bit like, it's not as exciting. But I think with the person, it's like a nice couch co-op experience.
Yeah. That's my experience jumping into it on Steam Deck. Seems like a great Steam Deck game, and it's like, you're a fool to overlook this completely. I think Cat Quest 3, it sounds like some mobile game trash, but like, at least look at a trailer for that thing and just imagine.
So are you saying that you were the fool because you wanted to overlook this completely?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I fully copped to being the fool, because what are you going to do? Jump in and play a game called Cat Quest 2? What, are you out of your mind? But Cat Quest 3, great entry point. Like a whole pirates theme this time around, but yeah, it seems cool.
Pirate ship combat.
It's got it all.
Which is fine.
Hey, it's fine. Feline, as we like to say. Leo?
No.
I'm sorry. I'm so excited to talk to you about this. I don't know if you've told the world that you've gone on a secret adventure, flying out to San Francisco on a little... Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone know what Leo's been up to?
I think I saw you ask him about it, and I was literally praying that Leo said yes. Like, I saw the conversation in Slack, and I was like, please, Leo, say yes to this.
And I might not have, if not for, they were like, it's a day thing, 90 minutes in the middle of the day, so we can fly you out in the morning and fly you back the same night. I said, okay, that almost doesn't even count as going on a trip. And I have my Steam Deck with Cat Quest 3 loaded up.
Perfect.
Hell yeah, you do.
Right.
Yeah, so Virtuix sent Leo out to San Francisco for this 90-minute appointment, which is amazing. But
which was like 45 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. But it's to do something that I've always wanted to do, and it seemed like it was up Leo's alley. What the hell is it?
It is the Virtuix Omni 1 omnidirectional treadmill for VR.
Yeah.
Ooh,
which
okay.
I saw the Kickstarter for in 2013, before VR was a thing at all, really. I really remember seeing it and it capturing my imagination, because you see that and it's, it's this circle pad that you run on in any direction. And it's like, well, then what's the barrier? Then we're just doing Velox from Pendragon, shouts out, or that Star Trek episode that did it first, where it's like, this is perfect virtual reality.
Yep.
I'm going to go live in that thing. And it's been at like arcades, because I don't know, it's been hard to get it in homes, something this gigantic and expensive. So it's only been kind of at VR arcades up until now, but this is their big push for a home system. With my hands, does this help?
It's
4 feet.
It's like a Peloton length or something bigger.
Big
4 feet circle with a big arm coming out of the back attached to a vest.
Oh, I thought that went in your spine.
No.
Can you wash the vest?
You cannot wash the vest. No.
Ew.
That's gonna
They
get
said it's
real
going
stanky.
to smell like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I know. I was
were you like the
sweating all
ninth
over this
person
thing.
to
It was
wear it?
humiliating. I was absolutely pouring.
I'm imagining it's like the Assassin's Creed movie, like you flying all over the room doing sick moves. So like, I mean,
That I did watch, which is funny.
all right, there we go. But high level,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
rented from the library.
is it the fantasy come to life? It's what we've always wanted, of the full VR thing of when you run in a direction, you run in that direction in the game?
Well, the way it works is it's a concave bowl, and you have these foot covers that go over your shoes that create it like a frictionless walk. And you kind of walk uphill each step, and you slide back down to the base while the arm keeps you in place. You're kind of walking against the resistance of the arm.
Weird.
So as you're walking straight forward in a game, you are always walking uphill. And I wish I had more time with it to get a feel for if that feeling goes away. Because as we were walking, I was kind of overthinking every step, and it was a lot more exhausting. Like I was doing this VR, I did only just a couple of things, one of which was VR walk experience, which was basically as you walk, it pushes you through this 360-degree video of walking through New York or walking through these pretty places. And you were just moving this video around, moving through this video by using your feet. And it's noticeable how much harder it is to walk uphill than it is to walk straight on a city street.
Right.
And it's like, you can kind of hear it too. Like it's loud to be stomping on this thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that would eventually go away. Certainly I was like not comfortable with it, not feeling natural yet. I really didn't have that much time with it.
I'm looking
But
at B-roll of you right now, and it seems like you're in your element more than I've ever seen you, Leo.
Well, the B-roll is from the shooter we played, multiplayer, with people back at their home studio. And I was watching the founder, Jan, who was walking me through it. He was sprinting around, showing off the gunplay or whatever. And I was like, that looks scary to be sprinting in that thing.
Yeah.
To have this level of trust to be sprinting in this tiny little space that you could theoretically slip on or fall off or flip over, whatever it looks like you could do. But compared to walking, just being in a shooter where I was getting shot at and I had no choice but to sprint and take cover, that like made me not overthink it as much and felt more natural than the walking did. The just sprinting around. That felt like perfect, and I was doing exactly what I wanted to do without thinking about it, which is cool.
That's weird. So
I'm watching you sprint right now, Leo.
It's
And you're just like, it
Yes,
looks
we
like
are.
you're constantly stumbling forwards. And that somebody's just like, you know, when you were a kid in school and your friends would like hang off your backpack and you would try to run?
all the
That's
time. Yeah.
exactly what it looks like.
No.
Yes, you are fighting the vest for sure. You're like leaning away from it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a strange feeling.
Did you like it?
I did.
Okay.
They were leaning into it as like, you know, you see it and you go, wow, perfect immersive VR. And the reality is more like a VR exercise machine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like casually doing this, I think you'd have to be pretty ripped to be playing games and have it feel casual in this thing. But I've always loved VR for being an exercise thing. Like I love being tricked into working out by like going for a score, being totally distracted, not realizing how exhausted I am, not realizing how much I permanently screwed up my thighs in a pistol whip until it's too late. You know, I like that appeal for sure.
Yeah.
But it's $2,500 for the home unit. And it obviously takes up some space. They showed me how quick it is to take apart and put back together, which they truly did in under a minute.
Wow.
But it's still like you can't do anything about that giant base. You've got to have a place to roll that behind. And we literally like there's nowhere in my current home that it could go.
Yeah.
So the reality is a ways off for me still. But like I get it. It you can use it. This is all in one. It is for people who don't even have a PC. So it is like comes with a headset that you can play games on, which is a really simple one. The game we played was more basic than a lot of VR shooters I'm accustomed to. Like the reloading, you just press a button and wait for it to reload rather than doing like grabbing the mag, anything like that. It's like basic and mostly about the locomotion. But you can also use it as input for a different type of VR through a PC. So you can have it just be like playing games that are built for it with a different headset through your PC with the treadmill, or games that aren't built for it at all. You can set it up for it to be like a thumbstick input, which I think is really cool and is the difference maker for sure on like whether it's could really possibly catch on, honestly.
So, okay. So like you could have your MetaQuest 3 hooked up to this thing and you could really just jam away on Piano Vision. It would be better experience overall.
Sprinting through the park, jamming away on Piano Vision. Yeah. But again, it's only through the PC. You can't just have like the Quest by itself with this thing.
Okay. That's confusing, but gotcha. Backstage Pass is wondering, like, could you feel it on your thighs? Is that the secret workout? Is if you're always walking uphill and you're just like sprinting uphill all the time for this thing?
Yeah, the calves for sure. It was a burn. They passed me the towel pretty early on.
Please, this man has to sit down.
Was
I
the
sat
towel
and asked some
clean,
interview
though?
questions while still wiping myself off and sweating on their hotel chair.
So bizarre. So Virtuix Omni 1 is the name of this thing. Do you know the release date for this?
September 10th.
September 10th, and it's $2,500, $2,595 if you want to leave Earth forever in a good way and run around in a virtual world. I'm so jealous that you get to try this, Leo. That just seems so freaky.
It was weird. It was truly remembering that Kickstarter in 2013. I was like, this is worth it.
Yeah,
this is something I've been wanting to try for so long, and it's not what I expected. You know, it's very interesting to have tried it.
I remember you had that stream that one time. You were like, if I could have one job in the game industry, it'd be playing Virtuix Omni 1. If I could ever hit that high goal,
For
that's
just
the only
45 minutes.
All right, Virtuix Omni 1, everybody. Beautiful. Hey, Kelsey.
Yeah.
Do you know how this whole thing operates?
By getting really sweaty in a VR circle?
That's the main thing. And then everybody holds hands and they all say on the count of 3, we do the impossible together. We go to the URL patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. Jump in there, find the tier that is right for you. Again, if you support us before the end of this Friday and before we hit 4,850 paid supporters on Patreon, we will DM you on Patreon with a code for Wayfinder as a thank you for supporting independent games media. Or if you are enjoying the celebration of Game Informer, you can always subscribe to our YouTube channel or jump over there to Patreon. We have some exciting stuff coming up on the Game Informer front, including, some community involvement for determining the path of future content with former Game Informer people. I'll leave it as cryptic as that, but look forward to that soon. So we're going to be supporting them a bit here in this transition time in their lives. Also, we have Bonus Pod, our Patreon exclusive podcast that Haley hosts each and every week. At the $5 tier, you unlock that. It's very good. This week, Haley was out, and I took up the mantle, and I interviewed Andrew Reiner, former executive editor for decades at Game Informer, then the editor-in-chief at Game Informer. You know, he was there for 28 years. So it was fun to take community calls with him. Community had a lot of good questions about state of games media, his adventures through the game industry. He talked about being editor-in-chief at Game Informer, what that's like dealing with GameStop, since he had the front row seat to that. So it's a very interesting conversation if you want to check that out. But we should let you know that beyond that, you can check out a new game that was published by I Am 8-Bit called Simpler Times. Simpler Times, everybody. Simpler Times is available as a game on Steam and is also available as a vinyl soundtrack on I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store. It's a chill game where you're walking around appreciating little moments. If you need just a soothing game. I know cozy games, every game and their mother is claiming to be a cozy game, but the Simpler Times just seems like a real soothing, beautiful, relaxing experience published by I Am 8-Bit. So you can check that out on Steam, or again, that vinyl soundtrack is available in I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store. And as always, you can use the promo code Super Soaker Sunday. Super Soaker Sunday is the promo code for I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store, where you get 10% off of everything under $100. If you have nerdy proclivities and you go to I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store, I promise you will find something that you'll enjoy, and you can get it for 10% off thanks to I Am 8-Bit's support of MinnMax and their community. So Super Soaker Sunday is that promo code. Help support I Am 8-Bit because they support the MinnMax community in a huge way each and every week by shipping out a prize. Whoever has the best question of the week wins a great prize from them. This week, it is the Xbox version of Sea of Stars. And I Am 8-Bit has the exclusive physical edition for this. It's an awesome physical version of Sea of Stars that has maps and a bunch of posters and a ton of stuff in there. And they're just shipping that out to whoever has the best questions submitted over there on Patreon. And this week, they're all going to be Game Informer related questions. So I hope you're all ready for that. Y'all have any big Game Informer thoughts before we get the whole damn crew in here?
Fuck GameStop.
Whoa, okay. Yeah. That seems fair. I mean, we mentioned it last week, but we should emphasize again that please get a refund.
Personal opinion. That was my personal opinion.
But if you subscribe to Game Informer, please take that money back from GameStop. We beg of you. Go to returns@gameinformer.com is the email address. And my refund happened like within half a day. I think it was a pretty quick turnaround. So hopefully for everybody, it'll be a quick turnaround. They can all get their money back over there.
It's the receiving money thing they're really having a problem with.
Right. Haley, did you have any memories of the Game Informer office you wanted to share or anything since you were on last week?
I loved the Game Informer office. I know a lot of people say this, but it kind of feels like, oh man, I've made it. Even when you're an intern and just like walking in there where it's a physical place you can go where the job is games. It's like, my mom was wrong. This exists. Like it very much feels like that when you first step in there.
My job is Pokemon.
Exactly. And yeah, I just had the best memories there. I mean, everyone there was so kind all the time we were there. I still am such good friends, obviously, with Leo, Blake, and AJ. We all were interns at the same time. Like, I just made friends for life there. And the The vibes there were just immaculate, and I was such a fan of Game Informer even leading up to my internship. Like, I have so many issues just stacked in every corner of my apartment right now. I listened to the Game Informer show for years. I remember I was very nervous to meet you, Ben. You were like the one I was most scared to meet because I listened to the show for so long that I was like, I think I know his vibe. But then obviously when you meet someone, you never actually know them. So I was like trying to come to terms with
That's
that
so
too.
Cute.
And it was like 20% different than you imagined, probably. Like,
Yeah, you were so much meaner. It was crazy.
that's true.
And I also was such a huge fan of Kim Wallace, who I'm excited is going to be showing up later. I love Kim Wallace. I think I'm so sad she doesn't do games writing because anytime her byline showed up anywhere, I was like, Kim's writing something. Like, I loved learning about her. So getting able to, like, she had like a coffee chat with me one time, and I remember that meant the world to me back then.
She let me interview her because I was a journalism
She's the
student.
best.
Yeah, I like contacted her and I was like, one of my jobs was to interview like another journalist, and she was so kind and let me like call her up on the phone. I was so nervous, but she was so nice.
Yeah.
Is there any chance you have a recording of that, Sarah? Because I would pay.
No,
I
unfortunately do not. But I remember sitting in the hallway of the journalism school at the University of Minnesota, like waiting for the clock to tick down so I could call her, and I was so nervous, but she was so great.
What was your hardest question for her?
I don't remember. This is from like 2016.
Oh, that's when Stardew Valley came out. That was a hop, skip, and a jump ago.
Yeah,
Come on.
that's what I was probably playing.
Yeah, probably. All right. Well, I think you all just have to clap out at the same time unless anybody's got something killer to say.
Kill GameStop.
Not literally, but now there's no longer a reason to support them, which is an interesting feeling. Financially, yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. And perfect your claps.
Did that work?
I thought you were gonna count.
No, I'm not counting. You're on your own. Awesome. I guess we should have pointed out that Leo and Jeff are going to stick around, but you know what? People will get
Yeah,
is
that
that when
kind
they
of threw me through a
clap?
loop.
I was
felt
like, wait, we're
they
not all
were in on the
clapping?
joke. I
No.
know, exactly.
No, we're just kicking all the women out.
I wasn't gonna say it
does look
first.
bad. It
I
looks
wasn't
very
gonna
bad.
say it first.
Yeah, Game Informer style. All right. Okay. Well,
Anyway, I gotta go.
okay. Leo and Jeff, I'm like, we can take a break till 8:30, or we can hang out. I don't know. It's kind of. I'll be setting up and changing some things. We'll keep this
It
video.
was
the same, but
8:30 and people were popping in at 7:30.
They're ready. They're on
Well, I
the
think they
ball.
were just clicking the link, right?
Professional.
Yeah, I
They're
think,
set up.
I think that's what it is. Adam Easter said he sent me a message. He said, "I don't know how to use Discord. Forgive me, please." But that's all good.
He should have shouted it onto the show that he
I
jumped
don't know
into.
how to leave.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Get here.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Should we transition?
Bye.
Bye.
Say hi to the Game Informer peeps for me.
There you go.
Will do. Bye.
Bye.
I think I'm going to take a break since my fiance will probably be in bed by the time we're done with part 2.
Sounds good. Ooh,
Back in a few.
Dance in the skull. All right. I'll just mess with all this fun stuff. Ready for a slow burn, Jeffem?
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Was that-
baby,
was that
I'm ready for a slow burn. Jeffem song. He's ready for a slow burn. Who are you most looking forward to talking to, Jeffem?
I don't.
Nobody?
It's like asking me to choose between my kids.
Right.
Obviously,
I always
forward
liked Jeff
equally.
Cork's angle where he was like, I like my oldest kid more. Of course. Like, I've known him longer. I remember Andy was always tickled pink by that. Like, you can't say that. Of course, like, oh, it's just obvious. Like, how would I not like this one kid more? I spent so much more time with him. You don't feel
That
that way?
is a Cork answer.
Have you noticed your kid
for sure.
being jealous yet?
No, he's been pretty cool about it. He was very standoffish. He wasn't like, angry at the kid or anything, but just kind of like didn't want to interact with him. We tell him to come over and say hi or whatever, and he'd just kind of stand off. But he's been getting better about it now.
Okay.
Looks at him. We'll tell him, hey, go when the baby's crying, we'll say, go calm him, and he'll go over and be like, it's okay, it's okay.
Really?
It's just very cute.
How do you
very
not
cute stuff, yes.
explode when you see that? That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Are you, but like, is he
Plenty
to a
of-
point where you get a lot of those talks of like, you were just that thing. You were just like this. Like, does he understand
We
that?
tried that, yeah, because the baby now is in like, using the bouncer that he used to use and the crib
bouncer.
and stuff, and we'll say like, yeah, like a little chair that.
I know. I just wanted to quote that PS2 game.
Yes, of course. Yeah, but so we'll point that out to him, and he'll. I don't think he really cares about it, but
Yeah.
I don't think he's putting it together in his mind. He just wants to still play with the toys and like spin the spinners on it,
That's nice. Yeah.
which entertains the baby, so that's fine.
That's nice. I have like this dream of like when my kid starts to really talk, wouldn't it be satisfying just to be like, okay, the last couple of years, what was that? What were you trying to say? You know, like it just, you're waiting
Yeah.
for them just to like flip a switch and suddenly be like, okay, remember that time when you were in the high chair and you kept saying more? It happened today. More, because he does like sign language stuff. And we gave
Yeah.
you everything. You just kept saying more. What did you want? Because it did not make sense. It wasn't milk. It wasn't more meat. It wasn't anything else, but you were pissy and you said you were not all done and you wanted more. And we could not figure out what the hell you were talking about.
Yep.
Do you get to have that moment?
No, that'll still be happening when they're 4, and they'll be saying something that you cannot make out. And I feel like I'm very good at understanding him.
Yeah.
And like some of the pulls that I get will be just like, how did I even understand that? He kept saying he wanted to watch Cheese Belly Button the other day. and like I figured it out because when you say it back to him, and you know he'll say no if you're wrong, or he'll say yeah, Cheese Belly Button, and then it's like, okay, what the hell's Cheese Belly Button though? And we never figured that out. We never figured out step 2 of what Cheese Belly Button was, but. And,
Wait,
and he said,
but your miracle was just figuring out that he was saying the words cheese belly
he was
button?
saying the words. He put together the words Cheese Belly Button, and the way he said it, was like completely unintelligible.
Right.
But like that's what it kind of sounded like, and he confirmed, yes, Cheese Belly Button, Dad. And then was like, okay, well, I don't know what show that is. That's like some
Wallace and
cartoon
Gromit?
character must have gotten cheese in their belly button at some point, and he wants that. He's gotten to the point now. He'll watch. He watches some like Netflix shows, and he'll say the show that he wants to watch, but then there's like a specific episode. He'll say like what is it? It's like Super Boop. He kept saying Super Boop, and there's like this Lucas the Spider show where he dresses up like a superhero, and his superhero name is Super Boop.
Oh my god.
And you have to like figure out, okay, well, which episode is that? Netflix is not good at it's Mighty Boop. Sorry.
Come on.
Of course.
Don't blow it, dude.
Yeah, Crowboy says he regrets Googling Cheese Belly Button. Which, But yeah,
that sounds fun.
We're just happy he's talking now, and it has like completely caught up to being normal because he didn't start until he was like 3.5, and that was.
Our neighbors are in that camp where they have a kid that's younger, and they're like, this kid is just not talking, and it's really freaking us out. But like, my nephew is the same, and now he never shuts up. Like,
yeah, you told, and doesn't your nephew have the same name too?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yes, because that was one of the stories I was holding on to for many months.
Ooh,
I remember you telling me that and being like, yeah, it'll be all right. His day will come and he'll just start talking. And then it finally did.
What? Tell me, intentional joke or nay, where like every morning the kid crawls into bed, nurses, not to get graphic, and then we just like all play in the bed as a family. It's just fun, silly times. And he was done nursing, and then he came over to me, and he goes to my nipple. This is adult rated, everybody, and he was like pretending to like pick up food from my nipple, and then he go down to my nipple, and he did it, and he just kept laughing about it, and we were laughing too, of course, but he just was leaning into it. My wife's like, is he secretly a comedic genius? Coming up on 14 months, like the idea of like, oh, he knows that nipples are where you get food, but there's no food in this one, where he's going to pretend he's getting food, or is that happy accident, do you think, of eating a man's nipple?
I mean, I guess if he was laughing at it, he knows it's funny, right?
Yeah. I guess so. But he is at that weird phase where even like, he's eating dinner tonight, and my wife's like, "Oh, do you want some more meat?" And he's like, "Ah!" And he like was roaring as he like shoved it into his mouth, and we got a big laugh out of that. And then he was convinced that like, "Oh, every sound I make at the dinner table is the funniest thing to my parents." And it got to a point of like, "Well, you were really funny, dude, but it's just funny to see like this young."
It's over now.
Yeah, that idea of him already being like, "I think I got this." I think what's funny is when I make a loud sound.
Yeah.
Your kid telling good jokes?
No, not really. Not really telling jokes. He'll crack us up every now and then, but and he'll be very goofy.
Yeah.
But no like punchlines.
That's fine.
He's got to work on his timing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of time for punchlines. What type of stuff does he do that really makes you laugh?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, it's not off the top of your head. You have 15 minutes to think about it
kids.
before the rest of the game.
Oh,
comes in.
he does like turning his butt at people now and making fart noises.
Whoa.
He's to that age now.
Jim Carrey level.
Yep.
That's pretty
Full
good.
Jim Carrey.
Did you
Yeah.
make the mistake of laughing at it once?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can't help it. He laughs at us when we do it. I'm sure I did it first, 100 times, and because I mean that's the audience, right? You get to be that. I think that's where dad humor comes from. Is you have like 8 years, well maybe not 8 years, but years where like the hammiest, dumbest stuff is just like the funniest thing your kid has ever heard. And hearing a kid laugh is just like the most joyous,
crazy
feeling you'll ever feel.
It is number
and so,
one. And this is why you're saying that parents should get a vote for each of their kids? Is that your platform?
Absolutely. Or we should take votes away from people who don't have
I
kids.
just think it's smart.
Punish the single people. Is a great platform.
Hey, let's just let them rip.
Launch yourself on. Hi, you don't know me, but this is my big idea.
What do you think JD Vance is going to be like in 10 years? Punchline or around period? Like just staple of political life.
God. Yeah.
Obscure senator?
It's Sarah Palin-esque, right?
No. So he's going to quit the Senate? That's the equivalent then? Because remember Sarah Palin's like, I don't want to do it anymore.
He's going to get bounced, man. Next time he has to run for something.
I don't think so. Name recognition goes a
His
long
net
way,
favorability was like negative 15%.
Yeah, nationally, not Ohio. Running
You
for
think
Ohio.
Ohio? What are you saying about Ohioans?
You know what I'm saying about Ohioans. They know what they did.
All right. I'm sure they love him being their representative for what Ohioans are like.
Well, Tim Walz is every Minnesotan.
Yeah, but we like him.
Yeah. Wasn't even born here.
So does everybody else.
Yeah. That's
the difference.
Reminder, please don't talk about specific politicians in the MinnMax Discord. I know we're doing it now. We're slipping into it, but please, I know it's a slippery slope. Please don't do it. It's easier. It's easier for society.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We need to balance it out. You can only have so much baby talk before we have to talk about Tim Walz as well. Do you see that footage of him on the state fair rides? Which like him and his daughter, and it's like, I would like to see every politician on a roller coaster. It just, you rarely see politicians with like a primal sensation. You know what I mean? I think that's fun to watch them like hoot and holler and laugh. I think it makes it better.
Yeah.
Welcome, Reiner. You're technically live. Welcome.
Reiner.
Can he?
Hey! Oh my
Long
gosh!
time no
Jeff
see.
M.
I know. That's right.
Your beard looks amazing.
I'm ready to get rid of it.
Wow.
But yeah, I figured I'd keep it for the GI send off.
Really?
And then just solemnly. It's so long and it's so hot now for summer. It's to the length where it like folds over on my pillow when I'm trying to sleep. It's just no good.
Hey,
I haven't
Jeff,
seen you in years. Like, I don't know how long it's been, and that's the first thing I said to you. I wish I could take that back, but it's good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. I saw the clip that Hanson posted from the call-in.
Yeah,
which was nice.
That was a wonderful hour of my life. Thank you, Ben Hansen, for putting that together.
Thanks to the community for calling in. It's always that weird thing of like people are going to call in, right? Like it's like only folks at the $20 tier. So it's not like we open the phone lines completely because it's like I feel like a dick like putting it at that level, but it's like I don't want to keep Reiner here for 6 hours. If we open the phone lines to everybody, you got to trim it down somehow. And so I'm thankful that people in the community understand that idea of like it's kind of a natural way just to make it so it's the hour-long show or so. But Jeff, what do you think about this? Do you think that Hot Ones...
I'll be right back.
Go for it. Do you think that Hot Ones has a policy of no politicians? And do you think...
Oh, they must, right?
Because can you imagine Tim Walz going on Hot Ones and how they would destroy the internet?
Yeah.
It would be...
That would be good.
I mean, it seems like this is the first year, because, I mean, COVID was tough in 2020. They're doing remote Hot Ones, or it's really far away. It wasn't really as... It kind of had it was up and then down and then back up again now. It's like, this seems like it's the time. The idea, Kamala probably likes spicy food. Maybe that's stereotyping because she's Jamaican and stuff. But like, I would imagine like she would destroy those wings is my imagination. Like her and Tim Walz together. I feel like that'd be the greatest interview they could do.
Yeah. But surely someone would have done it already. A politician would have done it already. Would have like chomped at that bit to be on there, right?
Who would? I mean, Obama promoting his book or some shit? Like, I don't know who.
Anybody that wants millions. I mean, like for the same reason that all those actors go on.
Yeah.
Like everyone is lining up to just destroy their insides because it's like the cool thing that people do now.
Do you think that Hot Ones could do a thing of like, we offered it to both camps?
They could
for
I'm
VP
sure.
and presidential pick. I mean,
yeah.
If they, I don't think they would get lit up if they made that really clear in the beginning.
See, JV's got the DL. He says, I think Sean Evans said they specifically veer away from politics.
Yeah, I guess I couldn't see Sean get excited about any questions in there. All right, explain that, Graham, JD. It doesn't seem as fun. I get it. That's probably a smarter way to go. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and don't you dare talk about politics when I'm gone.
No, I'm going to go say goodnight to my children.
Oh, well, then I can't go to the bathroom.
We can't both go to the bathroom at the same time?
Will you just stay here for a second? Because if someone comes in, I want them to know that they're live on all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I guess. That makes sense. Ay. That guy. It is just us, Eric. What are we going to do? $8.23. Mythical Kitchen Show. Real Waza says, should we guess what number I'm thinking? I never think about numbers. It's a policy. It's a policy of mine. A no fun policy. Hanson ran to the bathroom.
Yeah,
and I'm waiting to go to the bathroom. I am. Yes. Well, I'm talking to chat. We do have a chat window open, but yes.
It's like this is a very intimate moment with yourself.
Yep.
Let's see. Is that on Twitch?
It's on YouTube. Let's see. I think I can send you the. Let's see. How would I send you a message? I think I just DM'd you a message on Discord.
You did.
Yeah, so that should be the unlisted live link. Jacob's in the chat. Jacob Geller.
Huh?
Do you do a lot of like video streaming? You got the setup for it.
Yeah, no, this is what I
good.
use while I'm making video games with the team, talking to the devs. Yeah.
Nice. All right,
Hello.
I'm gonna run now.
Okay, go
To
for
the
it.
bathroom. Be right back.
Andy
too.
Mack, are you here? I can't hear you. Okay, go for it, Renner. Andy, I can't hear you or see you, but you should know that you're technically live. For folks out there. For a handful of folks. People are guessing letters. I can see ya. I can't hear ya. People are screaming, Andy. Jacob Geller says, hi, Jeff and Reiner. Still nothing, Andy. Still nothing. Jay Waltney is putting the dogs away. JB, I assumed you agreed with my pre-show drinking the beer the dog drank out of idea. I was thinking of your dog specifically when I was talking about that.
Heard you say Shiba.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to think of like what's the prettiest dog. It's got to be a Shiba, right?
Oh, there she is. One of them.
Oh my God, I was covering it up.
Hey, Scout. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah.
Do I need to turn anything down?
No, you sound good. Do you want to count to 5 though?
How fast?
You know, I think you're set. You're all good.
Okay.
You know, I was dreading the idea of running audio tests for everybody jumping in, but at the same time, like, people are going to be trickling in. This will be a piece of cake, I think. Oh, Andy? Nope. What was that?
I think that was right,
Dan?
Kurt.
That might be me.
Hello, welcome,
Yeah.
Dan. I can't see you, but I can hear you just fine. You sound great.
Let's fix that.
Good God.
There we go. How we doing?
You look like you're in a bunker.
Yeah,
You
it's
have big,
terrifying, Dan.
Basically
Evil
it.
Jeff Bridges from Iron Man vibes going on right now.
What I'm going for, yeah.
Yeah, smart. Andy still can't hear you. Hello, birds. Hello, Nick.
What's up? I should probably change my name.
Hello. Nick Aarons. Wow.
Yeah. Hello, hello.
Blorp seems cool.
What's up, everyone?
I mean, Blorp is fine, but maybe for people that aren't familiar with you.
Yeah.
Um,
How do I change my name for a server? It's Plorp because I lurk on our game servers so people don't know it's me.
oh, perfect. Hello, Joe. Welcome, Joe. I assume. Hello.
Hey.
I can see Joe. I can't hear Joe yet. And I don't know if Andy's mic isn't working because he doesn't want us to hear him
Does it work
eating
now?
pizza. Oh,
Work
my
now?
God. Yeah, gotcha. As long as
What
you
up?
chew that
Silky
pizza
voiced.
right into the mic, we'll be all set. It's going to be awesome. Bert, you want to count to 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That sounds great. Dan, I like your spooky backdrop.
Thank you. It just lights are off. That's it.
Really? But you
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
certain touch. So the
Monitor's very bright.
Ben Reeves, welcome.
Oh,
Hello.
how's it
Oh
going?
my gosh. A lot of people
Oh,
are
hi.
jumping in. Reiner's here. Hello. Welcome back. Joe, how's your mic doing?
I think okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I got you just fine. What is the mic? It sounds okay, but it sounds like it might be like a backup mic situation.
I will double check.
Okay. Jason Astracker, hello.
Yes, hello. How are
Hello.
you?
Oh my God, you sound and look great. Look at this. Pristine.
It's like I do this sometimes.
Yeah, I'll be damned. Jeff and Leo are back. Let's make sure no one's cut off for the overlay here. And yeah, just a reminder, we're technically live for 43 people right now.
Hello, everyone.
Gotta go.
All right, let's see this overlay, shrinking it down so we can see Leo. Dan, the new studio space is getting there.
Yeah, yours?
Yeah. I was just thinking about it with your lighting in the background there and all that stuff. Yeah, we got like a carpet installed and the walls are all painted. My dad's like installing trim tomorrow morning, and then like the space will be done. Then it's a matter of fine tuning everything else down there.
Without leaning, can you touch the furnace right now?
Wait, no, not where I am right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm in the normal upstairs office space.
Oh,
right
the
now,
upstairs
yeah.
one. Okay.
You
okay.
will be able to, I guess, probably reach over and touch some radical equipment if you really want to. I guess in
I
the
do
new
want
space.
to. Yes. Thank you.
And I do think Leo all the time about you saying how you wanted to come over and help fine tune it. We might be in that phase if you got nothing else going on.
Sweet.
Maybe
cool.
like a Friday thing. Hello, Elise.
Hey.
Hi. Hey,
Hello.
everybody.
Hello, Elise. Would you mind counting to 5?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Great. Perfect. Joe, how are you sounding?
I think it's better. Is this better?
Yes. Do you want to count to 10? Or just name the Final Fantasies, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, or 6, depending on. No, okay.
You didn't say the after years. I'm sorry. We have to count you out at this point. Wade popped in for a second there.
I'm here. One sec. I'm trying to get my camera.
Yep.
There we go.
Local audio recordings.
Nope, we got it completely
Hey.
set. Oh, Wade with the full backdrop. The production values are off the charts for this guy. That's not even fair. Wade, you want to count to 5?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Love it. Got it. Wade, I saw a new video of yours pop up the other day.
Oh yeah.
What was the latest one all about?
It's all about Zelda and philosophy.
Is that every video?
Well, just the last series I've been putting out.
Okay, so it's kind of like a season structure.
Well, I mean, I did 4, and I feel good about that. I don't know. I was just kind of seeing where it went, but yeah, it's about Zelda, philosophy, poetry, just kind of stuff like that.
Fantastic. Listen, you all got those questions, right? I don't think we're going to get to all of them. And I can address this again once everybody's in and stuff like that. But like a big group like this, I feel like the temptation is like, well, I can sit back a little bit, but by all means, jump in, steer the conversation where you want to go. We don't need to be locked into all these community questions. We'll get to a handful of them to jog things here and there, but don't be shy is my takeaway. Please jump in at all points. Like I'll trim out every instance of, oh, no, I was just going to say, no, you go. Like I'll trim that right out of here. So you can't go wrong. Welcome, Kim.
Hi.
Hi. Let's see, Kim, you want to count to 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
She passed the test, everybody. A lot of people were saying you couldn't do it, and I said you could, Kim. I believed in you. Dan Tack, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Do you want to count to 5, Dan?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Great.
Yay.
Well, that is absolutely
This is how he asks,
Classic
how are you?
tech.
This is as close as he can get.
On a scale of 1 to 5, how are you doing today?
Let's see. There's some other folks still trickling in, I think. It's funny, Adam Biesner jumped in when we were recording the first half of the show, and now he's not here now, so I don't know.
Now he's late.
Yeah, I don't know what his strategy is. JV, thanks for watching the show, by the way. I didn't expect to see you in the chat there.
Oh yeah, no, that was fun. It was fun. I bought. I'm sorry, I'm gonna mispronounce the name. Is it Fields of Mysteria?
Fields of Mystria.
Yeah, I bought that for me and my partner Audrey, and I'm gonna play it soon on my Steam Deck. I'm excited too. That conversation made me much more excited to play it.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's a tough one. So Sarah Podrowski on our team has been working on this Fields of Mystria game that's like Stardew Valley, and it came out, and it's like overwhelmingly positive on Steam, and it is really good. So it's just like you feel damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's like, yeah, look, we're partial, but also it's actually really good, everybody. Like we're not. At least we have some validation thanks to the Steam reviews. Adam B, you got a lot of nerve showing back up here, man.
Look, I was doing some really important work watching Alan Parsons talk about producing Pink Floyd.
Oh, I see.
So if I got a little bit distracted and jumped in here when I wasn't supposed to,
You're all good. Do you want to turn your camera on, Adam, and also Matt Helgeson?
Is it not? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not seeing it as on. Maybe I'm missing something. Hello, Matt. You're
well,
cute.
I've never been on a video meeting before, so
I get it, man.
You know,
it's
cut
new
me some
territory.
slack.
Matt Helgeson. Oh, you're looking good, man. You want to count to
this is
5
my
over there?
best, you said my best microphone, right? So
Yeah. Oh my God.
Like Shure 57 classic.
Damn.
Love it.
It's like I'm actually got diss tracks for all you motherfuckers. This is gonna be like the end of 8 Mile.
Me first, do it.
Brian Vore, it looks like your camera's off.
Oh, cool.
Unless that's just what your face looks like now. I guess I don't know for sure.
He just looks like a Bobo now.
All right, great.
There we are.
Gotcha. Welcome, dude. You want to count to 5? Brian?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There we go. He did it. All right, let me do a final resizing here for everybody. I was explaining to some folks earlier, with this big group, it's going to be tempting to sit back. But please, by all means, jump in. The point is just to share fun old stories. So steer the conversation wherever the hell you want to steer it. I will trim out every instance of people talking over each other. So the more chaotic, the better. Overall is a lesson here, I suppose.
It's so weird hearing you talk, and I like have to look around and find you.
I'm hiding, Leo. What a mess. All right. So we're live for like 40 people right now, but we're going to then jump in. So just for frame of reference, yeah, it's going to be the back half of tomorrow's episode of the podcast. And it's the same as we used to do it on the Game Informer show. Nick, I guess this is new for you and maybe Jason, but the way we would do it to like let audio listeners know that there's a transition and that a new crew was in is that everybody would clap at the same time. And so now we just need everybody here to clap at the same time, and then technically the show will be on. But before we do that, I mean, anybody have any thoughts, questions, concerns? You know, it's a loose format, so if at any point, if we're going too long, you need to bow out, no harm done, say goodbye, and you can bow out whenever you need to. I can give a heads up before we get into any sensitive topics and all that stuff, but I don't, being cagey, I think it's going to be fine. It's a lot of questions just about, Game Informer memories and stuff like that. We don't need to tear down corporations here in this discussion. There's other places for that if people are really feeling feisty about it in any way. But
did we get Tim?
We should. Let me text him. He just said not too long ago that he was in. Let me double check.
Cool.
Also, let me just
awesome
say,
to see all these
it is
faces.
lovely.
I know.
I was going to say, exactly that.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It is really nice.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Good to see everyone.
Yeah. But yeah,
Here's a fun fact: is we've all actually worked at Game Informer at one point.
Whoa.
That's a
Not
huge
gonna lie.
coincidence.
Fascinating.
I never guessed that.
Missed you, Ben.
Do you have a source on that?
Worked or we're around.
I'm feeling a lot of camera shame right now, where I have this like terrible, like Chinese like $10 camera from Amazon just sitting there doing me no favors.
It's
Kinda
aesthetic. It works.
Maybe it is actually doing me some favors.
It's
You
distinct.
kind of look like
Yeah.
in like a true crime thing when they question the guy.
You need to get abducted halfway through the show. You need to get abducted. It's a found footage
gonna be
camera
a-
for sure.
Paranormal activity type thing.
That door is gonna fly open. That's
Yep.
so
Door's
obvious.
gonna open anytime.
Suck you right
Or
up.
that robe is just going to start hovering towards you and strangle you.
I like that we're all envisioning bad things happening to poor Adam right
I
now.
can't imagine anything good happening.
They're all
We
very.
freaked him out. He's moving it.
Yeah, he got self-conscious about his robe.
This robe ain't strangling me.
Oh, he's putting his black belt away.
Kojima's in that closet and is going to hop out at some point.
Does anybody know Tim's name on Discord?
See, Clevemeyer?
I thought so.
Oh,
Oh,
there
hang
you
on,
go.
hang
There
on.
you go.
This probably isn't him.
Sonic
Okay.
icon gives it away.
This has got to be
Or Brian Shea.
Welcome, Tim. Can you hear us?
Tim.
Did you get the invite? Somehow? All right, he'll figure it out. Crowboy wants to know who's watching us live in the community. They want to know, does Kim remember being interviewed by Sarah Podzorski? She was just telling a tell a story of the podcast about how she interviewed you when she was in college, apparently. No pressure if you don't remember.
Sarah
No, I do
Potts,
remember.
right?
I do remember.
really?
I mean, I couldn't tell you what she asked me,
She
but
couldn't
I do
either,
remember
so.
taking that interview
fun.
because she seemed very nice.
Yeah. All right. She was very excited about going to Japan. And then
Tim.
Welcome, Tim.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. Welcome. Would you mind counting to 5, Tim?
Oh, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. Your camera looks a
Still got it.
little out of focus, maybe. Am I off? Does it seem all right to other folks?
He's 4x3.
Yeah, he's a 4x3
yeah.
cell
From a
phone image.
CRT.
It's in right now. It's that 90s vibe. It's in.
Yeah.
It's
It
intentional.
looks like he's on a Game Boy Advance right now.
There,
Like a
it's
video
definitely
Game Boy
very
Advance. There you
And
go.
resolution up a little bit.
Yeah.
That looks
Quality looks
better.
great. And yeah, the resolution or the aspect ratio is totally fine by me if it works for you. And there
It's like the
isn't an
lighthouse.
easy
It's classy.
Great.
It's the classiest ratio.
Great.
Coming at you from a CRT. This feels good. This is
Perfect.
comfort for me.
Great. I think we're ready to go. Tim, I was explaining we're just going to need to have everybody clap in at the exact same time. It's going to get really complicated and messy, but that's the overall idea. So maybe I can go 1, 2, 3, and then clap on the silent 4. Does that make sense? Okay.
Wait, what?
So like a
It's
1,
already
2,
feels
3
complicated.
clap type of thing. Isn't that a sentence?
You know, the silent 4.
Everybody's always talking about clap on the silent 4. All right. Adam, your setup good to go?
It's terrible, but
It's
sure.
fine.
Whatever.
It's
Let's do
fine.
it.
You're honestly like 20 pixels by 20 pixels on the screen. You're doing just fine. Everyone's doing great. All right. And again, you can jump out whenever you need to. I don't think it's going to get too saucy if people are concerned about that. Oh, Tim is fixing his aspect ratio.
Tim has to go, I guess.
Probably, I would imagine.
Nope.
Oh, now it's out of focus again. It was in focus for a little bit.
No, I'll stand by it.
Yeah.
Okay, that works. Did you do something to change the focus just a couple minutes ago, though?
I've done nothing.
Okay. All right. Oh, it's doing fine.
I
It's
simply
doing fine.
figured out how to turn on my mic or my camera. And
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
All right. That seems great. Okay. Does everyone want to clap in after 3? Oh boy.
On the silent 4.
On the silent 4, everybody. Don't forget. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Welcome to a huge crew of former Game Informers. Okay, let's go down the row. We got Anna Basner here.
Hello.
Welcome. We have Andrew Reiner.
Hello, everyone.
We have Andy McNamara.
Hello.
Ben Reeves.
Hello.
Brian Vore.
Hey.
JV Gwaltney.
Hi, friends.
Elise Favis.
Hello, hello.
Dan Reichert.
Hello.
Dan Tack.
Hello.
Jeff Archifava.
That's me.
Joe Juba.
Joe here.
Kimberly Wallace.
Kimberly here.
Oh, also we should have mentioned, I guess Leo and Jeff are both staying. So Leo Vader is still here.
Hi.
Matt Helgeson.
Hello.
Wade Wojcik.
Hello.
Jason A. Stryker.
Yo, hello.
Tim Turry.
Kimberly here.
Hello. Nick Ahrens.
Hi.
And Matt Burtz. Welcome, crew. Good Lord. And we should mention, obviously, this is just a sliver of all people that contributed to Game Informer. There's a ton of other folks that could be in this call here. It's a gigantic army of people. But thanks for being here, everybody. How are y'all doing?
It's good to see everybody.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's bizarre, crazy. Right? This is awesome.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
I'm
nice.
not crying. You're crying.
Wade.
I'm trying to think of who worked with who.
It's fun, right? Yeah, because it's like, okay, Nick, I technically took his slot, so I never worked with him. So then that's like a different era there. But it's fun to try and piece together like, okay, I guess Wade and Jason never worked together because that was the swap there. So that's like the easy.
Yep. Well, and Andy and Reiner would have worked with everyone on this call, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also worked with everyone on this call.
Yeah, I think me too.
I worked with 12 people on this call.
Wow.
I worked with most people. I think.
I'm still good.
On the road.
Guys, I'm
still
getting
got
there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
This is an aesthetic choice.
I would just like to point out that I was the innovator of that at Game Informer.
Thank you.
That is true.
Trailblazer.
Once again,
True pioneer.
paving the
Head
way.
shaver.
You got a flag back in the day, but look at you now. Thank you.
Joe, I remember.
My
I remember.
inspiration on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I remember Joe. You started with a Halloween costume at Game Informer. That was the first head shape, right?
True.
Joey
Yep. I did.
Knuckles. Joey Knuckles.
I did. Oh no, that was different. That was the beard thing. You can see that in the Midnight Club 3 issue of Game Informer, I think. I had to refer to that from time to time. But yeah, I was Walter White for Halloween one year and was like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it.
That's perfect. Well, hey, thanks for being here, everybody. I know it's solemn, strange times to have a mini reunion here, but cheers, everybody, to 33 years of Game Informer.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Cheers.
Pour one out at home. Thank y'all for being here. This
Mine's
means a lot.
poisoned. I'm going out.
The final act.
Yeah.
Wait, Reeves, have you gotten funnier? What happened?
I was just hanging out with
Just
him
for
recently. I can
5
confirm
minutes,
that's not the case. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's still as funny as ever.
Just not any funnier.
Yeah, exactly the same.
I've seen that
Frozen
man
in
do
time.
stand-up at Acme Comedy Club.
Caveman comedian.
Yeah, we secretly recorded
That's
him
when I
doing
peaked,
stand-up. And you did a great job, Reeves. I do remember your biggest laugh was when you're looking at your notes while doing that 5-minute open mic set, and you had a note in your phone or written down or whatever, and you just wrote down, transition to go to the next joke, and you said that out loud, and it killed. That's like a nice example. You can never
I don't remember that. That's funny. I just remember the guy who went up before me, who his big joke was something about scaredy pants and like, why don't we take our scaredy pants off, and how do you put your scaredy pants on? He was the perfect guy to follow.
Also, the guy who was railing. There was a guy who was like railing against Wisconsinites in a really uncomfortable way. Calling them dirty Scotties.
Oh, that was
and
me.
stuff. It was,
Yeah.
Entered a fugue state.
This does bring to mind, Tim, also your pun off competition.
Yes. Spring Street Tavern.
Oh, the pun slam.
You
which
won?
is the-
Yeah, Tim
Did
won
you
this
win
pun
that or
competition.
something?
Yes.
Barely, just barely. I have put it on my resume. I just want to let everybody know
I
that.
remember,
amazing.
And your final category, if I remember correctly, was Olympics. And I
That's
remember
right,
like
full
somebody, like you're going up against somebody else on the stage, and they mentioned something, yada yada yada. And I remember you said that rings true, and the crowd lost it. They were blown away by your work there. But we do have people.
Did anybody
who wrote
else
in-
put Game Informer on their resume?
It's on there somewhere.
Yeah, I put it on there. It's working out.
Yeah, smart.
I should start doing that.
Yeah,
It was a while ago. I don't know.
we got a bunch of questions from the MinnMax community. Believe it or not, a ton of praise, a lot of love. Thanks everybody who wrote in very sweet things. Muffin Crumbs wrote in with one that seems appropriate. Who is definitively the funniest person at Game Informer of all time?
Cork.
Are we talking the written word, or are we talking?
I think you factor in
word?
everything. I think you factor in everything.
I think Mark Yapava is the funniest
Cork.
writer. I think Cork might be the funniest overall.
Cork was the only
love
person I
Reiner,
knew
like,
that pulled pranks.
pointing from like it mattered. Like he knows what the viewers see.
Yeah.
Well, they're actually seeing. Well,
Like,
yeah,
Dan's,
yeah,
right,
this guy,
Dan's right
whatever,
behind,
sure.
right below me, right?
yeah, you got it.
Oh,
It's
no,
still
you're
one to
over
one.
for me.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah,
thought you were
Oh,
pointing
okay.
between your
That's true.
legs.
yeah. I think.
I shared an office with Cork for a really long time, and just the little things that would slip out of his mouth, like if a car honked outside, he would just go, "Oh, excuse me." Like his improv brain was something else.
It's
He
impossible.
was pretty fast. Yeah.
I'd probably say Cork, just because every time I went anywhere with Cork and things were like getting super boring or everyone was stressed, he'd crack a joke and it would bring everyone's spirits up. So I think it's probably Cork is the funniest. In my experience.
he was great at the E3 like
The
hot
walkthroughs.
rooms, right? Like he would
Oh yeah.
do some levity there, right?
Did he
Yeah.
die? Why are we talking about him like that?
Yeah, where the hell is he?
Yeah.
He's in Africa.
Yeah,
he's
I
on
don't have-
safari.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, wow.
He's cracking up.
It's actually impressive that like you say like who's the funniest person, and there's like actually like tough competition. Like Game Informer is like one of the funniest places I've ever been, like including stand-up shows. I want to say like there was just like a wealth of, especially my stand-up shows. But yeah, there's like
Who
a
wrote
wealth
the
of
Wee
people.
Balls? Who wrote Wee Balls in Game Informer Sparsher? Whoever wrote that, just give him the credit now.
I don't remember. So I know it sounds like a total cop-out answer, but I really don't think I can point to one person and say they're the funniest, because it's like everyone really had like a lot of moments where they shone through, especially like we were saying about Game Enforcer, which, you know, I helped put together for years and years. It's just like everyone brought something different to that like dumb little that dumb little side team every year. And yeah, I could point to something great that, you know, everyone's written at some point that got a laugh out of me. So
yeah, Ryan.
Can I shout out to somebody who's not here, which is Chris Cook, who worked with Billy on GI Online before the great integration. And man, Chris was very hostile to everyone in general.
Oh, like he worked at Budget Game Informer, remember?
Man, you said it, man. I'm gonna let you own it. I didn't say it.
Ryan wrote in and they said, "Hey, who wrote the Darth Clark stuff in Game Enforcer? Who was that?"
Darth Clark eventually was just what we put on everything, right? So any review, anything like that, just got the Darth Clark label. So I think everyone has written something. Everyone who worked on Game Enforcer anyway has written something with that byline. In terms of the actual letters from the editor,
yeah,
I wrote most of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Matt or I created Darth Clark. I can't remember.
In
That
the
was
two
a
Twitter
long
account
time
still
ago.
active? We made a Twitter account at one point.
Really?
Yeah, we did. I think Joe ran it. GI_Darth.
Yep.
There it
To be
is.
clear, Darth Clark, the young man with the spiky hair and the smug look and the choker necklace, clip art, right? Like just
Reiner, that
Why isn't he on this call?
That would have been Reiner, that would have been Tom Bluston probably that found that.
Found the art, but
yeah.
the name and the first one, I think it was you.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah. I remember it was actually 4 of us that were working on it. It was Matt, Reiner, me, and Jeremy Zoss. It was like a weird sort of collaborative thing because remember before Darth Clark we had Lord Garnadan.
That's right.
Oh, whoa.
The crazy eyes.
It was very, very, very 90s in his
Jesus, I forgot about that.
overall
Wow.
shtick. Yeah. So
all right, I guess my friend Ronnie is jumping in for some reason. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing, but you're welcome.
I didn't overlap with the GI.
Yeah, that's confusing. Beefcake
That the
wants to know.
janitor?
Ronnie Van Zant from Leonard Skinner, everyone.
That's right. He's here. Beefcake's wondering, hey, what are some of your favorite Game & Farcer jokes? There's always one that sticks out in my mind of a purple PS2 and a PlayStation controller that's labeled Nintendo Revolution. And the controller has 2 yellow C-sticks from the GameCube and 1 big button that says do.
Oh man, the Nintendo Revolution. This was a thing for like 2 years.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, the Nintendo Revolution is coming. All right, Microsoft's got their Xbox thing. Like, Sony's doing their thing. Nope, the Nintendo Revolution is coming. And then it was the Wii. And we were all like, what the actual F is this? Like, no. This cannot possibly be. But they did, and it was awesome.
It turns out, yeah.
They did the do button. That was like they had the big giant A button on there, and it was like, this is one of several Game & Farcer predictions that have happened ahead of time.
Another one was when WB bought Mortal Kombat. We did a cover that it was like Mortal Kombat versus WB, playing off the DC thing. And the joke was like, I think we had like Freddy Krueger and a bunch of like WB characters on like heads on sticks and stuff like that. And
I think Bugs Bunny or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's just multiverses.
Multiverses, and now it's a real thing.
Yeah. And then there were a few. The one that struck me the most, because I feel like it wasn't a coincidence in that they stole it from us, was when Skyrim came to Alexa.
Oh, then they actually did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's perfect. I remember there's an article about Tokyo Game Show and how it was kind of declining in popularity. And I remember it was talking about just the empty halls at Tokyo Game Show. And it's like, it's now mainly populated by confused deer and polite ghosts. I just remember that line really stood out to me.
I think that was a Jeff Cork joint, if I remember correctly.
I think this one also might have been Jeff Cork, but I remember also it was like launch of the Xbox One, and he was talking about like Don Matrick announcing the Xbox One, and it was him like listing all of the features of the Xbox One and what it can do. And he's like, the Xbox One, it can do everything you want. It's got Pinterest, it's got Twitter, it's got Reddit, it's got Facebook, it's got Pinterest. And like just that joke of him listing Pinterest twice, I was like, that is a work of art. Beautiful.
Really good. This is a really old one.
Far away from Enforcer 2, we got to shout out Xander Cannon, who did all those awesome
Those covers are so good.
All the covers. You can go look them all up on. Oh no, wait.
My absolute favorite thing that ever happened with Game & Farcer was a Xander Cannon cover of Assassin's Creed. And you won't want to wait for their lives to be over. And it's like whatever Altair or whatever the OG Assassin's Creed protagonist, like just jumping on some poor teenagers sitting on a bench. Like,
there's a very clean
murder him.
It was a very clean joke, and then I remember that as time went on with Game & Farcer, it became more and more of like a Where's Waldo of like, how many jokes can we cram into this? And so indulgent and in the best ways, but it really got bloated in the best ways, I think.
I remember there was like one cover we were really struggling with, and like we had like some idea we talked about for like 2 days, and then like we're almost ready to be like done, and then Jeff Cork throws out a wild like, hey, what if like it's Mario Odyssey except it's Luigi and he's throwing his pants? And like, okay, throw that old idea out the door. Like, hey, we got one.
We got
Stop
gold.
the presses.
Andy McNamara, I feel like we should hear from you, man. How are you feeling in this weird time at the end of Game Informer?
Oh, I mean, well, it doesn't help that I'm sick, which sucks.
Oh, no.
But it happens. I'm I mean, I think the best part of Game Informer is all these people. So I'm just sitting here enjoying all the madness. It reminds me of the old days, just people arguing over worthless stuff.
Yeah.
The true essence of Game Informer. I think at the end of the
Matt
day.
Helgeson said one
Inside
day
you're
during an issue
screaming.
meeting.
Yeah.
Matt Helgeson
Great.
said, we're all gonna die one day. We were arguing over like whether.
I think it was honestly. I think it was like
Max or
Kato and
something,
Adam arguing about whether some fucking like 4X game was better or worse than EVH or something.
Oh god!
Like, shoot me in the fucking head, like you know what I mean? Like,
No, I remember. Yeah, Tim, you're totally. I remember that specifically. Helgeson, his tipping point.
Is Willie Nelson better than Slayer? I don't know. Like,
well,
it was the deal. Yeah, we're talking about like top 10 mechs of all time. And people kept listing robots. We're like, you can't list robots. These are mechs. And eventually Helgeson had to be like, guys, clock's ticking on our lives here, folks. We can't do this.
I actually remember making a suggestion of doing top 10 generic Space Marines, and then Joe, I think you did it, but then I got really like weirdly upset, or frustrated that you didn't consult me on it because I was pushing you to do it for like months.
That sounds like a Joe move.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Tim, we did eventually get top 10 whips, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. That was
Fever
in
Dream?
contention for a long time.
Like years, I think.
That's funny. That was your era, Ace Striker? Is everyone was still like top 10 whips?
I
think
was
next
present
month,
for whips, yes.
But then we did it, and I've never seen a bigger splash from Game Informer. That was like above the Skyrim covers. Everyone's like, did you hear about these whips? Number 7 will shock you.
I like that for years that was the line of like, no, that's just too far. We can't do whips. We had so many stupider ideas than whips, but like we all latched onto that as like, we can never do this, we can never go there.
We did top 10 Hoths before. Whips,
that one's kind
which
of
is
fun.
amazing. Actually, that's my favorite top 10, I think, is top 10 Hoths.
Yeah.
And I'm saying Hoth from Empire Strikes Back. It feels weird to say Hoths plural.
Yeah, you sound like a maniac saying it, but we appreciate it.
I actually, when the website went down, I thought of our Star Wars for May 4th. Jeff's post Star Wars. Honestly,
Star Wars.
Was the first thing that crossed my mind when they shut down the website, which is kind of crazy that is the thing that crossed my mind, but that was like lost to ever.
No, like out of all of the important work that we did,
Yeah.
the thing that should survive and go in the museum is Jeff Cork's Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars.
It can't be recreated.
Star Wars.
There's
Star Wars.
There's like a CMS formatting joke, basically.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's so bad.
And now it's into
Yeah.
Star Wars Legends territory, I think. Is that what they call it, Reiner, for stuff that doesn't
It
exist
is.
anymore?
Yeah,
Okay.
you nailed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, thank you. It's perfect. Tux Peng writes in, say, was there a particular moment for everybody while working at Game Informer that made you think, oh, this really is a dream job?
The vault.
Oh, it was flying to the studios. I mean, who can say that they've been to, like Arcane and id and Epic Games and, just the list goes down and down and down. It was like that kind of access is unprecedented.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. I remember
like-
going for the Uncharted Lost Legacy cover
Yeah.
story with Kim, and like that was the moment that it hit for me. I was just like, I am literally walking through the halls of Naughty Dog right now. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
I was like 5 months in working there, and me and Helgeson go out to LA. And this is back when Helgeson was going to write the cover story for LA Noire, and I was supposed to do all the online content. And we get there, and Rockstar's like, we're going to veto all the online content. So all the actual work I was supposed to do, I didn't have to do. And they're like, but we'll put you in the game. And I was like, okay, yeah, this job's pretty cool.
Tough one.
Weird. Dan gets a lucky break.
You were
Funny
really
how that
broken up
works.
about it, I remember.
Yeah. Dan's fondest memory is not having to do work.
and being the center of attention at the same time.
We're gonna scan you and immortalize you in a video game. Oh, I guess. Okay.
Did I just
It's a
have to do
Rockstar
nothing?
game.
Oh,
And then Helgeson had to do a bunch of work.
Funny how that worked out.
For
doesn't it?
me, it was
That's
like
Dan.
shortly after I joined, like within a couple of months, Dan got a copy of Dark Souls 3, and then we just turned that into like its own video series starting before the game was even out. And we'd come in, it'd be me, Dan, Reiner, and Kyle Hilliard. Like we'd come in like super early. Like at least I'd get up at like 6 and walk to work, and we'd be there at like 8 or 9 or something. And we played through all of Dark Souls like that, passing the sticks. And like at one point, I think it was the 3rd episode, I was just looking around. I hadn't had my coffee yet, and we were in the studio, the old Game Informer recording studio, and I was looking at all the posters and realizing the controllers in my hand for a game that's not out yet for 2 weeks, and we get to talk about it and play through it for like people who are watching. I was like, this job's pretty cool.
Yeah.
This is pretty rad.
Yeah, I love those.
I think
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I think I was like 3 months into the job, maybe 6 months, and it was like, all right, so fly out to Seattle, go review, hang out with Andy Mack, go like review Half-Life 2 and Halo 2.
Oh my God, the same trip.
Whoa.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It was legit.
Brian and I got to do the sequel to that trip where like Halo 3 came out at the same time as Orange Box. So we were playing Halo 3 and then like the following week walked across the street and played all of Orange Box. It was pretty rad.
Oh,
Yeah, that was great.
That does sound cool.
My two big ones are probably like I flew to Scotland, and I'm pretty sure I was one of the only people outside of like maybe Rockstar and Sony that saw Grand Theft Auto 3 like in a room. And I was like, holy shit, they did it. You know what I mean? Like, I remember the old ones and was like, wow, like, this is going to be it. And then the other one was weird. It was, do you guys remember the name Kinetica? That was kind of a wipeout style racer.
It was like ladies turned into cars. Yeah.
Yeah. But so we were on this trip, and I'm actually was sitting by Chris Cook when he was at GamePro. And then he's like, oh, yeah. And then at the end, oh, I just want to show you a little something else I've been working on. And they show this like really amazing God of War demo. And like, everyone was just like, holy shit. Like, and also Connecticut just went out of our memories instantly. Like, that's what the trip was for. And then there was like, fuck Connecticut. Like, but it was like they had this, it was a super polished demo God of War that was just like, it was like almost finished gameplay. But we were just like, me and Chris were just sitting there like, holy shit, look at this game. So those are two things that I remember.
I feel so much more simplistic. Literally, I started as an intern, and then when I got full time, I was able to check something out of the vault. I went right to Tactics Ogre, which was like incredibly rare at the time. Checked it out, and I was like, "Oh, this is a fucking dream job."
Yeah.
Like all the other cool shit happened, and all that stuff was awesome. But I like immediately was like, "Oh, I'm getting paid money to go play this game that I like."
Yeah. No, Nick, that just means that you are a correct person. Okay.
Yeah.
Tactics Ogre, A+.
I have two sort of moments. The first one is that when at the end of my first month, which was like December 2003, back when we used to do Free Games Day, which was, you know, for people listening or watching, was just like back when everything was like physical media, like companies would just send us stacks of console games. And at the end of the month, we would do a big giveaway, and people would sort of give in sort of like a ranked choice list of like, what do you want this month? And I had gone from buying a handful of games a year previously to like, I got this GI job, and like 3 weeks later, Reiner just gives me a stack of 20 games. And I'm sure that some of them were just leftovers that no one wanted.
Yeah.
There was one game, I don't know if you old timers remember, there was one game that like we had so many copies that everyone who started got one.
Like, was it Big Top Adventures? Because I still thank you and Miller for that.
Big Top Adventures.
That Wii classic Big Top Adventures.
I want to say it had some sort of prehistoric theme to it. Anyway, like games like that were wrapped into the list too. But so getting just a huge stack after being there a couple weeks felt pretty great. Yeah. And then another thing that struck me is like back when we used to do second opinions for games, a lot of times that was just like you and someone else would like sit together at one of your desks and just play a game all day.
Yeah.
I remember Reiner, you got Mortal Kombat, was it 8? The like 2010 one, 2011, and me and you were
this
on
is when
that.
you almost died.
When I almost died?
Yeah, you were eating those pastries.
Oh, this is when somebody sent in that pecan pie.
Yeah.
I didn't know how many calories and sugar were in it, so I ate a whole pecan pie. Yeah, and I almost died.
For like
That's
3 hours, you were like, I think I'm going to die.
Yeah, I forgot. I got really sweaty and like shivery and stuff.
So
Yeah,
like 8,000 calories while playing Mortal Kombat?
we did the math afterwards, and it was like 12,000 calories of pecan pie I ate.
That's not the only time you've almost died during Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Remember the time you were trying to do the test your might and you strained yourself too hard?
I did have to go to the hospital. Yeah, that's But,
Calorie-ality?
I'm getting new stories about how Dan did something fucking stupid.
Yeah. How many servings is in a pie? One, right?
What's your like favorite memory?
No, the part I remembered was the part about playing Mortal Kombat and testing all the fatalities with you. I forgot about almost dying.
Oh god, I remember it was like on the free game front. It was I think my first day or first week at least. And a BSNer was just like, "Hey Ben, do you play PC games?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you want a Steam Press account?" Because
oh god,
it's
damn
sitting
it, I
right
was
here,
off by
and no
like
one
2
else in the
months
office
on
wants
that.
one. And I was like, "Yes, I will take every Steam game for free. Thank you, Adam." It was just I couldn't believe it was sitting there, and you're like, "Yeah, no one else wants it. I don't know."
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Adam Biesner came up to my desk and was like, "Do you want a Steam Press account?" And I was like, "I don't really play PC games. I don't know. It seems confusing and expensive." And I said no. And Adam was like, "Dan, just say yes." And I was like, "I'm not going to use it. I don't play PC games." And you're like, just say yes. And I said yes, and thank you very much for being adamant about that.
Oh,
I was not at my desk when that happened.
Ruled. I loved that thing. You could just play whatever you wanted.
So amazing.
I got an N-Gage
Thank
collection.
Doug.
when I-
Don't thank me. Thank Doug.
We all thank Doug every day. Yeah, but Nick,
And
your
then he
N-Gage
didn't
collection?
respond to us when we emailed him to thank him.
Oh, he didn't
That's
respond to
a
me.
Doug from Valve joke, everyone.
Yeah.
That's
Nick-
not inside baseball or anything.
That's the point of this. Nick, you got an N-Gage collection?
That was the first thing I got for free. Was I think Reiner, you did this as a joke. You just handed me an N-Gage with like almost a complete library, and I didn't even know what
like
it
30
was.
games,
And everyone was, I was like, "What the hell is this?" Yeah, I played it.
It's weird to think about like where that dream job part of the thought process came in, because it was like, Jeffum and I started as interns, and so for me it was like walking in there for my first interview, and like just sitting in Reiner's office. I remember trying to like focus on the questions Reiner and Cork were asking me, and like being distracted by like all the Star Wars paraphernalia and like just super rare.
Yeah.
I just had never seen just such a densely packed. And I'd read Reiner for years, and the rest of the staff, and it was like I remember going home from that interview and being like talking to my mom and being like, I belong there. I need to be there. I feel it from my solar plexus out. That's where I need to be in this world, especially this state. And so it was like, I think like, so from then on in, it was Jeffem and I as interns. It was a 3-month internship, and it was like this. And then I can't remember when we found out that there would be hiring at the end of that internship for the, 5 spots, 5 new editors for the website, and being like, in my head, and Jeff, I'm curious about your thoughts on this, is in my head, I'm like, well, certainly they're going to hire 4 really talented people who have years of experience, and one of us is getting that full-time slot. And it's like Thunderdome quietly, as we don't talk too much at our desks across from each other. Did you feel any sense of like, is it him or me?
Not really, because I think I started, like you said, it was a 3-month thing, and I had been there for like 6 months, because it was very vague when I started. And everybody was just like, "Oh yeah, keep working. We like you. Keep on going on." And I was like, "Okay," and just kept showing up every day. So I was, I think, a little more hopeful.
All right.
But yeah, did you wear a suit when you interviewed too, Tim?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't
I
worry.
got a suit from like Macy's just only for that interview. So yeah, was not reading the room.
Yeah,
I think Tim, you brought the A+ salad game, though. Like I remember, like we were in the office, we're doing whatever, and like we're eating like cheesy bagels for lunch because we're all broke and we don't know what's up.
Pecan pie
it's
for every
ramen,
dessert.
it's cheesy bagels, it's whatever. And Tim rolls in with literally every day like a giant bowl of just salad, just like salad and vinaigrette and whatever. And he's like doing the thing. It was like, man, I gotta increase my dietary game here.
Someone should have shaken me by the shoulders, because if I could go back in time, I would have said, put some protein in there, Tim. What are you doing?
Interesting.
Do yourself a favor.
I remember it was a
That's enough.
revolutionary day when Jeff Ackervick ate the entire apple in front of you, Tim, and that changed your life. And then you didn't stop talking for months about like, oh, you can eat a whole apple? I don't have to leave the core anymore? Oh my God.
Yeah, arsenic and all.
It was a
Vor
beautiful
and I used to go lunch shopping together. Do you remember, Vor, when we would like go get like Hot Pockets and then like stash them in the back of the freezer and be like, this is our lunch.
Oh, that was you guys. There were your
Yeah.
Hot Pockets back there all the time.
Oh yeah, we were the online gremlins, just the three of us. Speaking of internships, Nick, don't you have the record for longest Game Informer internship?
Well, I wouldn't leave, so I don't know.
You refused to leave.
It was like I think I claimed squatter rights at one point in that little office in the back, and I just
How long
wouldn't
were
leave.
how long were you an intern, Nick?
It's like
I don't
11
remember.
months or something like that.
I think you
I
legally.
don't know how long. I was the first intern, but I don't remember
Really?
how long.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, how
My
formal-
internship was 3 months, but I know I was
It's longer than 3
later
months, I think.
batch, but yeah.
It
But
got standardized at some point.
I think
Yeah.
partially
term
because
limits
of
were
Nick.
introduced after Nick.
It was after me. I was an intern. No, it definitely changed after me, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It feeling real, like, having that internship, it was like I knew how fun it was to work there. And so the second I got the job, it was like the dream.
Yes.
But I also remember the first trip for the Spider-Man cover with Reiner and Kyle playing Spider-Man behind closed doors and getting the briefing of like, you're the first people outside of the Sony Insomniac partnership to be playing this game. And then you're swinging around and everybody in the room's like, they're really getting it. They're good. And that was like the moment for me. And it was my first time doing something like that, where I've done hundreds of things since then where it's like, oh yeah, they always tell you you're good at it. At the VR thing, they were also like, oh my God, you're amazing.
We made these controls really difficult, but you're actually understanding how to swing a Spider-Man. This is wild.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have a terrible review of the game on the review junket trip story? Because I have a good one, but I know that there's more out there than just mine. Mine was Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops, where Activision was flying everybody out on a helicopter to an aircraft carrier, right?
Is this where you got the helmet with your gamer tag on it?
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Whoa.
So credit to Andy, where like it didn't even get to me. Andy was like, "Yeah, we're not doing that," because for hopefully obvious reasons, right? Oh man! So I ended up at the Treyarch Studios because this is Black Ops or Black Ops 2. I don't remember. It was a long time ago, and I had the worst migraine on the freaking planet. And I'm sitting there like grinding through the game, and like I'm there for one day, and I beat the single player because Call of Duty single player, right? And the second day, I'm dying. I can like barely see. My migraine is intense, and I'm playing Call of Duty multiplayer before it comes out, and I'm not a multiplayer guy. I never have been. And the QA team who's been playing it for a year and a half, right? They're just absolutely housing me.
No.
Right? I'm going over every round. And like I could see absolutely the point in time when the PR guy's like, yo, stop killing fewer guys. Slow it down. And so
Give them
at that point,
softballs.
Yeah.
so at that point, like there was like one or two rounds where like, oh, okay, I didn't get killed too much. And then after that, they just all went to straight knives for the rest of the entire
Oh God.
Adam, I remember you coming back from the Modern Warfare 2 review trip and you hinting at no Russian around the office and being like, I think some people are going to be pretty upset about this thing.
Oh,
And
interesting.
It reminded me of when me and Hanson and Tim were in Japan for Ground Zeroes and there was the bomb thing and we're all like, oh, this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out when it comes out.
There's a couple things about that game that people should know. That was a whole saga, yeah. But I remember Brian, I guess, it was like you and Miller and I think of like the first Destiny trips. I remember that playing multiplayer for the first Destiny and specifically having the Destiny multiplayer team we're going up against for some rounds. Like I remember literally seeing one of them stand in front of me, just strafing slightly back and forth, but not shooting. And I was like, okay, all right, I understand what's happening here, everybody. This is very condescending, but thank
worse
you.
than getting housed by them. Like it's insulting.
It really was
when
insulting. Yeah.
It's like, oh man, they think I can't play this game.
I don't think I had any negative review tour games, but I definitely had some awful review games at home. Joe was out one time, and before he left for like PTO or something, he had assigned me the first Hello Neighbor, which was just broken. Like it's just a broken ass game that
Yeah.
you couldn't beat it. And I played it for 4 hours, and then I went to Bertz's desk at like the end of a Thursday and literally begged him that I could stop playing this game and just review it as is, because I was like on the verge of just having a nervous collapse. It was so bad.
I think you were texting me constantly. Were we living together at that point?
We were living together at that point.
Because I remember you just coming up to me all the time, being like, "I hate this game."
Hello Neighbors the worst.
I remember reviewing Ride to Hell Retribution in the meeting room, and that would like a crowd would assemble. Like people would be walking by and be like, "What the hell is?" I mean, take a seat, take a look at this. So much that we played through the entire game also at Jason A. Striker's house. And
yeah, I half remember that. I should say.
And that stream will never be
Barely
seen by
remember
the
that.
public again. It has been deleted from the archives.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember it was such a fun buzz in the office when it was like a game was really great or like this game's trash. You got to come see it. Like I remember trying to remember Reiner. There's a solid 2.0 from you. Was it something dark? Does somebody remember the name of this?
Yeah. Oh man, the vampire thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dark Deception.
I
Dark
forget.
Radiant.
Yeah, or like
It was
Tim.
just dark, wasn't it?
It might just be dark.
Maybe
might
just
be
dark.
right.
Yeah. But then Tim, remember
Yeah.
like Escape from Dead Island was another one where it's like this one needs to be seen.
Is
This
it
is bizarre.
Third
No, no, no.
person game.
Is that not what it was called? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Man, it's kind of fuzzy. Oh man, you're bringing it back. Yeah, I do remember Escape from Dead Island.
Yeah.
Man, I think I had blocked it out.
There's
Tony Hawk Ride was a big one for me. Tony Hawk Ride was one of the most frustrating, probably assignments that I think I had at Game Informer, because it betrayed so much about skateboarding, but was like supposed to be hailed as like a big skateboarding thing in the hardware era of gaming. Oh my god, that game was so frustrating.
But then we stood on those skateboards for another 10
I
years.
have one in the other room. Yeah,
They're so good.
It's
Yeah,
like a
it's one of those-
standing desk fidget toy. It's
I'm
perfect.
nostalgic for like them falling apart under my feet and kind of the crunch of the plastic not working anymore because that was just the way they were in the office the entire time.
I
that
can
was one of those
feel it.
awkward
I can
visits.
feel it as you say that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tried
one
to
of those
glue
awkward
one
visits
back
'cause-
together at one point, and it did not hold together for like even a day. Like, I don't know what day. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
developers came at some
Before,
point,
and I remember
and-
that actually, like, I think somebody said it to Andy. They're like, "Well, Tony's mad you didn't get a real skateboarder to review the game," and it's like, "No, Nick Harris."
Jesus.
Yeah, we were the first review to drop that wasn't like a targeted review to like some certain blogs, and immediately Tony Hawk was like tweeted like, "They don't know what we're trying to do. Like they don't get it," and I was like, "Oh, I get it."
Nick, I remember we did a video with you and Kato like trying actual ollies on it. Like they brought it
Oh,
by.
yeah.
It was one of those awkward things where they were like trying to show it to us in the meeting room, and you're on it and you know how to skate, and it's just
Yeah.
not working at all. And like we're not gonna like fool them and be like, "Oh yeah, this is great, this is awesome." It's just a super
Yeah.
awkward meeting. I remember.
Oh my
I
I had a
remember.
blast writing that though, because I don't think I've ever been more fired up inside as like a passionate human being than when I wrote that review,
Right.
because I cared so much I care still about skateboarding so much, and I was just like, no, this is not it.
How many?
My favorite was so Helgson, Matt, who I love dearly, like he's my brother.
However,
No,
I feel like
not
you're setting me up
however.
for something.
No,
Yeah, what is this?
no, Matt has a
But-
great je ne sais quoi about just hating on things that deserve to be hated on, right? And the absolute pinnacle of that was Never Dead. And like,
yes.
Never Dead came out in
That was the head rolling around, and
Yeah.
oh
the
yes.
arms would stick to the head, and yeah.
Holy
Matt
shit,
was in his
Helgeson was
office.
so
Matt
mad.
was one of the few people who had an office at GI at the time. He was so mad. He was so mad.
He'd be mad when he was having a hard time, and also mad when he was having a good time. Like I remember. was it
Oh,
Mario?
no.
Did you play Mario
No.
Galaxy?
Yeah. You reviewed Mario Galaxy 1, I remember.
and you're still
One,
swearing
Because I remember
constantly.
you gave it a 9.25, and I remember thinking it was too low.
It was only
Yeah.
customers from your office. I remember.
You know, by the way, that, like, I don't miss that shit about like people like, "Who's it, a 925 or 95 or 9, like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, who gives a shit really? Like, it's a, I don't know. Like, I don't miss that the decimal system, hand wringing shit.
I've known
there was
Brian
definitely a
Vore for
dark-
15 years. I've lived with Brian Vore, and I have never seen him so angry and loud and cursing than when you were reviewing La Mulana for the Wii.
Oh
remember
my
this, Brian?
Wow.
It's
I
like
love
Oh,
the Informers.
yeah, there was a
right?
Splunky clone,
Yeah.
kind of. Yeah. Oh, he was. Yes, he was angry.
A week of screaming and cursing. I sat right next to him. Yeah.
It
His
was
one-liners were
so damn
amazing.
hard.
I mean,
Yeah.
just being in a different room and hearing him, it was just magical. I think we kept a list of things he said, right?
Oh, we have
I
like
did,
all
yeah.
heard,
So
right?
it's a Donkey Kong Country game.
That
You were
was-
like angry at like an owl.
DKC returns. I was doing that in the meeting
Yeah.
room and losing my mind. I loved
Just
it, but it was like,
screaming
really
about
hard.
an owl for hours.
Yeah, there was the
My
satisfying
desk-
frustration, and then there was also there was a lot. We were in that motion control era and
Oof.
Connect era, so there was so much just pure rage from just like stuff not working as it was supposed to. But sorry, Joe, you were gonna say.
Oh, look, I was gonna say like my desk was right next to Brian's, and I would often I had a Word document going that would just chronicle his best outbursts, and sometimes we even printed them as like top 10s in the magazine. But the one I remember that there's some stuntman game.
Ignition?
That you really
like the
hated.
PS2 series?
Yeah.
They're hard. They were
It was
so hard.
really hard.
Was
They're
it
so
360
difficult.
man?
Yeah, Stuntman Ignition
Yeah,
was 360,
Ignition.
I think. Yeah, but the
Yeah,
loading
Stuntman-
times for those were brutal. Yeah.
And then there was, I think it was called Ready to Rumble Boxing, maybe for the Wii.
Oh,
It was-
hell
yeah.
They had a Wii version of that.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
it was
got knocked out. Like for real, knocked out. Over
What?
That.
What do you mean?
Like
Really?
They sent me on a like they so seriously, they had Michael Buffer was there. We went to Vegas. They
The
took us
original
to a
game, not the Wii one. I'd like to add. They didn't, they didn't
the
knock him out
Dreamcast.
over that one. The
Dreamcast.
original. Yeah.
Yeah. They took us to a boxing gym. We trained with Sugar Ray Leonard for like 5 minutes. And then this Steve Kent, this super old school guy who wrote like the history of video games book, like knocked my ass out. Literally, I had headgear on and like you see my knees plump and I like kind of go into the thing and like the whole rest of the day I'm like, fucked up. I'm like,
Man,
yeah.
Games
Watch
Media
that
used to be
video
better,
on
didn't they?
yeah, for real. But Steve was like this really like Andy and Reiner know, like he was like the most mild mannered guy. So I was kind of like, oh, Steve won't be so bad. And then right before I go in the ring, somebody's like, oh, do you know Steve used to be a Gold Gloves boxer in high school? Like shit.
He takes his shirt off.
So
There's
how
a
much time did
rippling.
you have to prep for this?
Like 15, I don't know, like 20 minutes, and then but
But
knocked
with
my
Sugar
head-
Ray Leonard.
Well,
Yeah.
he
Valuable
only
time.
really made a ceremonial thing, but like my headgear like got knocked to the side, so like the sides were in front of my face. And it punched me so hard, and you see my legs sag, and I just kind of like lose consciousness for a minute.
Is there
Like,
video of this?
Yeah, there
There
was.
used to be a videotape.
We used to
Yeah,
watch it all the time.
Oh
I used to
my
watch the Alfred all the-
Did you not stretch?
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. Like Steve was good, man. You see it because you see me like I was like, I'm not gonna go out without throwing a punch. So I throw a punch, but you see me like drop my other one, and Steve's just like, it's like, and it like then this there was this young Latino kid like doing he's like no mas.
Oh
in front of me.
no! Down
Like,
goes Helgeson.
I probably get half concussed or something. I don't even know, but yeah.
Jesus.
Did this go on the
Wow,
website
dude.
in like 2000?
It was way before that. It was on
Yeah, it was before
VHS.
Yeah, it's like to what end? Like, I mean, we weren't like
Private
putting videos up.
Right.
Yeah.
Nick, do you have
Is
any
it more important stories to get out there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old junkets were like way wilder though. You know what I mean? I think pre-internet. I don't know. Like, don't you feel like that? Andy and Ryder, like the old ones were
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
Like your guys'
Yes.
Smurf adventure or whatever.
What is this?
That's a story for sure. I don't know that I'll tell it today, but yes,
What is it?
there was lots of craziness back in the day.
Just leave it at Andy, me, and Smurfs, and that's all you need
Yeah.
to know.
Uh-huh.
I
Okay.
think
The
I'm imagining
lights.
something worse.
That's it.
I can imagine a lot of that.
Yeah.
Speaking
There
of
is a
Helgeson-
videotape for that.
Wait. Shouldn't it be Andy, you, and Lestrumps?
Yeah, yeah,
you
that's
go,
right.
you nailed it.
Very
Okay.
good. Yeah.
We're talking about Helgeson in the late 90s here. I want to bring up something I saw recently.
Uh-oh.
I subscribed to that Video Game History Foundation thing where they send you a random old magazine each month. And I got the issue 76 with Tony Hawk on the cover. And this is Matt, the Original Gamers blurb in the...
No.
Oh, no.
Those little blurbs are horrible, dude. Don't, please.
No, it's okay. Here we go.
It's okay.
It's okay, he said.
He's been waiting for this whole show. This is
Dan's
his
judgment.
moment.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It'll be great.
Matt, the original gamer, says, I just spent the weekend in Vegas, and I have one piece of advice for every guy out there. Don't wear tank tops. You don't look cool. You look like a tool. Also, someone at Nintendo needs to stop sniffing their BVDs and get some good games out for the N64. Outside of Donkey Kong 64, this year's holiday lineup looks about as exciting as a Jim Belushi film festival. You can't expect kids to keep eating out of the Pokemon slop bucket forever. Fads like this have a notoriously short lifespan. Remember Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Neither does anyone else.
Yeah. I still remember Power Rangers too. Yeah, that was prescient.
That's the most 90s thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it really is.
Matt
Did it all.
ran the table on that.
Yeah.
Like,
All right,
okay,
can you read
Oh,
somebody
man.
else's
Crushed
fucking horrible
it.
blurb too, just to make me feel better?
What's
It's gotta
that?
be worse. Can you read somebody else's horrible fucking blurb?
Oh, sorry, I just looked yours up specifically.
Yeah,
That
it's
Jim
all good.
Belushi line was straight out of Gex.
Yeah.
Like honestly, I
Thank you,
love
baby.
it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Ricky Winterborn
It was
writes
a
in
different
here.
time. It was a different time.
Okay.
Hey, Matt, that's the kind of stuff that kept us going for 33 years. Don't you forget it.
There you go. There you go.
That was the fuel.
I loved those.
Yeah,
games.
that's it.
I loved
That's
it.
right.
That's right.
Ricky
Do we need
Winterborn.
Dan,
to
fuck you, Dan. I hate that. I hate
recall-
hearing this.
Go
Do
for
we
it,
need to
Adam.
recall everybody's original handle
Oh,
in the Game
Jesus.
Informer blurbs?
How many
Number
people have
one.
a handle here?
Just say
I'm so
Andy's
mad
and,
about
and we
it.
can
I
get
love
over
it.
it.
Everyone's was dumb, but Andy is like big mad about it, and I love it.
I just didn't get to choose my own. I always made sure that everyone else got to choose.
You were the
theirs. And
boss.
I was not the
No,
boss when I
no,
got
no.
my handle.
Not in
Oh, okay.
1991. And it
Okay.
was, Andy, would you like to have the honors of saying it?
I was the game dandy. Yes. Yes.
I remember, Andy, when I applied for the job, that's how I addressed you in the opening email was Dear Andy the
Oh,
Game
no.
Dandy. Thinking like, I got my old school chops, not knowing you'd be like, delete. I don't know how I got through that window. It seems impossible.
I mean,
You
it was
thought
a
he was proud of that?
long time ago.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I want to shout out to Paul Berggren, the game burrito. That was always my
Good
favorite.
name.
That's good.
That's old school reference.
Yeah. What Raging Gamer was Reiner, right?
Yeah, that was me.
And then
What was
See,
John's form?
Andy changed the game Ombre. We got Paul the Game Professor, Jay the Gonzo Gamer, Matt the Original Gamer, and Eric the PC Jedi.
That was a good one.
Oh, changing the
Yeah,
formula.
that was
that's
good.
nice. Yeah.
That was Lord Gamington the Third, I think was mine.
Okay. That's good.
Did they discontinue the handles shortly after you started?
Oh
doing
god,
it?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Ricky.
As soon as they were allowed to, yes.
Actually, Andy, this is actually just for Andy and Ryder, but the real legend of the whole shit, Rick the Video Ranger.
The Video Ranger.
Video Ranger. That's really
That's
good.
pretty good.
Yeah,
I
Ranger
will. I
Rick.
will say those, especially. I mean, I guess we didn't have bylines for a long time, but those little blurbs were kind of our only way to kind of show who we were in some ways, and it was a nice precursor to Twitter, I think, too. Right?
Interests and dislikes, baby.
Oh my God.
No,
Yeah.
I loved
Interests and
those.
dislikes every month.
Because those blurbs plus the review bylines were I think the only really clear way to get a sense of who was who, and I had a really good sense of like, I've told Joe once I started there, I was just kind of like, I was always looking for Joe's reviews. I feel like I've got him dialed in, and he's aligning with my taste, and you like find the editor who you relate with or whatever, and so it was really cool to see like more and more transparency about who wrote what like come through.
I remember
Yeah, you
writing
have to
those
do the sneaky
bios.
thing sometimes to just be like, I'm sure mostly excited about this issue's cover story. I'm extra excited about it.
Yeah.
For no
Just you
reason.
wait. I remember being super annoyed having to write those though as like a dumb small thing, but like it was all caps. Like the first letter of every word was capitalized, but it wasn't all caps. If that makes sense. Even like the and in, like it was just like
Oh.
annoying to like have to hit shift.
That's the laziest writing. I had to hit the shift key.
Oh, come on,
I
man.
hate.
Hey,
Man, that's tough. That's
I don't know
dude.
why
I'm
it
with you,
was
Ben.
like
I'm
that,
with you,
but
Ben.
It was the only
We
place in the
we ran a
magazine.
real salt mine there at Game Informer. I know. It was tough.
I gotta
It
write
was
a
tough
bio
for
again.
everybody. Yeah.
I did that
I
last
know.
month.
It was hard. It was hard.
I'm just gonna
Is
say
this
my
the
career
hard
has
time
really
for
been
the
held
Game
back.
staff?
My career has really been held back by the fact that nobody knows that I wrote the Blood Rain 2 feature story in like December of 2003.
No bylines. Yeah, different era.
Yeah.
Ricky
I really
Winterborn.
pushed for those when I joined. I was like, we got to get some bylines in here.
It
Like,
helps. What was the idea of not having them?
It was just trying to have one voice. Do you know what I mean? One brand that we were trying to get through. We also had a lot of people doing a lot of stuff. It was a mess.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't our heyday yet. You know what I mean? Like, it just seemed like the logical thing. I made lots of dumb decisions. I'm not afraid to admit that. You know what I mean? Like, that's called learning, right? That's getting things figured out. But it got us through. It got us through the times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, speaking of Blood Rain, Nick and Joe, you remember our old bad video game movie club?
Yeah.
I remember when we tricked Joe into watching the Goonies instead.
What?
Is that how I saw the Goonies? I thought I saw the
Yeah,
Goonies for
so
the
we-
first
so we
time in a
had-
midnight showing.
We would, with Cork and a few others, we would do a bad video game movie night where we would watch like Blood Rain and Street Fighter and all this, and then in parallel, Joe had never seen the Goonies, and I think it had become kind of like almost like a icebreaker at a party type of topic for you. And then we planned this whole movie night out at Cork's house, and at the last second we started watching the Goonies to force Joe to watch the Goonies.
Oh man, I'd forgotten about that.
I remember
watching
Joe
some
tricked
bad
me into
movie.
watching like an Uvi Bowl, like I think it might have been Blood Rain or something.
I did trick you into watching Blood Rain. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a double trick. What?
This is a one of my proudest achievements, because I knew that if you go in and say, we watched Blood Rain, it was really good, Ben, you should watch Blood Rain. Obviously he's not going to fall for it. So I went in with a very like tempered recommendation. It's like, like it was surprisingly good. I mean, it's obviously not Oscar caliber or anything, but it's got some really cool moments. It really like captures a stylish combat, and I still have it if you want to borrow it.
watchable. Yeah, which I was
Anyway.
like, that should have been a red flag. But
Yeah. It was not. That movie was terrible. And Ben came in like a week later and was like, I watched it. I didn't care for it. And
I remember trying to be like gentle about it too. I was like, I don't want to offend Joe because he kind of likes it. But I was like, I think I was. And you just immediately started laughing in my face.
And that was the only prank ever pulled at Game Informer.
There you go.
Now, I learned real quick not to prank Joe, because I decided early on that like he was going to be my target to like screw with, basically. At the
And why
office.
is that? What is it about Joe's personality, you think, that just makes it seem obvious?
I thought I think there's a perfect mix of like somebody that will see the humor in a good prank, but also get genuinely annoyed by it.
Yeah,
And that
yeah.
used to be
That's
me
true.
with my dad.
Yep.
And then when I moved away, I was like, all right, Joe, I think he's my guy. And that first April Fool's, I was going to come into the office. It was like a Saturday or something. And my plan was to take every single thing on his desk and like wrap it in newspaper and tape it up. Like every pencil, every issue of Game Informer, I was going to take every key off his keyboard and wrap it up and tape it up. So he had to open everything on his desk. And I was explaining this to Matt Miller because, you guys lived together, have known each other forever.
Mm-hmm.
And Matt was just like, Dan, I think if you do that, Joe will not like it in a way where he says to me afterwards, I don't like that Dan guy.
That is a perfect Matt Miller.
That was a good Matt impression.
100%.
That's good.
Yeah.
Turns out you should have done it anyway, because I said that after all. So.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, I think the best prank was that noise device that you planted.
Oh,
No,
the
it
Marky
wasn't.
Fava
It
classic
wasn't.
right there.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
And
I
what
didn't
was
even know
this
there
one?
at that point?
Fava, how long were we searching for that thing?
It was all day when we were like one day away from deadline, and we had a ton of work to get done. And
So
there
it
was
would-
just this random beeping from somewhere in the back bullpen.
It'd be like every
Um,
like 15 seconds
It
or
was
20 seconds.
random intervals. So that's
Oh,
what
okay.
It was random
I
intervals,
bought it.
yes.
It was specifically meant to annoy people. So I was visiting to go to Hanson's.
You get a
the lake
newsletter?
or whatever. So I went into the office to shoot something with Replay or whatever, and then Marky Fava wasn't there. I got up on a chair. I like taped it to the top of like a duct or something up there. So, but I got a twofer out of this because I got Tim too, because it drove Marky Fava nuts for a long time. And then Tim was there too, and he took it down, put it in my luggage, and I had to fly back to San Francisco like the next day. I found it. I was staying at Hanson's place, and I heard the beep. I took it
and
out
I
of
get a
my
text.
luggage.
I get a text from Dan who's just like, "Hey, did you put this in my luggage? I've been at TSA for like an hour and a half. I've missed my flight. They don't know what it is. They're really concerned." And I'm like, of course, like, oh, the one time I try to prank somebody, he's like now in federal custody or whatever. And,
Well, the thing about this device is it was like a circuit board. It looked like it could have been like a part of some bomb. Like that's what we thought originally. We're like, it's like some
I remember
flashy
that.
light circuit board up there. Yeah.
God, I remember
got a
just
2-for-1 off that one.
the ceiling was always covered in like Nerf bullets that had like tacks on the end of them, and those things everyone's like, well, that's Nick Arians' legacy. That was an old Nick. And so just for my 9 years there, it's like, oh, here's the legacy of Nick. Just lining every ceiling are these Nerf
that
bullets.
wasn't only it. Nick and Jeff were like overclocking their Nerf guns by putting pennies behind the springs so that the tension was tighter, and then putting
tacks on the front,
thumbtacks onto the foam darts. And like, I think that they did it once. I feel like, Nick, my memory is you did it once, and you're like, oh, we don't have the responsibility for this power. We need to stop now.
And actually, Nick, you might remember this, Nick, but like there was one year where in the buying guide for that year, we got sent a bunch of batarangs, but they were like actually
I just
sharp.
told this story
They were like
recently. Yeah, they're
knives.
real batarangs. Yeah.
And you, me, and Jeff Cork were in the back, like throwing the batarangs at like boxes of magazines and stuff like that.
I don't think I ever got pranked, but I do remember putting a clown on. Remember, JV, when I put the porcelain clown on your desk? And I had just started. It was like a month into the job or something, so no one like knew me very well, and no one thought I would just be randomly putting clowns on people's desks. But so I remember like
I straight up thought it was Joe being a dick. Like I just straight up thought, oh, here's Joe messing with me again, because Joe had already done like 2 or 3 things that I can't even remember, where he's just like, he's just picking on me because I'm next to him.
you were upset too. Like you'd picked it up by like the neck and brought it over to like a stand-up meeting, and you're like, who did this? And then like eventually I owned up to it, and everyone was like, what the heck? Why do you have a clown?
And then you kept that clown at your desk for
the whole time,
the rest of your tenure. Yeah.
And every time Andy McNamara walked past it to his desk, he would pick up speed. Walk a little bit faster.
Creepy. Yeah, I think
just a quick. I hate that clown.
Do you remember when Cork took paper mache legs and put them in his shoes? And there was one toilet in the men's bathroom that we had. And I believe it was someone on this call, if anybody would like to. Somebody needed to go. And was getting very frustrated that somebody was taking a long time.
I was so mad. I was so mad.
Because you're there for like hours with just paper mache legs with shoes on it? Like...
It was like 2 hours of like I had to go. I had a situation, right?
Jeff was so excited to pull that one. He told me about it. He was so excited.
I actually sat next to you at the time, Adam, and you came back like every like 10 minutes. You're like, that guy's still in there.
I walked past the bathroom.
Like, who's here? I was missing the office. I was doing the like 4-year-old like bump, bump, bump.
Oh man, you got to go down to Rob's office. That bathroom was the beautiful one. It was wide open all the time.
That one, I don't think
could have been when we were just like one floor. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it was just one bathroom at the time, and that's why it was so harsh.
Yeah.
I was talking about this with Andy recently, but do you guys remember when they cut the hole for the second floor and then they just stopped work for a while and there was just a huge hole and they didn't put any protection up? It was just there for like weeks. And it was like, why is there a huge 12 by 12 foot hole in the floor?
Like none of us knew what was going on. So it was like, there's a hole in the floor. Like, whatever, it's fine.
My desk was right next to that, and I just had this fear constantly. And I think about that hole once in a while.
Oh yeah.
Of like rolling my chair back too far and just plummeting into the floor below.
Yeah, every time I would have to go back and get finals to like proof the finals and walking with a giant stack of papers past the hole.
It's like Home Alone. What the hell? I don't know if anybody else has this weird feeling. Maybe it's just because I edited that video about the old office and stuff and was compiling footage, but I just have this weird feeling like there's no doubt that office still exists as it was. I know times have changed, but does anybody else have that feeling of just like, I spent so much time there? It's impossible that physical
it's
space does not exist.
Like in my head, it's always going to exist.
Oh, yeah.
I hope anyway.
Yeah. The last time I left Game Informer, I think it was at the end of the Extra Life stream we did after the 2019 layoffs.
Yeah.
I took a picture outside of like the reception area where Sarah and everyone sat with the Game Informer sign. I refuse to believe that area has changed.
Right.
Like in my heart, in my mind, that's how I see Game Informer. That's how I choose to believe that it's still there, is like a temple to all the stupid nonsense that we did, the glorious nonsense. That's how I choose to see it.
Even when I was there yesterday starting the fire, it still looked the same.
It's an apartment, right? Hanson, didn't you tour the building?
I tried, so I called them up. Yeah, they turned it into apartments, and we were looking for a new place. And so I called them up, like, hey, can I get a tour of this random place, 724 North First Street? And specifically, I was like, I only want an apartment on the 3rd or 4th floor. Is that doable? They're like, well, we don't have any openings there right now. I was like, well, okay, sorry, goodbye.
What would that conversation have been like with your wife and stuff, Ben? Like if you had actually moved in there and stuff, you'd been like, I think Ben Reeves' cubicle was here once.
Like sleeping in that studio.
Yeah, which one of our cubicles is now like a bathroom.
Right, right. Oh, it's so bizarre.
Why are these Nerf darts in the ceiling?
Why is a random beep coming
from?
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question for Andy. Like we had 4 offices, right? There was 5. There was 3 in Eden Prairie.
Oh,
right?
Total offices?
Yeah, I'm curious which one, or it was 4. I'm curious which one you have the fondest memories from, because like our early days were bonkers. Like it was just 5 of us crammed in a room.
Yeah, the little triangle room was crazy. Yeah, I mean, like we were stuffed in there. We had a couch that I'm pretty sure had some kind of mice or rats.
Oh, it
in
definitely did. They'd run across your feet every once in a while.
Yeah. And that place.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, we're going to make this our office. And they were like, cool. And they threw us like glue and like a carpet roll. And they were like, have fun. We like laid our own carpet. We did everything. We put in all the shelves. We did not know how to do carpet or shelves or anything. We just did it.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Yeah, that's how things got done.
Did you guys all smoked back then too? Were you guys smoking in that little...
Oh, I found some old photos, and there's ashtrays, and there's Labatt's beer. Thanks Johnny Storm for that. Like we had a lot of fun back in those days. They were startup era, let's say, of Game Informer. It was a lot of fun.
Like we used to smoke, and I haven't smoked for a very long time. But even in the new office, right on First, we would go down to the street and smoke. And I remember there was a time where our publisher tried to give a big mandate about, well, everybody who smokes, Helgeson is having a feeling. Tell it, brother.
Oh, you're muted, Helgeson.
You're muted, Helgeson.
Oh shit.
No, we were smoking on the patios, Adam. You're misremembering it. Like we were smoking on those patios outside the conference rooms, and it was
dude. I'm talking about we smoked out like downstairs.
What? Smoked out? What were you doing? That was out. That was out front. But I'm talking. I think we went out front because we got in trouble for the patios. This is how I remember it.
Who used to go out back though, like through the kitchen? Was that just me?
No, that was like me and
balcony?
Matt and whoever else was there at the time. Sorry, Matt, for outing you. We're good, right?
It's either way, it's fine.
No, this was the thing where we would go smoke downstairs, like outside, and our publisher was giving us sent at one point a mass email about everyone who smokes. Here's the deal: if you smoke, that's your break, right? You can't take any more breaks from working because you have to do the thing to. All right, Matt. No, sorry.
Still muted.
You're still
Tell me.
muted.
No, I just don't remember. I don't remember that, but yeah,
I think I remember them saying something like that though, Adam.
Yeah.
I remember the email specifically because it was like this was the first time we heard anything from our boss, right? At the time. And it was like, okay, well,
I mean, because we listened to our boss over stuff like that when we were at the other side of the country.
we sure did.
The naivete that we were like
them,
counting break minutes,
Right,
or
right.
sick days, or any of that stuff.
Like when I was throwing batarangs into the wall.
Yeah.
I definitely logged those hours, those batarang hours.
And Reiner unrolled bubble wrap on like the first or second week. I mean, you talked about like the dream job stuff, but I remember it was like the dumb, like the knucklehead corner that I felt like that Dan and I and like we were tucked away back there, and then Reiner would come back and hang out, and it's like, oh, the boss is back here. This is exciting. And then you unrolled at one point an entire thing of bubble tape or bubble wrap, and it's like, let's just pop the bubble wrap, guys. I'm like, don't mind if I do.
Team building exercise.
Reiner and Tim are both holding beers. I've got this picture. I was just looking at this. Tim, you're going across it. And I remember that was the weekend before the new website launched. And so I remember we all came in on the weekend, and like all we were doing was cutting header images and 200s and 300s for like, the feed basically.
Yeah.
So taking all the old things,
Yeah.
all the old articles, and just being like, all right, got to redo this and get the 610 header. The 30. That's
We
all
were being
so we were just
placated
drinking
with
and
beers
having
and
fun with it
bubble
too.
wrap. Not much has changed, honestly. I'm still pretty good for that. So.
Jarrell Pryor asks, what's one jobby ass thing you're happy to leave behind? Maybe a difficult process or task or even
got
tool
one.
that you won't miss?
Writing those bios.
My one and only experience ever with a
Shift key.
fax machine. I was this close to never using a fax machine in my adult life or my entire life, period.
Yeah.
But the expense reports had to be submitted via fax, and it was and the beautiful, like terrible mystery of like just enough time would pass between expense reports that I'd completely forget the arcane knowledge that is using a fax machine.
Right.
Still don't even know how I did it. I think it's a miracle that anyone ever saw it.
Sarah Hansen really held your hand throughout the entire process, I'm sure.
Oh,
Thank you, Sarah.
I remember like putting like cab receipts and like arranging them so they could fit on the.
I forgot about that completely. Yep.
Oh, it's like Resident Evil 4 inventory management, trying to get like 20 receipts on there. Yeah.
And I kept faxing eggs. It was a terrible idea.
Hanson, you drove me insane because on numerous trips, I remember you would be getting lunch and they'd ask you if you want a receipt, and you'd be like, "No, I'm good." And I'm like, "What are you doing? You got to expense that." And you're like, "It's a whole thing. I don't want to." And like, you wouldn't expense it.
What?
I remember we were in Los Angeles once, and you were just like saying that you don't expense things because you didn't want to fax or you didn't want to.
Wait, so I'd use my own card or something?
Yeah, you paid for it and didn't ask for a receipt because you didn't want to like learn.
I know,
how
but
to
I'd use
fax
my own
something.
personal like credit card
Yes,
for it.
you paid for it.
You were not being
Well,
reimbursed.
At a
You
certain
did not
point,
save the
I mean,
receipt.
spending $20 on a lunch versus dealing with that fax machine, I stand by that decision. That was worth $20 of pain. I think. Yeah, I'll take that hit.
When we got Amex cards, going to Tokyo Game Show was a nightmare because they don't take Amex in Japan, and that was our corporate card. So we would like constantly try to find the one bank in the whole city that we could like pull cash from.
Oh man!
And we would like, I remember, Joe, I think I went to Japan with you several times. We'd like go in restaurants. Do you take Amex? We're like, no. I'm like, oh okay, and we just like walk out like for the next restaurant.
Yep, that was a common thing back then.
Do you guys remember the big fight about getting a freaking corporate card? Right? Like,
I don't, but I imagine it was a thing. I know.
I do have a question though. Are all your listeners going to be mad that they were like, oh, they got all these editors together and they talked about where they took their breaks, how they collected receipts?
It's history.
Let's talk about it.
It's history.
And like that there was a big hole in the office. I mean, at the end of the day, I got to feel there's got to be some anger.
We wrote some magazines too.
Did we? Okay,
Andy or Reiner, talk about this. Talk about this rare ass
Stay Alive
cover.
Wow.
Yeah, that's from that movie, issue 666, right?
It is issue 666.
Issue 146.
I don't know if a lot of people know about that.
Normally, though, I think.
Yeah, it's like the twist ending for Frankie Muniz movie. Yeah, where there was this game Stay Alive that was like in beta or in test, and people are actually dying playing it, like an MMO or
If
something
you die
like
in
that.
the game, you die in real life. Classic plot. Yeah.
So then the movie ends going into a GameStop or a generic game store, and then it's on the cover, like it's actually coming out. You know, the game that's going to kill like the entire world. Basically, was kind of the message they.
We were the sign of the
delivered.
apocalypse, essentially, is what it was.
But then wasn't there also an
movie,
issue?
right? Was it Gamer? There was another movie that had like a Game Informer thing.
Well, there was Reign Over
Wasn't
Me.
it?
It was a Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah.
Shadow of the Colossus fake cover, right? For Reign Over Me, wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, that's correct.
Because it wasn't a real cover, but you made it for the movie. Like, how does that work? The studio just reaches out and said, "Could we get a fake Game Informer cover?"
Yeah, there was always just an email. It's like, hey, our production team's looking to do this. And that's how we got in Grandma's Boy. Happy Madison was the same company. They came to us and asked, and we just be like, sure, let's figure it out. And like we made a fake cover. And actually, the insides of both of those fake magazines are not real. They're full of garbage or other issues that were rewrapped with a different cover.
Yeah.
They're full of my writing.
Yeah, this is the Ben Reeves issue.
Garbage. Well, they're not full issues, is what I mean. Sorry, Ben. I didn't mean to offend you. So they're all there. But
awesome.
yeah, it was that simple. You just would sign your contract, get the thing done, and mail them to them, and you'd be like, hope it's cool. And then then you'd see it and be like, oh wow, that was awesome. I still feel like Grandma's Boy. They asked for a bunch of covers, and we gave them to me, and I gave them to them, and we were like, hope one makes it in. And then when you see the movie, you're like, oh my god. You could make a drinking game out of this and get annihilated for all the scenes that have Game Informer in the background. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, weird.
Challenge accepted.
Really cool.
Yeah, Bob Buell writes in. He says, purely from a visual standpoint, what Game Informer cover is your favorite?
I grabbed a few.
Yeah,
Batman Arkham City.
Okay. Arkham City,
Yeah.
That
Nick's
Bioshock
got it.
Infinite one's incredible. I love this weird Metal Gear Solid 2 art because it's not like the usual Shinkawa art. So like what was the story behind this one?
That's
like, I
Todd
don't remember who made this.
McFarlane.
Yeah,
Todd McFarlane made this?
Yeah.
I'm part of that guy. Ooh,
Yeah,
wow.
that's the story behind that one.
Wait, so
Okay,
no.
The comic books or the action figures.
Yeah, but hang
stuff.
on. Was
Yeah.
it Konami reaching out to Todd, or how did that happen?
Oh,
I
don't
think-
remember.
I think Konami had reached out and they were like trying to get the cover, and they said, hey, we have some options for you. One is a Todd McFarlane cover. And we were like, we like Todd McFarlane. You know what I mean? Like, that sounds cool. Yeah, let's check it out. So we worked with the various teams to figure out which one was going to go where.
It's surprising that Kojima and Shinkawa like let a different look to Metal Gear be on the cover, though. That's pretty wild.
I do not know the answer to that. That may not be, you know what I mean? That might be
Sure.
You know what I mean? But that's what Konami US brought us.
Right.
Was it Kojima loves him some celebrities, and McFarlane was a celebrity at that point, right?
That's true.
Like,
That's true. I can see it. Yeah.
Was it Alex Ross that did the Spider-Man one?
Yeah, that was fun.
And the
I
Assassin's
got an
Creed
email.
3.
I got an email from Alex Ross, like showing me the concept art, or like just his sketch, and it was just like a work of art. It's like, what do you think? It's like, how do I respond to this?
Yeah,
it's perfect.
I think you showed us that sketch, Reiner, to a bunch of us. You're like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will
It's
do.
good to go.
Yeah.
The Epic
I'm
Mickey one was
biased,
awesome
but-
because it was the reboot of the
Epic
magazine.
Mickey was huge.
Epic
Yeah.
Mickey was pretty cool because there was
Mhm.
a lot of effort leading up to that one, and it also put like one of the most recognizable things on planet Earth in a very like artistic way. And I think that was when we ditched back cover or back ads, right? Like that
the
was
wraparound.
the full wrap, and that was pretty memorable because that was a big lead up for that work.
I remember that was the first one I worked on. I remember, Andy, when you first brought me in, you were telling me that you really liked the idea of the very first issue was Sonic, and then I think there was like one redesign. I forgot who the other character was, and then like Mickey. Like you liked the idea of like iconic characters accompanying the redesigns.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah,
I did indeed.
I'm pretty
Saturday
proud
Evening
of
Posey.
the Dreams cover that we got,
That was
because we got to
cool.
go see them make it literally while Hanson and Elise and I were there, and
Yeah.
to see it come together in Dreams itself was really cool.
Yeah, the first
That
cover
was
made
so
in the game
variants.
itself. Like that's
Yeah.
such a weird novel approach. That was so fun.
I forgot about that, JV. That was
It was
like, a
really neat. I
one.
was like, because they had done like a corner of it, and I think you and I were talking like, what's the full thing gonna look like? Is that gonna work for the magazine? And then we got like the final version of it. We're like, oh yeah,
We're
that
like,
looks really
this
cool.
is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really
There's a
like the
weirdly-
Horizon cover.
The first one, yeah.
And I think that was like
Yeah, that's
shortly
my favorite.
That was like shortly after I started. Kim, weren't we at the were you there, Kim, or was it actually, I think it might have been Reiner and someone else. I'm trying to remember, but it was the GameStop conference, and we had to like sign the Horizon posters, and I thought that was so weird.
I was at that one.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I remember it is, wasn't it just like a piece of concept art? And then they're like,
Kind of. Like, all I remember is that they showed it to us, and Hanson and I were the only ones on the cover story trip together, and we got really excited because it just popped instantly. Like, sometimes we'd see covers as they were works in progress, and we were like, I think this will look okay, or like, you're not sure what the end, but that one I remember we both just were like, oh my God, this is like breathtaking. Just how, oh my God, I did a Keanu Reeves.
No, you did
But, but you know how it is. It was just, it really did. Like, I still have it. I have that framed. Actually, here's a funny story. I actually just moved within the last month to San Diego. And I originally was going to put that whole poster up in the office because I wrote that cover story and it's really one of my favorites that I've done. And I couldn't find a good place for it in my office. We have a place above our fireplace downstairs. And John's mom's like, oh, that Horizon poster just like really looks great with the colors and everything. So we decided to do it just right in my living room. Forever will be there is just like that remnant of Game Informer. Yeah, it's really cool.
And we should point out
Reiner and Andy, when I first started, I'm trying to remember, like, this was one that never came out and you guys were bummed about it way back in the day. It was, I'm sorry. It's like, it was a JRPG.
Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger.
Akira Toriyama. Yeah.
Toriyama. Yeah. What was that for?
Chrono Trigger.
It never was
We
released.
ended up doing
came
Lunar.
out.
No, we didn't do that cover.
But
Never
the
came
idea
out.
was Toriyama made custom art for Game Informer's cover and then it just never got released.
What was on the cover instead? Do you know?
Lunar Silver Star Story.
Hey, 6 of one, half dozen of the other, you know?
So weren't there people that are companies that would actually send in like mock Game Informer? I want to say like Dark Souls was one of those. They sent in like a whole like mock
The Witcher.
magazine.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep, Witcher did it as well. I remember those super early
Okay.
of like, Ciri and Geralt on the cliff. Then like a year later, or whatever it was, when that actually landed on the cover, it's like, oh, that was the cover design then. And I remember Adam, you and I going to Poland for the Witcher 3 cover story. And I remember the PR guy being like, we have the design for the Cyberpunk cover in mind right now. Like, I can show you sketches for what I want it to be. And that never happened, right? Yeah.
No, my favorite
Warriors
cover with the fake with the secret penis on it.
The Warriors, yep.
The Warriors.
From
one.
Rockstar.
That sat behind my desk for a long time.
I'm out to play. There's Game Informer. One of my favorite covers is the Bully cover. Actually, I think
Number
it's
one for me.
161.
Yep, I love
It's very
that cover.
simple. It's very clean, but there's a very clever between like the principal and the main character. Like the text is sort of like
That was
it's
Andy,
very-
yeah.
Oh really? Yeah, it was a great cover. And
It's like
I
the
was
most
firmly a
controversial
reader at
game
that
ever
point.
made, I think. Yeah.
And then if I can cheat, that's like an actual like just really nice design. But I'm a huge sucker for issue 200's variants, and on my desk at work I have the giant pinky from Doom is just and like it's all its pixelated glory, and I just love staring at that underneath like the Game Informer logo. That's like that whole series of issue 200 was like
Andy,
they're just excellent.
How many of those did we make that didn't make it? There was, like, I can't remember how many.
Well, you had a
games.
Mario 64 one that was sitting on the shelf that didn't make the cut. Yeah.
There must have been a dozen, and they were all cool, and we had to narrow it down. Like,
We
to the
ended up
best.
just going with the top 8, I think, ultimately.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The Tetris one I thought was so cool.
It was really hard to get things. That was the second one. Me, Tim, and Mark Yafaba, because Epic Mickey was 199. That was our first one, and 200 was our second one. So I remember feeling like we got thrown into the fire with like these issue meetings of like, all right, you just started. Now figure out the top 200 games of all time, like right away.
Yeah,
that was great. Great way to get to know everybody for sure.
Yeah.
Proofing that one was super hard too, because like we were like on a tight deadline and the pages were just full of text, and we're like, just read a page, pass it to somebody. Like that one, I remember the editing process being particularly frantic.
Oh man,
That question earlier about the job stuff that we're glad to leave behind. Like maybe it's just because I'm a spoiled later class of Game Informer that was freelancing and doing mostly digital work beforehand. But sorry, y'all, I never loved like doing physical proofing and passing the pages.
Oh, interesting.
That was not fun. I would have rather edited digitally if possible. I know that wasn't possible for the kind of work we were doing, but it was just not. It was
From the outside,
really
it looked
laborious.
great. It looked like you guys were having fun.
JD, I love you. You're wrong. You're
Everyone in this room, Adam, has said that many times to my face. Sometimes very angrily, especially Joe.
Jeff with his big bionic
we did
commando
switch to
box.
digital editing though. Like during the pandemic, we had to switch to digital editing.
That was so
good. I prefer the
good.
pages.
Like having the big,
I
the
liked
big
it,
giant proofs.
Yeah.
You pass them around.
I like
Yeah,
that too.
dude,
It's
some
okay.
dumb doodles.
I've been by myself. That's okay.
Yeah.
I remember Joe used to have a giant, like an ancient UPS box that he would proof on. It was just like, it was just like a decade of proofing on that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
what
yeah.
did we proof on it was the game cover boxes, right? Of like stuff they put at GameStop. It'd be those like hollowed out.
Jeffem was on the Bionic Commando box for.
I still remember. I remember
Commando
bestowing the Bionic Commando box upon Jeffem, thinking it was a joke, and he used it for a decade.
I think I took that with me.
I hope so.
When I got laid off. Yeah.
Hell yeah, of course you should.
I always did to add to everyone dunking on JV that like those first 2 or 3 days when we started proofing, those were some of my favorite days because I liked getting to sit down and sometimes we would go to like a conference room or whatever, and I just liked reading what everybody else wrote because most of the time you wouldn't get to see it until it was out on the page, and it was just always very nice to kind of
I hope you
catch
feel
up with
bad,
everyone's
JV.
writing.
No.
You're not like reading her
I am
stuff.
so used to being wrong. Like I work with Andy now, and he daily tells me that I'm wrong all the time, and it's good for my self-esteem.
Well, no different than when you're at Game Informer.
Exactly. It's just
Continues on. Yeah.
Fava, on that note, I love the teamwork we had, right? Like it'd just be a random group of people would get together, 5, 6 people, and just sit in a room together, and every once in a while throw questions back and forth as we're passing pages back and forth. I don't know. I miss those days. It was intense work, right? Like we were on a strict deadline, and it was we were kind of stressing stuff. But yeah, looking back on it, those are great memories.
One of my favorite feelings would be like when you had a cover story or like a big 6-page feature or something you were working on, and it like only existed in a Google Doc, and you submit it, you put it in there, and then like when you see the sheets come out, and because you have no idea, like maybe
the
you
Word
talked to,
doc,
like,
man,
Acrobat
no
or
online.
something. No, I was using Google Docs because I remember Helgeson lost a whole article one time and was pissed off about it, and I explained Google Docs to him, and it sounded like it changed his life.
I see.
Dude, yeah, I had to write like 5,000 words over. Like,
That actually has happened to me too, though. It sucks.
Yeah, I lost stuff to the website.
I've lost stuff to the website. the old text. Oh my god.
Do you remember the shit where
What's the longest anyone has lost? What's the longest anyone has lost to the CMS? I think I lost like a 4,000 word post once.
I think around there, for me.
Oh my god!
I
get the
right
opposite.
in the CMS.
Don't you got to write outside
You
these
do,
CMS.
but you like when you're stressed out, you do stupid things, and that's what happened to me. Like I was at Tokyo Game Show, and I was like, I'm just gonna write in the CMS, it'll be fine. And you go and you press publish, and then the website does that. You've lost everything, and now you're like, I just got back from the show. It is like late at night, like 2 a.m. Like, please, and I just had to go back and rewrite the whole thing, and it was just awful. But I don't miss the website when it was like doing stuff like that.
It was trying its best. That old website.
I just sent a picture of the back end of the old sites in the Slack channel or in the text channel if you want to see that. But like specifically the image feed, how everyone came up with a different path for the image feed on that old site, and everyone would just blow it, and there'd be one typo, and there'd be 6 different image paths to find the certain publisher for the certain game. That was the true nightmare experience, was navigating that labyrinth.
Reviews, I would have a lot
Ann
of
and I, we were
reviews.
just
Go
go for
Remember having to make like SKUs for everything and all the like weird numbers for like videos and things like that. Like it's just long strings of numbers.
Yeah.
All of that was so frustrating.
We would have like embargoed reviews that we would have to like, okay, the Call of Duty embargo is at like, Wednesday at 2 a.m. and you can't put anything out before that. And so you could put all your text in there, you could put all the images and everything, and it was fine. But if you saved it as draft, if there was a score attached to it, if somebody happened to go to that game page, they would see the score. So you would literally get everything ready, and then you would like go to bed at night, set an alarm for 2:58 in the morning, wake up, and just look at your like Windows clock and be like, and score and publish.
That
I
was so
remember when
absurd.
Andy told
That
us that we were updating the website, upgrading it, and there was a small part of me that was deeply afraid the new version would be worse than the old one, and I kind of just wanted to stick with the terrible one because I'd gotten used to it, like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Like
That's a good way to put it, JV. Yeah.
I just remember like Andy and Margaret, secret MVP of all things Game Informer, right? But like you all spearheading that new site, and I remember you're like, okay, we're trying to do it under the radar of certain parent companies, and we're going to call it Operation Rogue One. And I remember Reiner said, "You know how that movie ends, right?" Like, but the new site came out and it was much, much better.
It was so much better.
We're
It
Darth
was
Vader
wonderful.
in that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, did it not end the same way?
Well, you know, Darth Vader didn't come until 2024 or 2019. You know, different paths.
Devastating.
But I mean, like the original site, like we had to hard code HTML. Like there was no CMS.
Matt and I were doing that.
Dude,
yeah.
Like,
We learned
had to do,
HTML way
we had to
back
do, like,
when. Yeah.
Ahref equals whatever bullshit. Like, you know, yeah.
Yep.
Like, so it was, and we only
Href.
published it like what, 5 every day? Like once a day we updated the website.
We
It was
had to
crazy.
do at least 5 stories.
Yeah.
That was
What?
kind of the mission. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Oh,
we had to
Yeah,
code, we
you
had to
told
code
us
the
that
page.
We had to
Like,
do 5 stories, Rainer.
That's such
No,
a
that
weird
was like
thing.
what we were told. Like 5 stories a day. Let's get that on the site. Yeah.
So it was very yellow, wasn't it?
No,
yeah.
that was before that one, I think.
Okay.
no, it was
great.
yellow. Old yellow.
Old Yellow is always the legend that
There was
I
a
heard,
couple
yeah.
before Old Yellow that Paul
Right.
made. Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
we used to
okay.
be very like pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of thing. I mean, it was
Yep.
like we want to make a website, and Curtis was like, "If you buy me this book for $50, I will make you a website."
Hell
It's like,
yes.
I'll buy a book. You know what I mean? I bought him a book, and then he came back and goes like, "I made you a website." I was like, "Awesome."
Dude,
So,
like Curtis made the entire networking situation of Game Informer happen, right?
Yeah.
Like current issue dump, whatever, back in the day. Like none of any of that like file sharing. Remember file sharing? That was a thing that happened
FileZilla.
back in the
remember that?
day.
Oh my God.
But
Yeah.
like Curtis made it happen and he was a freaking genius.
We have a video coming
So-
up on Monday of Reiner and Helgeson responding and reacting to an old Game Informer video. And you just dropped some knowledge that I forgot about, but the idea of like, oh, we used to take screenshots with a foot pedal that Curtis just programmed. It's like, what are you talking about? That's insane.
That's awesome.
There was something
I mean,
about like with the Punch Out review, like we couldn't get screenshots, and so we had to like take a photo of the game while it was being played off a CRT, and like that went in the magazine.
Oh, it's that's
Nintendo
some Joe
was
style
super
for how to get
weird
married in
about it,
Skyrim.
right? Like Nintendo wouldn't let us take screenshots or something.
They wouldn't let us take real screenshots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And
But
then
I remember like going back to Curtis, I remember like when I think it was Rock Band, wasn't there something about they wouldn't give us images of the drums? And so Matt Miller described what he saw to Curtis, and Curtis whipped up like a visual image of the drums, and it looked exactly like the drums. Like that came out.
Yeah.
Like a police,
I
like
think-
a what is it? Like a
a sketch, like that's
stenographer or
exactly the
sketch
man.
artist?
Yeah. Police sketch artist.
Yeah,
Like a court, police drawing or whatever. Suspect.
Yeah.
Eyes are further
the cover
apart, closer
story-
together.
Right.
Big eyebrows.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember I
The
just
cover story that he told was that he just described it from memory, but I believe he may have taken an illicit photo of the drum set.
Oh, good memory, Brian.
The truth comes out.
I shared it with Helgeson, but I was so nervous on my first day, and Helgeson was giving me a tutorial of how to use Super C to compress videos, and I recorded the audio of it because I'm like, I'm going to forget because I'm so nervous. I need to listen back to this for how to memorize this tutorial. And so now I have this audio recording of Helgeson walking through Super C, and the entire time I'm listening to this now in 2024, I'm like, YouTube exists. What were we doing using Super C? I guess Nick Aarons is gone at this point. It's the worst time to bring this up because
Fucking just like FFmpeg, like nonsense back in the day.
Yeah.
Not to mention how replays were put together, which
Oh my God.
really.
Well, I remember for replays,
that
speaking
ball
of
miracle.
Curtis, because I wanted to do that segment Replay Roulette, where it was just like, oh, we pick a random thing from the vault and play it after the standard thing.
Yeah.
And I explained to Curtis, like, oh yeah, so I want it to look like a roulette wheel and it's spinning around and like every piece of the pie or whatever is like a different game and then it lands on one. And then like he did not have like a ton of experience like doing animation and stuff, and he like learned how to do it and did all this animation and spent like a couple weeks on it, but it was a slot machine. So he brought it back and it was a slot machine, and I didn't have the heart to tell him like, oh, can you do it again but a roulette wheel? And so we just used the slot machine for Replay Roulette for like 3 years.
You know what? It never occurred to me. I was like, oh yeah, there it is.
I remember being with Dan being like, oh no.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell him? No.
Yeah, and it was in like 480p, but it's like, sure, we'll use this. Let's blow it up. Nick, we're talking about Super C, which I think you had some history with, and just video compression and video uploading back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good answer. Good answer.
It's such a minefield, because I remember it was like you were the media editor? Was that your final title there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I feel like when I started, it was just inheriting a ton of stuff of like, okay, we use Super C. There's these other big capture racks. We can use this. It was just like a hodgepodge of like, I think this works for capturing replay. It's mini DV tape. Good luck. Here we go. There was literally, when we started Replay back in 2010, when I was there was like it was like a bullet hole in the middle of the TV that they were playing Replay on. It was just like a cracked TV. I was like, what is this setup for one of the biggest magazines in the country? What is happening here?
We were scrappy, like Andy said. I would put together with what we had. Usually just kind of stuff around the office. That mini DV tape also, same mini DV deck, I would use, and I would convert beta tapes of gameplay B-roll into mini DV, and then I'd use that to capture into a computer. So it was scrappy for sure.
I'd have to do it in real time. So like we would record all the raw footage for Replay, and then I would have to like plug it into Premiere and just play the entire 40-minute episode to capture it.
Yep, of course. Jason, do you remember, because Jason's 1,000 times smarter when it comes to tech than I am. Do you remember when you started, 2011 is when you started? Oh, I think, are you muted? Do you remember your biggest
I'm here.
What the hell moment of trying to overhaul the tech?
Just the initial day when it's like, oh shit, I think I have to bring in my own laptop to make this work.
Right.
So yeah, I used my own laptop for a long time and brought in my own like equipment, but that was like very early days. Like there wasn't Elgato shit where it's like anybody can stream anything like that. So it was piecing together a lot of just hodgepodge stuff. So
and especially on the streaming front. I mean, Justin, you were big on like the Jason, you were big on like the Justin TV thing.
Yeah.
And especially
that was before Twitch. Yeah. So yeah, we did that. I did that before Game Informer, I think, just a little bit. But I tried to bring us into the modern age of streaming and
I remember
online personalities and stuff like that. But
well, that's a constant struggle.
The technology was kind of like holding us back a little bit.
But that was the amazing thing, is I remember it was like, oh, streaming games. That seems like one of those Jason A. Striker things. He's really into this. I don't really know. Like it really, you were at the absolute forefront of that in my mind. And then I remember when you left like this big audio recording of you like walking through, here's how everything works tech-wise in the studio. And it was so helpful. And then when
you recorded me,
Yep. And then when Wade left, he's like, let me give a thorough tutorial of the broadcast picks for Leo and I.
Where was the video that Jason left behind? I don't think you showed me.
It was an audio one. It was a lot of like, what is that cable? And you'd be like, it's an HDMI cable. And be like, okay, got it.
I built this case out of IKEA parts, and like I built it all myself. Sorry about the scratch on the front.
He scratched the table. Yeah.
Well, how often were we actually streaming back then? Because like Jason and I left in 2014, and I remember we were doing Replay, we were doing Test Chamber, the podcast. It was all
it was all pre-recorded.
I remember one time that Dragon's
Dogma?
No, Dragon Age, not
Inquisition.
Not Dragon Age. It was a multiplayer game, and I requested a bunch of editors
Dragon's
come down.
Crown.
Yeah, Dragon's Crown. There we go. And everybody came down, and we played for a few hours, and then I got in trouble. It's like I took everybody away from editing duties, so it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, welcome to the video side. Yeah,
we would do like Extra Life. Like Extra Life, we would do like big stream
but then
things
also
and set up all
the marathon streams, like the one with all of us. Well, both of them we technically streamed. Yeah, and that was Yeah.
We had no blueprint for that. We just got one computer together that would be able to stream a bunch of different sources, and it just worked.
I remember years after you left, we were doing Extra Life, and we'd call you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
God.
remember a couple phone calls in,
Well, there was
early
one
morning from Ben
yes,
and
there was
Wade,
one
yeah.
Extra Life where just all the tech just melted down. We were totally set up the night before, and then that morning just nothing worked. And Wade, I assume you were there for that era, right?
It was the Black Magic capture card
Yeah.
wasn't working properly. So I think we switched to the Elgato temporarily to
Okay.
like get a video feed into OBS. But,
But
yeah,
just-
we started like a half hour late, but we ended up getting it working eventually.
I completely regret and I'm sorry for the state that I left things in, but we had a limited budget, so we could not afford a TriCaster, which was kind of like.
Given where it was when you started, I mean, I inherited a lot of amazing setup that you did, so I was really grateful for that when I started.
Oh yeah,
I'm glad it worked out. That's all I can say.
That room was like the Millennium Falcon. Like
it really was.
Miller told me one time. Miller brought me downstairs, and he's like, "You're like Elric down here with your magic stuff." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you."
That's the most Miller thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's the biggest compliment he's ever given.
That's
true. Can I just say,
He'd be
I love
flattered.
Matt Miller is such a unique person, and I deeply appreciate everything that he has done. Everything, and that's not to do with him being, jumping up and stepping up as EIC, but like just his whole being.
Yeah, the person
over
20
years.
Yeah.
20 years of being at GI and carrying that torch, and I deeply appreciate him.
If you
And I think he
compile
might be
the
kind
amount
of unsung because he
Yeah.
never, really had a social media presence. He was rarely like he would be on the podcast and things like that, but like he wasn't really front and center. Like that wasn't his thing at all. So like I feel
Yeah.
like maybe fans don't know how much of an impact he had, but it was massive.
If you compile the frustrations that everybody
100%.
had with every editor ever at Game Informer, Miller would be the least by a mile. It was like every time I went on a cover story with Miller, it's like, well, he's gonna be long-winded and sweet. I can handle that. Like it was just smooth sailing. It was
I don't
so
know,
great.
The thing I like about Miller the most is like you always know that he's going to stand up for you, but he's also going to do it in a way that's like very level-headed and makes sense and is kind to everyone in the room. And it's just like, God, this guy has my back and he's doing it the right way. And that is kind of at the point I think when I worked there, even before he was EIC, I was like, he is a leader, and I feel like we all kind of saw him that way.
Miller might literally be the calmest, most considerate person I've ever met. Like it's just
I'd agree
the
with that.
things I've
Yeah.
seen that would like break other people. He's just like, okay, we're gonna deal with this, and this is how we're gonna deal with it. And we're gonna be calm about it. Everything's gonna be okay. And he has such a soothing way of communicating that. He's just great. I love Miller.
Hang on, Dan's
I
laughing.
never cared for him. No, he was great, obviously.
Yeah. What were you
No,
laughing
I
at,
just remember
Dan?
the time when it was before Hanson, when Hanson came along and actually knew how to do video stuff well. That saved my life. But before Hanson, I would go on these cover story trips, and I remember Nick, you would like hand me these like fancy cameras and stuff like that, and like, hey, go off, film this. And I was like, I don't know what white balancing is. I didn't know. Like I edited together on like consumer like bullshit little cameras and stuff, and I was in way over my head. And we went to go do Halo Reach, and it was me and Miller and Marty O'Donnell in a room, and I'm trying to set up the tripod and the camera and all this stuff, and Miller's, kind of doing small talk with Marty O'Donnell and everything. I'm like, great, okay, you guys talk, I'll set this up. And then as I take the camera out of the bag, the lens comes off of the body of the camera. And I'm
wasn't
an idiot.
supposed
like,
to with those
this is
cameras.
Like, yeah. Maybe the first time I've held this camera, and I'm looking at this, and internally I'm dying. I'm like 25 years old. This is like one of my first cover story trips. I'm literally just like trying to clink them together and get them to attach. And I remember Miller is just like vamping for a long time with Marty O'Donnell. And at a certain point, he like looks over at me like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know. He was just so patient and kind. And I think I might have like handed it to him, and he might have put it together. together.
If only Miller had something
this is
to talk
just a
about with.
transformer.
If only Miller had something to talk about with one of the biggest composers.
Right.
Of the
Yeah, he
day.
was struggling.
Yeah, exactly. How much Reeves, I just I got a Patreon message today, and it was from a developer, and he's like, "Oh, I worked on I worked at Activision back in the day. I worked at High Moon on the Fall of Cybertron game." And he's like, and I was talking, I'm like, "Oh, what was your role?" He's like, "Actually, I was in that video interview for Transformers Fall of Cybertron with Matt Miller and Ben Reeves." And it was the interview where, so it was a long, boring interview, and that's on my end, where it was all about like the gameplay mechanics of the multiplayer mode for Transformers Fall of Cybertron. And it was 30 minutes into this pretty dry interview about the systems and how you can swap between the different chassis and all this stuff. And then the director, Matt Teague, he was explaining the different parts of the of the Transformer that you could swap out. And Ben Reeves was sitting next to him as the director of the game was going like this in this boring interview. And Reeves just suddenly goes and like gives him a high five, and it melted his brain. Like he could not handle how weird that was. In the middle of a 30-minute explanation, somebody just gives him a high five. So this developer still remembered that, Reeves. So shout out to you, man.
But we all got a good
Ben Reeves did that. This Ben Reeves.
Yeah, but also that was the weirdest cover story trip too. Well, one of them, because we were in the studio and all the power went out in Carlsbad, California. And so we were going to go out to like some fancy dinner that night. And it's like all the restaurants are closed. All the power's out. What are we doing here? And then it was really sweet. We're the studio head for High Moon. He invited us over to his house to grill some food. And we just had a barbecue in his backyard. I was like, this is...
The guy was barely scraping by.
So
No, he had a really nice house. It was
really
like on the
sweet.
water. We had like an awesome like porch area with a grill and stuff. Yeah.
And I remember
I remember going back to our hotel and like all the lights were out and being like walking over people in the hallway. It was like really weird.
It was surreal. Yeah.
Ben, do you remember being at a game developer's house once on a cover story trip and he was demanding that you pee in his pool?
Yeah. It was the Borderlands 2 cover story trip. Yeah, and we're in this developer's pool, and I'm like, "Hey man, where's your bathroom?" He's like, "Just pee in my pool." I'm like, "I will not pee in your pool, sir." He's like, "Don't get pool water in my house." I'm like, "I'm getting pool water in your house over peeing in your pool." I had to argue with this guy. And he's like, "Pee right now." I'm like, "I'm not gonna pee in your pool, dude."
Don't get pool water in my house. It's full of piss.
Yeah, exactly. It was just cool stuff. Graham
Okay,
Jones.
so
yeah,
I wanna take interject to take a step back because we talked about replay a little bit.
Oh sure.
But that was something for me, like we talked about the element of it being a dream job earlier. And like I think for me the replays and the super replays were definitely one of like the highlights of the time that I spent there. Like
those were
amazing though,
sacred
Joe.
to me. I loved them so much. Yeah.
I mean, so did I. How long were you at Game Informer though before that started, Joe?
We started in January 2010.
Yeah, so I was there for 7 years at that point or more.
I was gonna say,
but
you were there for a while.
Yeah,
as
I was there for a while. But
I was not invited. I was not one of the cool kids.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Beasoner, you were a PC guy. You were a different breed.
Hey,
we didn't know.
I gotta say,
You definitely didn't have the technology to hook up a PC.
We probably did.
No, Adam, you were on the replay
correctly.
But okay, one of the things that I wanted to shout out though is like to Wade specifically because when Game Informer closed, I went back and rewatched the highlights from our Sonic 06 Super Replay.
That's one of my favorite things that we ever did. Yeah.
Oh man, like I think that I would recommend to anyone who wants to like get a sense of like what it felt like to be there in the studio recording and just like playing a terrible game and yet still having fun. I feel like that highlight reel really just captured the vibe of that whole experience so well.
That was almost like lightning in a bottle. I drive up to Minnesota frequently down from New Orleans where I live, and I always just put that on in the background while I'm driving.
Really? That's so sweet.
Wow. Yeah,
because this is Joe cackling for like 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one of my favorite things we ever did was when Reiner had this idea to say, okay, we finished the Sonic portion of this campaign. We got the kiss, we're done. We're gonna move on to the next Super Replay. So the next one was the Jack Black game.
Brutal Legend.
Brutal Legend. Yeah. So it was like Brutal Legend Super Replay Episode 1. And we like trolled everybody. That was the thumbnail. And everyone was super pissed when they started watching the video because they thought we gave up on Sonic 06. But then 10 minutes into the video, it glitches out and Sonic takes over the screen and everyone's like, "No, I'm strapped to the chair."
Getting angry emails from Tim Schafer on that.
Yeah, exactly. That was our chance.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing that up, Joe, because it was so much freaking fun.
On that note, somebody just messaged me again about that idea, but also we did that fake out with Overblood 2 in that Super Replay, because part of that was there was a legendary glitch that if we hit it, we just lose our save forever, and that was going to be the end of Overblood 2 for us. And we pretended that we hit it and edited the video in a way to make it look like, all right, that's the end of Overblood 2, and everybody on their finest acting chops to pull it off. And this guy who just sent me a message, he's like, I was so invested in that Overblood 2 Super Replay that when you hit that glitch, I bought a copy of Overblood 2. I got up to the point that you guys were at, creating the gameplay exactly as you played it, and hit that save and sent you the memory card. And then I found out that it was all a joke and you didn't actually hit the glitch.
Oh my
God.
I have memory. Oh, okay.
Oh, I was gonna say, wasn't there actually a game where we did lose a save and we had an intern have to play back up to the point where we're at?
Oh, for Super Replay?
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually remember that.
Yep. What
Hand?
was that?
Maybe
I
it was
don't
God
remember the game,
Hand.
but that
Yeah.
definitely happened.
It was God Hand.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh, sorry, whoever that intern was.
Was
shout
that
out,
also
please.
the one where we were like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if in the middle of this replay we took a break and played through another game?
Azura's Wrath.
Yeah, we played through all of Ashura's Wrath. Yeah.
That was so fun. I like the replays and super replays. I think at the time there were moments where I was like, I wish we could use these resources for something else, like just for the bandwidth of the video department. But looking back on it now, it's like, God, those were the most fun days. And I know those days too, where it's just like, we had just have to bank a bunch of super replay episodes today because people are going out of town or whatever. I would wrap up at the end of the day and be like, this was not work. I did not work today. This was just pure fun the whole day.
Yeah.
I remember hopping back to Sonic 06. I remember one time Joe was coming back from just filming a session. I was like, "Hey, how was it?" And all he did was look over his shoulder at me and go, "Oof." And just walk back to his desk to like review something. I was like, "All right." Some things happened down there.
I remember it was always an honor when you had Andy Mack come down for an episode of Replay. And I remember, I think it was the Overblood 2
Metroid,
Super Replay.
yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, Super Metroid. That was great. But I remember in the middle of Overblood 2, we had him come in to try and breathe some fresh life into that long haul. And it was just him being like, what are you idiots doing down here? This is what you guys are doing.
It was over. We're like, that's it.
This is unbelievably bad. You've been fighting a T-Rex with a fake lightsaber
when
for
you
45
realized
minutes.
what they were all doing.
Yeah.
You're like,
No,
okay.
I mean, come on. I knew what they were doing. It was a shtick, you know?
It was a bit, yeah.
But did you know the depravity?
Well, I also knew that if I was annoying enough, they wouldn't invite me back. You know what I mean? It was their thing. They were doing it. They wanted me to be a part of it, so I came in. I did my round, got them back to the good stuff.
Adam, I will remember we did invite you. You were on the replay for Deus Ex that Warren Spector was on. That was really cool.
Yeah, we had a developer for that, right?
Yeah, it was Warren Spector. He was on that, and it was really fun
yeah.
because he's like, all right, let's play Deus Ex, and then you can choose whatever you want for replay roulette. And he's like, Suikoden 1. Like,
God,
that's such an awesome video of him just gushing about Suikoden 1.
We were capturing it from a PC, and I'm like, oh shit, we don't normally do this. Okay. But it worked out. Yeah. Cool.
Do you remember we did a gimmick episode of Replay once where it was like, okay, let's do Replay 2035, and it's like set in the future. So we're gonna take a current game. So it was like Uncharted 2, or a game that had just come out.
It was.
And it's like, but the shtick is, oh, we're older and we're still a Game Informer, we're still doing replays. Like, oh, remember Uncharted 2? And I remember being, I think it went up. It's probably still up on the YouTube channel. I remember thinking like, oh, I can't do improv at all. I remember thinking like,
we're great
I know
improv.
I sucked on it. I don't know. I remember Reeves was being funny.
We had so many debates before we aired that. Are we going to kill this thing?
Oh, are we going to not air it?
Yeah, because it was like such a departure from what we'd done.
That was my question, because I remember when we did the first episode, we were like, oh shit, there might be something to this. And then I think I shoved everyone into the second episode immediately after, and there was like no chemistry on it.
Right.
And I was like, oh, maybe this isn't gonna last. So there's like we recorded maybe like 45 minutes of it, and we're like, no, this isn't it. This is
the first one was Twisted Metal, because I've gone back to that,
right.
and it's me, Nick, it's you, Tim, and Reiner.
Yep.
And we actually we crammed, we did like 4 Twisted Metal games and Critical Depth and Rogue Trip and all this stuff. And it is wild going back to that now. It's like January 2010, and all of us are like, this was pre-podcast, I think, right?
No, 2009 is when the podcast started.
They were right there.
Okay, so around the same time. But like we are all clearly not used to being on camera. Well, we weren't on camera, but like talking into microphones.
Yeah.
It's all of us on this call that were on that. It's crazy to go back and listen. We sound like different people completely.
So
I can't believe that's 2010. It looks like 1990. It's so wild.
Yeah, it was rough.
Hanson, what was the episode of Replay where I think Tim came back to be on, and you had snuck in Dan Reichert to like pretend he was a soundboard?
It was the Super Replay Resident Evil 4.
That was one of the
episode
funniest
6.
things I've ever seen.
That is the highlights. Episode 6 of the Super Replay Resident Evil 4, and it was like Tim playing Resident Evil 4, and then we started slipping in the sound bites of Dan being like, "Look out!"
It wasn't sound bites. I was live
well,
on the
I
call.
know, Dan, you're stealing my punchline.
Oh,
And
no,
then
sorry.
Tim was reacting to the sound bites. I can't believe you got a soundboard of Dan Reichert. And then Dan just started getting more and more specific, like, those 2 statues have axes. And Tim's like, "This is."
I was fighting the knights with the Wasp Plagas in their heads.
Right.
And it was just like, watch out for the knight behind you, Tim. And it was like, I'm trying to play the game. I'm like, what's actually happening? I just completely short-circuited. And then he reveals, like, I can't remember what you revealed. And then you just like hung out for the rest of the episode. I was like, I don't know, Dan, how you did that. You turned into a robot.
It was really good because you repeated the same line like 15 times before you started to seed in that you were a real person.
Well, it would just be like, over there, like just doing soundboard stuff for a while.
Yeah.
There was of course, when we brought Tim's mom in, and we because he was a baby about us doing Symphony of the Night when he wasn't in town.
Mall of America and bought that giant cookie for Tim.
We
During that
had a
one.
custom made, be like a welcome bat Tim with a bat on his big
Oh
cookie.
yeah, that was like one of my treasured. That's like honestly one of my treasured like Game Informer things is like having. There's
He
like
still has
very
that
little
cookie.
footage of my mom, like period. Let alone like having this amazing like like surprise with her and telling embarrassing stories about me. So
And then I remember
that's
at the
something
end of it-
I swear I try to thank you guys like annually about that.
You
I'm just
do,
like,
you
"God,
do.
that
It was like an
amazing."
hour of her telling embarrassing stories about you, and then afterwards she was like, "Was that recorded?" It was like, "Yeah, there was a mic in your face the whole time." We made it very clear.
She's got a whole replay arc.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Louis K. Redson, he says, "Hey, as y'all went through your careers at Game Informer, and the majority of the editors also had to become personalities on YouTube and the podcast, how did you adjust to this? I cannot imagine starting my job, then eventually having to rotate into an on-screen, public-facing figure. Was it a tough adjustment? I mean, Helgeson, I don't know. You want to take this one with the podcast and stuff, kind of kicking that off, I suppose, in the big way?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the podcast was kind of my memory was Andy knew that I kind of liked recording stuff and knew that I would kind of figure that part of it out, like just the equipment and how to use the programs. And so then I think I just kind of became de facto the host, really, because I just kind of had like a week to figure all that stuff out.
You had the voice.
And that voice.
Come on.
Don't sell yourself short, man.
That's true.
It's such a good.
I guess to me the podcast was okay because it wasn't like a video podcast at that point, so it didn't really make me that nervous. You know what I mean? As opposed to being on camera, I think was kind of a different thing. But yeah, I mean the GI show was. I mean, that's definitely some of my favorite memories. We had a lot of fun on that, and I think people appreciated it. Hopefully, I think it was. We tried to set a different tone, like a different tone than a lot of video game podcasts that were out there. You know what I mean? And
Gamer Gorilla, especially. You guys would lose your minds. Yeah, Respect Radio, all the hits.
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
sub
No, but I
shows.
mean, I was. That's definitely one of my, fond memories and things I'm proud of. You know what I mean? Of my time to be not to be serious, I guess. But yeah, so that was. I really always enjoyed it. But I think if it would have been a video podcast, how it obviously had to, just because the way things evolved later, right? You had by the time you were doing the video podcast, it had to be that way, right? Just for the demands of YouTube and just reaching an audience. I think I would have been maybe more, I don't know, hesitant or nervous about doing it if it had been a video thing at first. You know what I mean?
It was definitely. I mean, I was on the camp I want it to be comfortable. I don't know if I want it to be video, but Andy, you're big on pushing for just do video. It's yeah, it's 2015, of course. We should make this a podcast, and that was such an obvious thing in retrospect. Yeah,
right. You had to really.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I was super nervous and uncomfortable for the first 3 or 4 months, but once I was able to be oh, I'm just talking about games with my friends, and just having spirited debates with Dan. Because Dan and I hardly ever agreed. Dan Tack and I hardly ever agreed on anything, but it was always a fun conversation. I think that helped a lot with the comfort level of okay, I'm just talking with friends about stuff.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear Dan's take on this too, because like he's even wearing the jacket right now, right?
Yeah.
Like there was, I think out of anyone, and I don't mean this to sound bad, or like to sound like an insult, but I think Dan was maybe a little more deliberate than any of us in terms of like there's like a personality I need to put out there.
Yes.
No, I would absolutely agree, but I'll let JV finish first.
No, that's all I was saying. I liked arguing with you, Dan, because you were so wrong all the time.
I will disagree on that. But coming to GI, it was fascinating for me coming from like a corporate environment to come into an environment where we would sit around there and be like, oh, I'm gonna name my character Butts. And the first time I'm sitting there, I'm like, what in God's name is this? What is happening right now? I'm writing about games. I had not had a camera presence until that point. So, leading into that, the Overblood group actually really helped with this.
Oh, yeah.
All those memes and stuff that they
Shout
made in
out.
those early days. I mean, a lot of them were, kind of poking fun at me, but I was just like, you know what? It's time to put the big boy pants on and let's get into this. And, I found I really liked it, obviously. It's scary at first, but once you get into it, I really gravitated toward it. I feel exactly like Javid did. It took me it took me 3 or 4 months to like kind of get into the groove of being an on-camera personality. But now, I love doing it.
Yeah, Dan, take this in the spirit which is intended, and I'm aware of the name of this platform, but you really min-maxed online personality. I feel like I know what buttons stand for the internet, and I will do this, and therefore I am a figure, and it worked. And everyone is like, Dan Tech. It was wild to see that transition. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and again, like it wasn't like it was just like I was so confused at first. I was like, okay, I've been writing articles my whole life.
Yeah.
And now I'm just talking off the cuff, making really dumb jokes that are, and just getting into the groove like that. That was definitely, I think, a big point of development for me, honestly.
Yeah. But I think, probably Jason and Wade and I, maybe Nick a little bit too, like we experienced the idea of like, there was tension about that idea of kind of like, I grew up loving online games coverage, and most everybody there when I started was like, we are a video game magazine, dude. And so I think that was naturally a little bit of a tension spot every once in a while of like, why don't we record every issue meeting? I don't understand. Let's just make it all public. And it's like, no, we need to lock this thing down. That's such a bad idea. Yeah. And like that push and pull was definitely present throughout the entire run of Game Informer.
Yeah, you had that. You definitely had that.
Yeah. Let's see. Benjamin Sherwin writes in and says, what is your favorite piece of Game Informer content? I feel like we've hit so many, but does anybody have a real source of pride they want to throw out there? Or somebody else's
All my
work?
bios.
The joke that keeps on giving. I love it. My Spider-Man cover story. I thought that was just, my wheelhouse. These are all comic books behind me. So being able to do that and just see it take off. That was pretty cool.
And also,
that thing was a rocket.
Shout out to Reiner too, because I'm still confused how you lock down that much exclusive gameplay, even for like Miles Morales, where it's like, hey, here's the reveal of Spider-Cat in the game. It's like, wouldn't Sony want to reveal this? Like, there was a lot that was coming through.
Those were
there.
like all over the internet.
It made a huge splash.
That was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, James Stevenson said after we did Spider-Man, when I was on Twitter interacting with the crowd, he's like, we've never seen numbers like this before. As I was talking to Spider-Man fans, and he's like, when we did the marketing for Spider-Man 2, it wasn't like cover story. It just said Reiner on their plan. Like they just wanted me to talk about Spider-Man. Awesome. So they kind of rolled out the red carpet, so to speak, on giving me access of what I wanted. So I think that's where a lot of that content came from.
And when you heard that the first time, that's when you developed the Joker grin that never went away? Or
exactly.
Okay, I see. I see how that works. I see.
I always
Peter
really
Molyneux
liked
fart
writing.
video is still my favorite thing I've ever done.
Which one, Dan?
The Peter Molyneux fart video.
Jesus Christ.
God. So you want to explain that one, Dan?
I literally asked him if he would do a fart video. He reviewed fart apps, and he said yes. Hanson was there. Hanson just did a real big boy interview with him first.
That was the part that drove me absolutely insane, is because it is a very good interview, and it was like a one-on-one thing, which we did at E3 every year between two developers, and it was Sean Vanneman from Walking Dead fame at the time, and Peter Molyneux talking for like an hour, 40 minutes about the industry and game design. It was fascinating. And Dan sat there against the wall on the floor for an hour and a half waiting, and I was like, shouldn't he be working? What is going on? And it was also that once the Sean Vanneman smart video was done, then Dan went in and be like, hey, let's record this fart video. And that is the one that everybody remembers. But it's like, there was a really good other video that was really smart and thoughtful.
Almost people want.
The people were clamoring.
I do think I do think that's part of the magic of Game Informer, though, is that I don't know, all you guys got to be your own little freaks. You know what I mean? Do your own thing, what you like to do, what drove you to do stuff. It was great. It was great.
I guess
we were House of Freaks.
Let me ask you this, Andy. When did you get some real work done? Like when was it a time that you made it happen?
The biggest swing, the biggest moment.
I want to know that too.
I don't know. I mean, like,
what is your biggest victory at Game Informer?
Biggest victory was when we were bi-monthly and small, and like we worked on like what the business plan would be to get the magazine to monthly and to bring production in-house. And I put together like a dream list of like what that would be and how we would get it done, and presented that. And by the way, my first business plan ever, by the way, just to point out, you know what I mean? Like, this is not what I did
like
for
a
living.
PowerPoint or like a cardboard like stand?
No,
this is before PowerPoint, y'all.
Yeah, this is like Word doc, I think. You know what I mean? And printed it out and brought it to the boss, and I was like, I can get this done. And they were like, do it. And that actually happened a couple times for a couple business plans I had for moving Game Informer forwards, and both times I was like, shit, I should have asked for more. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. But yeah, I mean, like, that was a big victory. I mean, like, when we went monthly, that was the thing to me. That was when we had a chance to be legit.
Like
you know what I mean? I think a lot of
93?
people looked at us as a store pamphlet, you know what I mean, or things like that, and like that was a thing that changed everything.
When was that? Like 93, or what was the?
That would have been 94, 95. We were bi-monthly for a while, maybe. Oh gosh, I'd have to look at the issues. But
So what
it
was
took
that
a
like
while.
afterwards? I mean, like, so you like, we did it. Oh, that's a lot more work. Like, how does
This is
that?
twice as much work.
Yeah, that was dumb. There was lots of. I didn't say it was thought through, Tim. I just said I did it.
The thing oh, go ahead. Continue.
No, I just like. I mean, it was. I mean, everything created more work than we were ready for. Do you know what I mean? Like, but that was the adventure. I mean, Game Informer was the greatest adventure of all time, at least for me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna add something to Adam for you, Andy. Is every cover story when we were looking for cover games?
Oh my God.
The work you put in there, and it, trying to talking to the developers and the PR team, and then narrowing it down, and bringing in like Bert's and I into those meetings, and yeah, that was impressive. Every one of those, like, I learned so much from that, and it was just a fun thing to be a part of.
That was
a lot of fun.
A huge thing before Bert's even came in, and I have all the respect for Bert's coming in, but like that was what 3 years into me even coming in, right? And I don't know, it's
yeah, you guys had already had that figured out before I was there. Like I remember when I got there, like you would have 5 or 6 publishers lined up for the same cover, and they would fly the devs out just to try to convince you to take that cover. It was pretty amazing what was happening. Like, it was.
I remember like a Monday, Ed Boon was in the office showing a new Mortal Kombat. Tuesday would be like Todd Howard and Elder Scrolls. It was like Murder's Row of like hit after hit that no one had ever seen. These games were, not revealed yet, and we're picking between them for our cover. It was pretty amazing.
I think we helped make a lot of hits, make a lot of big video games, and a lot of big video game companies. That's what I believe. You know what I mean? I think we were a big part of some of that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear so many other podcasts.
My favorite.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh yeah. My favorite, I think, pitch that I got to see, because we weren't always in it, but when they came in to show Arkham Asylum, Batman Arkham Asylum,
that was a good one.
And we were all just like, "Oh my god!" But Andy happened to be like out of the office for like that time we were getting it demoed, and when you came back, we were like,
I think he was out of the state even.
Yeah, we're like, dude, this game's awesome, and you're like, I don't know, man, it's comic books.
That was the turning point,
Endgame,
right?
yeah.
So
but
skepticism would have been merited in a lot of ways.
Well, and,
yeah,
it's like
and we did.
Batman did not make good games back then.
No,
We did put Batman Begins on our cover previously too, and that game
sure.
did not turn out. Yeah,
Right.
No, it did
So
not.
there was some, bad stuff that had happened previously, and totally understandable. And I believe we got them to fly out again or something to show the demo. again, right?
Whoa. That's why.
What about Guitar Hero? Remember they were showing Target and Best Buy, and they popped by the office to just show us, and we had no idea what it was. And by the end of the day, everyone was like, "This is the future."
Oh.
Everyone was just hooked on Guitar Hero.
We saw a lot of cool games in that office. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it's really weird how you just got used to things like Reiner was saying of like the most famous developers in the world coming in to just showcase the demo and it'd be a regular Monday or something.
Yeah.
Like times Capcom popped by that I remember was to show Resident Evil 7 and Monster Hunter World. And I was like, oh wow. Yeah, this is just happening here.
Yeah, I remember it was
It's
like
cool.
Yeah, I remember that too.
2011, and it was like the big scuttlebutt was like Bethesda's coming by to show a new game. Bethesda's coming by to show a new game, and it was Dishonored. And I remember you guys were playing in the conference room, like looking through that glass window in the door, and be like, "This is a Bethesda game." I did not,
yeah.
Like, it was so confusing, and I was like, "Oh my god, okay, yeah." And then going on that Dishonored trip, like Miller and Adam and I, in Austin, it was like, "Oh my god, this thing is so cool."
That glass conference room door was like the most peered through.
Seriously, I just like had a flashback while you were talking. I was just like, oh my god, you need to look and see what they're doing because it's always something important happening in there.
In hindsight, we should have probably just had a solid door for all the secret games we have.
Honestly.
There was a time Tim was reviewing Ju-On the Grudge for Wii.
Huge.
And it had something you could do where, like, player 2, the Wiimote, if you shook it, it would cause jump scares and stuff. So you hung the Wiimote on the handle on the outside, and there's a post-it note I have a picture of saying, like, "Too scared, Tim, shake this controller." And so people could go up and just shake it, and probably wouldn't have
Where did this happen, Dan, or had you just done it and he didn't catch on?
I don't know if you
later?
ever noticed it. Yeah, I was shaking it vigorously.
Yeah, I don't think people were peeking in at Ju-On. That wasn't a hot new game.
I mean, that sounds like a cool mechanic.
Does that sound cool? Spencer wrote in saying, the GI issues my high school library had were always a good break, but it's also fun to look at the fact that they had me going into college amped for Evolve and Fortnite 10 years ago. And boy, those games have changed on two very different journeys. Any other notable cover games that significantly changed after the cover story or preview is published?
Borderlands.
Borderlands is the big one, right?
Borderlands.
Yeah, because that was before the art
Complete
style
art style,
change.
yeah.
Infamous 2.
Different Cole
Do you remember the
style?
cover?
Different
The
cover.
cover,
yeah.
the character art was completely different. It was still Cole, right? It was the same character, but then everyone hated. It's
He had
Cole, right?
hair.
Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everyone
he had
hates
a different
hair.
haircut and face and all that stuff, and yeah, people hated it immediately. And just as a direct result, they just completely changed the art style of the character.
Yeah.
Maybe this is cheating / bullying, but the Rainbow Six game that
Patriots.
Matt did a cover
Patriots?
story on that never came out. Does that fit?
Yeah.
Bert's,
There's
you
Fear and
built
Loathing as
several
well.
There it
cover
is.
story games, right?
Yeah, I
Fear
killed a
Respect.
lot of games. That was the joke.
Yeah, Fear and Respect. Matt Helgeson did that cover story.
Yeah, Snoop signed it. right
Wow.
there. Yeah.
It was like John Singleton was
I
like
went down with
involved.
Midway, I think.
Okay. And then yeah,
Bert's
Patriots.
also did
Tiberium,
Command
that
and
was Bert's.
Conquer. Yeah.
Tiberium was Bert's?
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Was there a StarCraft Ghost cover or no?
There was. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we did.
yeah, we saw that.
wow.
Nick, what were the ones you were talking
very
about?
excited for that.
100 something. Did you
100 Bullets.
100 bullets? What is that?
It's like a comic
Based
book
on a
franchise. I don't know.
comic,
Was that a
yeah.
cover story or I don't? I mean, Reiner and Andy are gonna know more about that than me.
I think that was
but
a feature.
Yeah.
That was the claim, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
But I just remember seeing artifacts of it when I joined, just in the random back room in the production area.
The
Was there a
big
Lord
one.
of the Rings one that Kato
Yeah,
did?
that was the White
Yeah.
Council.
White
that got
Council,
canceled
yeah.
after he wrote half the cover story. We
Yeah.
were what, Andy? A week
Oh my
away from
God.
going to print.
No,
And we
that's
got a
the one
call?
I thought that's the one. Yeah, where we were leaving on a Friday. It was like, bye everybody, and then my phone rang, and I went, what? And they went, it's gone. And I stopped people from
Canceled.
leaving
Game was
on a
canceled.
Friday,
Yeah,
and like
canceled,
we
yeah.
went into the conference room and we're like, what are we gonna do over the weekend to
It was
print
right
this
before
magazine
Christmas,
on
too.
Monday?
Yeah, right before.
Yeah, everything was done. I think we had just finished like everything,
done.
and like everyone in the bullpen was just fucking around like at the end of the day.
Oh my
We're
And
just
that's the
waiting for
top.
the
That's our
art-
first top
yeah.
50, right? That's our first top 50 that we did, and we did it purely out of desperation.
Oh wow.
The
we
cover
were
art.
lucky it was
No.
the end of the year that we could do that.
Yeah.
The one that I remember of Andy being able to call the press and be like, "Stop the presses!" You were so excited. Was Ninja Gaiden. Tecmo had whatever feelings they had about Ninja Gaiden, and we could not print it.
And you had to say stop the presses because of it? Is
No,
it just a preview?
okay, I remember this because it was my first day.
What?
And yeah, this was my first day in December 2023, and I came in, sat down,
December
and like
2023?
2013 or 2003. 2003. Sorry.
We'll figure it out.
December. So anyway, Reiner sat me down at my desk with like my intake documents or whatever, and I was filling stuff out. And Andy came into the bullpen and just dropped the loudest F-bomb because Ninja Gaiden, which had been included in our year-end coverage, had gotten delayed. So it was no longer like a game of 2003. And this is like as the issue was basically out the door already. So it had to be like
it was at the printers. Like they were
it was
the magazines.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it was out the door, and Andy had to last minute see if it was possible to stop the presses because otherwise it'd be including this game in like year-end coverage that it didn't belong in.
Andy,
Yes.
Can you tell the story? And I know it's okay to tell, and it's a long story for why, but because on the Borderlands 2 cover story trip, Randy Pitchford told us this story, but there was interference in the audio cable, and so it was unusable in the interview. But can you tell the story of the first Borderlands and how you were discussing the name of the first Borderlands for that cover story?
I sound like such an asshole. In this story.
Embrace it. Come on. It's not an asshole move.
Yeah, I mean, so we had Borderlands and they brought us the game. We went and saw it. We loved it. I mean, it was like Diablo with guns. It was like, yes,
Yep.
This is amazing.
A new genre is born.
A new genre is born. And then we were looking at the cover, and then it came to us, and they were like, "Yeah, the game's called Pandora," and I was like, "The game is cool. This name is awful. I hate it. I hate it with all my being." So I decided to be a pain in the ass, I guess is the best way to put it. And I was like, well, we just did some other covers with the game with the P in it at the beginning. So like, I don't want to do those anymore. So like, if you want to be on the cover, like you can need a new name.
He is so March.
And so I don't know. I couldn't come up with a good excuse. I just hated the
That's
name. I
good.
didn't want to tell him I just hated the name. And I just said, no, I'm not doing it. And I said, if you want to be on the cover, you gotta change the name.
Andy is the best Andy.
Wow.
And then they changed the name. So it was. I mean, looking back, it's interesting to me to watch, how that thing has grown. And like, I always remember, and I always go, thank God it's not Pandora. And I actually, I apologize to the people at Gearbox. I was like, I'm sorry, I was kind of a butthead about that. And they were like, no, it's cool, man. Like the new name's better. And I was like, it is. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why I felt. But I mean, that was my opinion, and maybe me, being a little obnoxious about the opportunity to manage Game Informer covers. Like
there was another meeting we were in with IO Interactive where they came by and showed us Kane and Lynch. And I remember being in a meeting with Andy, and they said the name of the game is Bad Bad Men, and we just kind of looked at each other. It was like an office moment, like looking for the documentary camera. And we were like, we like your game, but that name.
A lot of B's recently.
And they changed it.
They changed it. Yeah.
They changed it. They changed it.
Oh
so,
And
but
Bert,
yeah,
that's
the power of the press.
Hell yeah. Bert, didn't you play like a version of Army of Two that was completely different or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
right. I did.
Yeah, they had like all this political messaging in it. Like there was George Bush stuff in there, and they cut all that out.
There was sort of like are we the baddies sort of moment halfway through the game where like these like dude bros become self-aware. And do you remember the triage scenes in that game, Reiner? Where you would like stick a bloody tampon into your buddy, like it would dim the lights. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in a game.
Was this pre-Spec Ops or post-Spec Ops?
Pre.
This is pre. Okay.
Tom Blackburn writes in and says, "Hey everybody, can you remember the mood in the office when a new genre came around, or when its first competitor came out? Like specifically, I remember the Monday morning when Dan Tack strolled into the office and was like, guys, I've been playing PUBG, or as he called it, Player Unknown's Battlegrounds all weekend. Like, this is a thing, this is a thing, this is a thing." It was like, okay, Mr. Tack. And then dabbling, like, oh, this rules. And like that, Dan, I've never seen somebody call their shot better. Because I remember you like arguing in that Monday meeting, like, this is a gaming revolution. And you were 100% spot on. It was amazing. For
sure. He did the same thing for Slay the Spire too, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it was also like a roguelike deck building thing where everyone, except maybe Dan and Leo, maybe, was like, really? Like, this thing?
Yeah.
And then turned out like,
always on the cutting edge. The PC gamers always know what's up.
It is true. Absolutely.
Adam as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you also said
remember-
half of that enthusiasm for auto chess, and that one, it's shorter.
Auto chess is still around. It didn't take fire. It didn't take fire as much.
It is around. It's important.
TFT is still huge.
It's
Hearthstone
important.
Battlegrounds is still huge.
It's important. Dan, you're unimpeachable. Unimpeachable. Let us know.
I do remember.
Dan is defending his record so hard.
I got a good record. I don't want to lose it.
Yeah,
He is the worldweight champion of the world.
I seem to remember Phil playing Demon Souls.
I was gonna say that too. Yes.
Yeah. And I was like, this is a good game. Like just
because
everybody was questioning him. We're like, this isn't good, right? And he's like, yeah, it is.
Yeah, and for weeks he hated it and was like swearing about it. And then his review came out and it was like a 10 or a 9.5 or whatever.
Yeah.
We're like, what the hell happened to Phil?
He'd be like, you can go really far. You can play for 45 minutes, and then you lose all your XP because you died and you didn't get back to it. And I was like, that sounds like it fucking sucks. What are you talking about?
He's like, I climbed this tower and I shot this like dragon 45 times with an arrow and it finally died. And I'm like, that sounds what?
Yeah.
I think that was the vibe for literally all Demon Souls review was, I don't know why I like this, but I do. I'm very confused about it.
Yeah.
Like every single one.
I remember.
I think Jeff Cork had an import version of that game first, actually, in the online office, and I don't even remember how it came to the office. But I remember watching him play and being pissed at it, and he's like, "This is the greatest thing I've ever played."
Wow!
And I was just so confused by it.
I remember we had the notebooks, and I think we auctioned it off for charity for Extra Life at a certain point. But Andy, it was your notebooks from Space World, I think, where you were seeing Zelda 64 for the first time. And we had your scribbled notes. We were describing Z targeting for the first time. Like, okay, they're pushing this whole idea of targeting in here. Yeah, it was amazing. But
I cannot believe that notebook even exists, much less, I guess, that's there. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
check
crazy.
out the archives of the Extra Life streams. Yeah, we auctioned it all off, along with a pin that had Zelda 64 on it.
I was always jealous of Reiner's N64 controller signed by Miyamoto that you won in a Star Fox competition.
It's right here.
It's
jealous of this right here.
He told everybody about that. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was really cool.
It is amazing.
That's
and
really
this
good.
is what is this?
What is that?
Oh, that's your space rock.
So,
right?
You remember that, Andy?
Oh, I definitely remember that.
Okay.
Will Wright. Will Wright.
He just gave you a space rock as a gift?
Yeah.
No,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we were doing this thing called Visions of the Visionaries. You can find it in an old issue where we asked like 7. We were at the time like Sid Meier and Will, and I think we talked to Jason Rubin maybe on that too. Like we talked to like 7 devs, and we went to go take photos of them when they were in Vegas, all for DICE to finish the feature. And we did interviews, I think, while we were there, maybe at other times, I can't remember. But we went to go get Will and take him to go get his photo, like on the 3rd floor of the Hard Rock Hotel. And as we get in the elevator together with him, he's like, there's no such thing as a true random number. And we're like, yeah, you know what I mean? And then he started to go and explain like how random numbers work. And that he was like, radiation or other things like this is truly the best way to find like how a true random number, though, is there really a true random number? And we're like, oh yeah, I know, totally, yeah. And so, just kind of like going along with it. Guy's obviously a genius, right? And then like halfway through, he just reaches in his pocket and he goes like, here, have a meteorite. I'm decollecting. And we're like, what? And he's like, I buy collections and then decollect them. And we were like, oh my God, this guy is just playing a different game than I am at this point. And then like got out. Yeah, exactly. And then we're like, all right, let's take your picture. You know what I mean? Like kind of thing. It was like, I mean, he was, I will say I was very lucky. I've met so many smart people, but there's times when you meet someone who's just like super genius, and Will was super genius, and you're just like, wow.
Yeah.
Like really smart guy. But also too, it's like hair was out of place, and like his mom was with him, and she was like fixing his hair, and it's like also it's like super weird to see him like look like he's like 13 with his mom fixing his hair after we got out of that elevator.
Meteorites keep coming out of your hair.
It was, at the end of it, it was funny. Andy and I are like walking back through the hotel or whatever, silent, and then eventually we're like, holy shit, like everything that just happened in like those 20 minutes. It's like, oh my God.
That's so weird. Yeah, it's like that time.
Speaking of mad geniuses, I don't remember what we were actually doing a story for, Ben Hansen.
I remembered exactly, Brian. Now let me take it away, buddy.
You take it.
We were on the Thief cover story, the Thief reboot, and we're in Montreal, and we're in the lobby of our hotel walking by, and I look over and I say, hey guys, I think that's Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple. And Brian goes, wait, that's just some big fat guy. I was like, no, Brian, I think that's Steve Wozniak.
I don't know. I don't think that.
You 100% did. And so like went up to him and it was like, because I just read the biography of Steve Jobs. And so I was like primed on it. And so I went up to him like, hey, are you Steve Wozniak? He's like, oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. And then he just launched into like a 20-minute tangent talking about like, I love this hotel. You know the best thing about a hotel? You know what makes a great hotel room? We're like, the bed? He's like, incorrect. The number needs to be a palindrome. I need to have a palindrome on every one of my hotel room doors. I make sure of it. And he just kept on rolling. And then we're like, could we interview you for Game Informer magazine to talk about the development of Breakout and all this stuff? And he's like, yes, come by my...
We should be recording this.
Yeah. And he's like, come by my hotel room tomorrow. Okay. And then we just came and knocked on Steve Wozniak's hotel room door, and he let us right in. And we interviewed him for like an hour in his history of game design, development of the Apple II, talking about old arguments with Steve Jobs and all this stuff. And then we filmed him playing a Game Boy because he had an Astro Boy Game Boy that was import only, and he was still playing this in like 2014, just like, a Game Boy from the early 90s.
In the world.
Yeah. And he's like, it's just my favorite game. It's the best ever. Let me show you my strategies for Tetris. And we filmed it all. It's on Game Informer's YouTube channel. Hopefully it lasts forever. And then that was it. And then we made
his business cards too.
Yeah, we got his business cards.
Are some of the coolest business cards I've ever seen because they're metal, which is wild. They gotta be so expensive. They're super thick and like they have like binary written on them.
Yeah, his phone number is in binary. But I just remember leaving that hotel room and pretty sure I think it was you who said like, do you know how easy it would have been to murder that billionaire?
That's all I could think of the whole time. I was like, I could just get this phone cord and just kill him and then it'd be all done.
It was bizarre, but incredible.
To be fair, Ben is always thinking about murdering rich people.
Yeah, that's true.
Hold on, I gotta take care of something?
In terms of like milestones moment, it's not the biggest thing, but I do remember like a Monday meeting where Matt Mailer was talking about some preview trip, and he's like, the publisher sent YouTubers to this preview event. They were like mixed in with the press. And it was like that weird, like, all right, real sign of the times. Like, what is this? Who are these new people?
For me, it was Call of Duty and WWE 2K events were the first couple where it's like, oh, wow, okay, this is happening now, and it's probably going to keep happening. And then it kept happening to the point to where it's like traditional press would be the minority in these things. So it happened very quickly.
Yeah.
Hanson, one of my favorite memories of you, we were in Vegas for something, and we were about to go to breakfast, and we're in front of the restaurant, and you just turned and you're like, that's Anthony Daniels, and you took off in a mad sprint.
C-3PO himself, yeah. I think we were eating breakfast, and you said that's Anthony Daniels. I don't think I would have recognized him. I'm like, Reiner, forgive me. I'm leaving my breakfast. I need to go hunt down Anthony Daniels. and talk to him because he was talking about he was going in to do ADR lines for Force Awakens, and I was like, yeah, I saw some image leaked or something where you had a red arm, and he's like, oh, that red arm, I hate that red arm. J.J. Abrams insists on the red arm. And I was like, I don't know, man. But then I really wanted to take
eating breakfast by myself. Like, should I go find him?
I can't believe you weren't sprinting with me. It's C-3PO, Reiner, over breakfast. It's the best thing ever. Yeah, that was.
I remember Dan. You were always like, Riker. You were always big on like meeting celebrities. Like I remember staking out a hotel so we could meet Mike Tyson and John Cena and maybe somebody else. But
no,
like...
that was Joe.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Joe.
All my heroes. Yes.
Yes, I do remember that at the Marriott.
I was like, well, it's cool that I got to meet Mike Tyson. Yeah,
with, me, you, and Annette. I remember that. We have pictures from there. I think you have one with Cena too, right? I think we annoyed John Cena.
Yeah.
He was just trying to check into his hotel, and we're just dumbasses trying to get a picture with him. He was nice though.
Did Hanson see Anthony Daniels again? Where'd he go?
Yeah. I think so.
Oh yeah.
It was R2D2 this time.
Oh, Kenny Baker. Rip.
Dan
was always. I mean, I think that as far as like there was a question about like how being starstruck and meeting celebrities, and I think most of those trace back to Dan in some way, where it was like Dan, he posted something on Instagram which was just like random photos of like Game Informer memories, and it's just like, well, there's Guar and and meeting all of
WK.
Excuse me, yeah, Guar and like Odorous Arungus, like rest in peace, and like just them being in the office for like an afternoon.
They signed the top of the vending machine in the kitchen.
That's right.
In the dust, and it took all the beer. Yeah, all the beer was gone after Guar was there.
And they changed in our kitchen.
Yeah, they smelled really bad.
As a changing room.
Nice.
Didn't one of them? They had like their phone out and like it was like playing an audiobook or something like while they were changing, and then like they realized halfway through, oh, this is still on. Like it had been going for like half an hour.
I forgot about the thing I remember is Odorous was in the kitchen area and he was changing, and he had like fishnets on, and he was like taking all of his like normal person clothes off and putting on like all the gimmick stuff, and so he was like half naked with like fishnets and stuff. And Megan Marie went. I was walking in to check on Odorous, and Megan was in front of me, and all I saw was Megan turn left into the kitchen, and I was like, oh god, and then I immediately see her turn back, just like, boop, just like
They seem like guys who just like weren't fully there anymore, you know?
Well, yeah, I'd have to imagine their lifestyle.
They were fully committed
former
to the
editor
bit.
Justin Leeper toured with them.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how we kind of got a little bit of the start of that relationship with them. And all I remember about that visit was I can't remember if this is true. This might just be my memory being crazy. I feel like I walked into the office that day and looked in, and they were already fully dressed. I think he was humping the Wampa rug, and then like I walked in, and it was just like. And I just like walked in and went like, "Oh, another day at work." You know what I mean? Like I could just seem like that was what do you know? Yeah,
I distinctly remember I was so excited about this, the fact that they agreed to do it, and so I was running around just telling everyone about it. And Joe just had no interest at all, and he was like,
Joe?
Dan, I don't know what you have planned with these freaks. I don't want any part of it. I don't want, like, just don't bring them around me. And it's in the video if you watch it. I'm like, hey guys, come meet Joe Juba. He's a big fan.
No, I mean I know that you did that to goad me in the moment, and yet, like, now I remember the time that Guar hugged me. You know? It's like, oh yeah, I've been hugged by Guar.
Of course.
I don't think I've seen Reiner more nervous than when Riff Raff was there and his entourage.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I was trying to remember that. It was like
I'm still driving
break.
the Toyota Corolla. I'm still driving
car.
the 2007 Toyota Corolla that we picked up.
There was like nobody in the office. It was like holiday time, and then it was late at night, right?
Yeah,
because like 7, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. I can't remember what time it was.
Yeah.
But they wanted to get picked up in like a limo or something like that, and Tim picked him up in his the Corolla?
2007 Toyota Corolla, still running, baby.
Me and you, and he wants to have him, his manager, and his like the most massive man I've ever seen. And I worked for WWE, like his bodyguard, like trying to get into Tim's Corolla, and you had like a crate of something in the back seat, and they're all trying to shove their shit in the trunk and everything. The most crammed ride for like half a mile to Game Informer. And then they get in there and they are all on one. And we had the motorized skateboard thing, not the Tony Hawk Ride thing.
Yep.
And they were fixated on that. And these guys, Riff Raff and the
It was really
bodyguard,
good.
were just zooming around the office. And I'm really seeing Reiner. And you're just like, I can tell Reiner's like, if anything goes wrong here, this is on you.
I went over to like introduce myself to like his bodyguard or whatever, you know, like, and he's like, "Where's the snacks?" You know, and I was like, this is an office. This is a magazine. We don't have snacks." And right there, it was just like, okay, this is gonna go south very fast.
Oh, God.
And
Tim
it
pulls
did.
up.
The whole way through that was just like,
it was terrible.
Are we done yet? Are we done yet? Are we done
Yeah.
yet?
God, I wonder if that's still up. I remember that being like, it felt like
a
an
very
eternity.
opposite experience in a lot of ways from playing Mario Party with Andrew WK, which is like
He
literally
wants to
just
party.
playing Mario Party with Andrew WK and trying to make him laugh. And it was like just a delight.
Yeah, I remember I picked him up in my like shitty old car, and he was totally cool with it and everything. Whereas like Riff Raff, I remember you pulled up, and he's like, "Pick up a man like me, you got to have a limo." It's like, sorry, guy.
Cool, yeah.
Working on it.
Yeah.
I remember Kumail Nanjiani came in too. Like that was like a fun recording. And
Played
talking to him
Castlevania.
about
He was
fitness,
good.
I
He
think
was
I
totally
inspired
cool.
him a little bit.
I think Kyle picked him up and like drove him back to the office. Yeah,
He was like a
cool.
surprisingly like cool dude. Like
Yeah.
down to earth.
By the way, if you watch Silicon Valley, he has like issues of Game Informer at times
Yep.
when he's like sitting at the desk.
He had the
Yeah.
Ground Zeroes cover, I think, like Arkham Knight on the desk. Yeah, that was super fun.
Dan, you were with me when we approached Dana Gould about playing Gex, right?
Dan, I'm still angry at you about this. Because
I don't really remember. I remember it didn't go well. I don't remember why.
He threw a fist at us. No, it was fine. But yeah, we went up to him because it was at Acme, and Acme Comedy Club was right next door to Game Informer, and so we knew he was there, and he was just like hanging out in the side room. And we went over there, and we're like, "Hey, we're big fans of Gex." And he goes, "Oh, I get that all the time." And I said, "Really?" And he goes, "No." No. I was like, "Well, hey, do you want to come over and be on our show Replay? I think it'd be really fun." And then it was a whole thing where I was angry because we both handed him business cards at the same time, and I thought that we confused him. Like, we should have just handed him one, Dan. I was handing him mine, then you threw yours. I'm like, "Call this number." It's like, okay, well, now he's confused. He's not going to do it. And he didn't. We lost that sweet Gex Replay.
That's
Dan,
why he
thanks to
didn't
you.
do it.
Yeah.
You
Travis and
confused him with phone numbers.
yeah, exactly.
Sounds like the most Seinfeld thing I've ever heard you say, Ben.
It was
Absolutely.
Travis and Fargo writes in to say, "I always thought it'd be fun to have an activities page in Game Informer with things like crosswords, fill in the blank, spot the difference. Basically, a video game highlights magazine." That's kind of game over. We had variants of
He
that.
did that. Matt Miller did crosswords.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. But Travis says, "Was there ever an out there idea that you've or feature that you pitched and wished for, but it was deemed too weird or off brand?"
I remember we were going to do a 3DS cover, and we were just like, "What are we doing? Just a picture of the console or what?" And I don't think QR codes were a big thing back then, and we were all standing around the bullpen. I was like, "What if the cover was just like a big QR code?"
Hell yeah!
It's just a big QR code, and then if you scan it, it's like it takes you to something, and it's like a video or something we could do. And I remember everyone was like quiet for a second, and Andy, you looked up at me and you were like, "Dan, that's the dumbest fucking idea."
Can you imagine it?
I hate to say it, that sounds like something I would say in this situation. It's really hard to
Not a
argue
great
that one.
idea, but there's no bad ideas in an issue meeting. So.
Yeah,
there are no bad ideas. Yeah, there are no
we
bad
make fun of
ideas.
all of them, but they
Yes.
Except for top 10 whips.
Top 10
No,
whips.
no,
That's
gold.
I remember having in the back pocket and floating it, and it didn't go over well, but I still think it's a cool idea of, because, we talk about the heyday of cover stories and how amazing it was, but definitely, I don't want to, not reveal that there was a lot of stress and a lot of Monday meetings of, oh crap, this game fell through. What are we going to do? We need some options, blah, 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 blah. And so I always thought it'd be cool to have in the pocket, whenever we needed it, a Game Informer that was just canonical video game short stories, where we just get like video game creative directors, writers to write like little side stories. Like Ken Levine writes a 2-page story that's technically canonical within the world of BioShock. I think that'd be such a cool idea, but like lining all that up ahead of time and like, okay, I gotta get publisher approval for these.
Idea.
I thought it'd be a cool idea.
Cool.
Hey, thanks guys.
Yeah,
Appreciate
that.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
What about the pictures though?
Yeah,
What
the
are the
arts.
assets? I don't understand.
have an artist.
You got to hire artists.
Yeah, Tom would
and then
create
they have
some
to get
pixel
briefed in
art.
on it, and then you have to worry about the deadline for when the
That's
draft
it.
is done.
Like-
We could draw the
Brief in-
pictures. It'd be
Yeah.
fine.
That's
An
true.
idea-
I'm overthinking it.
We threw around for probably 2 decades was the 100 worst games of all time,
Oh God, yeah.
which is very controversial. But secretly wanted to do it just to get a Superman 64 cover because it'd be so badass.
It would have been cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
But that was just something we never did. And
Miller
out of
always talked
respect,
us off the ledge. Yeah, Miller was like, it's
Yeah.
just, yeah,
You're just
he was the
mean.
adult
Yeah, he
children.
was you're
Yeah.
mean, and we were like, yes, we're mean.
Well, I remember
we
did
whiteboarded
get,
that, right? We had that
yeah,
whole thing
It
scoped
was,
out.
yeah.
We did get far enough once when we were like a situation we were talking about where it was like, oh God, we need a cover, like something's falling through. We got far enough to concept it out on the whiteboard, and with the goal, sort of with Miller's criticism in mind, of like, how do we make this kind of like weirdly a celebration of the bad games and not just like punching down?
Yep.
And I don't think, I mean, we came up with a list of 100 games, but I don't think we ultimately landed in a place that made it that we still felt good about it.
You could say like try to find one good thing to say about each game, which would be a fun exercise, but then it's still probably a lot of saying bad
That's
things.
the most Minnesota thing you can compliment sandwich.
Aggressive issue.
Yeah.
I mean, also Miller did always point out, I kind of went again. We tried to celebrate games in a lot of ways, and that we did not celebrate games and being fans of video games. So it was fair critique, but it's also good fodder for issue meetings.
It was very fun. Yeah, I remember in the realm of it'd be fun to do at some point. Like Andy, I remember you were always talking about making a Game Informer Kids, like a spin-off magazine that was more kid friendly. I thought that was a cool idea.
I mean, I pitched at one point. I tried to pitch Informer as the brand, and we would do like, maybe at the time this is probably like DVD Informer. Do you know what I mean? Like
Oh,
do
that's
like
so cool.
all across entertainment, like that we would do different things. So it wasn't just video games that we did. That was my dreams of a publishing empire, I guess, at one point. But you'll never guess. I never sold it up the chain. Never really got anywhere. Weird.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Game Informer Kids would have been fun.
It would've
Yes.
been fun.
I still use to the day one of my favorite lines. I don't remember when it happened, but I think we used to like play games or do reviews, and we'd be like, this game's not very good, but it's probably good for kids. I think we wrote it like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And then someone sent us in Dear GI, and they were like, why do you guys hate kids so much? You keep wanting to play all these horrible games. And I was like, all right, we gotta stop doing that. Then we you know, like it just was kind of the default for like games that stunk. And it's like, I think at the time it was like there were not a lot of games that were like designed for kids, and we'd also gotten like very mature, I think, in like a lot of things that we were doing and a lot of things that were covering. So it felt right.
Yeah.
But
Crater writes in and says, as a Minnesota native, I've always loved that Game Informer was Minnesota based. Do you think Minnesota based helped make Game Informer special?
That was one of the big like drawing points for me. I was born in Minneapolis. I lived in central Wisconsin for a long time. Game Informer was my number one. Like that's where I wanted to work. That's where I wanted to end up. That's where I wanted to be.
Yeah.
And I eventually got there. So yeah, that was a big part of like me growing up. I guess like it was a sense of pride. Because it was where I was from.
Yeah.
I agree with that because it was like for me it was like I was going down one career path that clearly was not going to work out for me, and it was like looking at the masthead and it's like, oh, this is 15 minutes from my home right now. I need to commit every molecule of my being to being here. But if I was to like zoom out and think maybe philosophically about it, I think so like no games are take Wisconsin out and like Raven out of the equation, I guess Midway out of the equation, and correct me if I'm missing anything. Middle America games just aren't made there. I think it, it's
Monster
like
Jam games.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so wrong.
Deer Hunter, one of the biggest games ever, is
different country.
Mike,
my story is
hang up now.
You're a fool, Tim.
You did this in front of the wrong crowd, is what you just did. That
That's what I did. Everybody has all the court case knowledge, which I love. That's what I love about everybody here. But it's like you can just. For me, it's like I by default was approaching everything with some sort of like wide-eyed, like Midwestern sort of naivete about it, and it was just kind of like, I don't know, like I'm just happy to be here, tell me about your game, and then asking questions about it. And I felt like it was disarming maybe with some of the developers we would talk with, and I felt like that was a real benefit sometimes. And I felt pride in like, did you know Game Informer was based in Minneapolis of all places?
Right.
That's right. And tell me about your game, damn it. I don't know. It just
What was really interesting about it was like coming from New York in the publishing world, where like people are jumping from magazine to magazine all the time, and the same thing was happening with a lot of the San Francisco gaming press, right? I think being on an island in Minneapolis kind of led to a lot of talent cultivation and retention that made Game Informer really different and special. Like all these people working together for 10, 15, 20 years, like that is not common in magazines, you know? It's not common in journalism in general. And I think that was kind of one of the secret sauces for how this magazine kind of took off and became what it was.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Elise.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I didn't know anything about Minnesota or, before moving there, because I moved from Canada. And I think for me, in my head, it was just like, well, wherever Game Informer is, I don't care. Like, I will go there. It doesn't matter. Like, that's the dream job. And I think for me, Game Informer was my, like, I don't know. It was like my way of falling in love with Minneapolis. And I mean, now I've lived here for almost 8 years. Like, I haven't left because of Game Informer. Like, it just put me down this path that, like, it changed everything.
Yeah, I would.
Go ahead, and then you came back.
That's true. I was in DC for 1 year. I hated that. I didn't like it there.
The one thing I was going to add to Bertz's point about being sort of separate from the San Francisco crowd is, like, I think that there's also I don't want to imply that, like, there's not that there aren't talented journalists out there at all, because, like, obviously there are, but I think that there's something. I think there's something about being separate from that ecosystem in terms of the content we were creating too. You know, that like, I think sort of developing our own sort of views on it without necessarily being closely tied to a community of other gaming journalists. Also, just, I think, sort of led to the development of maybe some offbeat, or at least, off the beaten path opinions.
Well, we weren't just away from journalists; we were away from the whole industry. Do you know what I mean? I mean that entire community. I think you're right, Joe. I mean, that's definitely true, and I 100% agree with Matt that I think I remember in the earlier days. I remember watching people quit at other magazines and even at ours to some degree, and I was like, well, why are they doing that? And they're like, I can't make a career reviewing video games, and I was like, man, I don't want to live in a world where you can't have a career like reviewing video games. Like, I think that sucks. Like, we need to solve for that. And there were times when they were like, Andy, you should move the whole magazine to California. And I was like, no, I mean, this is the place where people can make enough money, raise a family, and have a home, and be a video game reviewer. And I think that really mattered. And I still to this day think it's a better place, if people who care and love about things can keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like, it was a big deal.
Yeah, when I moved, it was. Oh, go ahead. Dan.
I was going to say, like, us being kind of on an island out here, we were all on a team. So it was like we were always the ones hanging out with each other and everything. And, like, Jason and I moved out to San Francisco, and, we had our friends there and everything. But it was like there were all these little pockets where it's like, okay, here's the IGN people, here's the GameSpot people, here's the Giant Bomb people, here's devs, here's all this. Where it's like, it's all great people out there and everything, but all very disparate. Whereas, like, here, it's just like, all right, here's, 6 of us, 8 of us we're going to the biggest lounge, or we're just hanging out, we're going to Jason's place and playing a game, where it just felt like a team here,
Mm-hmm.
I think that it lasts too. Like, what other places that have gone down? I mean, big credit to Hansen for getting us all together, but how many other places could get this many eras of people to all show up for, basically a funeral? Like, the fact that we're all like, oh yes, I would definitely want to get on this and chat with everybody and relive old times. I mean, that just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Have a nice little wake. Yeah.
Well, Helen, several people on this call moved away and moved back. I mean, Elise, you mentioned it. Brian, myself, like, we moved away for job stuff and come back. So there's something very special about this place. And Game Informer is what brought a lot of us here.
Yeah. How are we all feeling? Should we wrap it up? Should we keep rolling ahead?
I'm good either way.
I'm here as long as you want.
Okay.
Same.
Okay.
I'm on California time, so.
Okay, great.
I think I'm gonna start heading out myself, but
all right.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for jumping in, Elise. Absolutely.
Yeah. I also have to head out.
Good to see everyone.
Bye,
Before y'all go,
Bye.
I want to say we talked about the funniest people at Game Informer. Everybody made me laugh, but the best person to make laugh was Joe. Joe has the best laugh.
No, it's great laugh.
Best person to be funny at.
Yeah. Joe, it's in that highlight reel for the Sonic 06 Super Replay, but when you're trying to figure out how to or Ben Reeves, you're trying to figure out how to go forward on Shadow's hovercopter, and he's like, oh, hit A, and you go and you go off this ledge and crash immediately and die. Joe has this maniacal cackle that is so funny to listen to. It's great. It's on that highlight reel.
Yeah, Joe loves a good Schadenfreude.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Also,
All right.
I also want to give a shout out to Marky Afava for your columns that you did. Your humor in those was outstanding. Like, you had me cracking up with each one of those. And the amount of work you put into those too was impressive.
Yeah, and props to Kim. Kim was really pushing to get those columns off, and JV had one.
Yeah.
That was one of those things where it was like, as soon as they floated the idea for that, I was, oh yeah, that would be really fun to do. And then it was like, oh, I have to do this every other week for the rest of my life. Yes. But also that was one of those great things that I think we saw in a lot of different avenues of working at Game Informer, where that was just my thing, and no one ever questioned what I was doing. No one, put any restrictions on it. If there was a week that I couldn't do it, I didn't get crap for not being able to do it. We had so much editorial freedom and leeway to pursue the things that we wanted to. That was always really great about the job.
Yeah. We just had to get that magazine out the door on time.
That's it. Yeah. And just to be clear, I want to be clear, Joe. Just so you're in the know, all these questions are still clean and good, moving throughout. And I don't know if you want to stick around for these, but there's one that's a little bit up your alley here. Unless if you gotta go, you gotta go. That's fine. I'll trim all this out. But
okay. Let's do the one that's up my alley. I can do that.
I got time for one more too.
Okay, great. This seems Bertsy and Joey. Caffeine Dad writes in and says, "Hey y'all, I loved reading Game Informer as a kid. I think reading your work when I was younger helped me become an English teacher now. My question is, what was your writing process for the magazine? Did you just shoot from the hip, or did you have a specific routine to writing? Did y'all have a Game Informer style guide with a set structure and do's and don'ts, or did each writer do their own thing?"
That's Bert's.
I want to hear Dan Reichert talk about this.
He's rushing back to the microphone to talk about his passion for style guides. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a whole council of people that, doing it by yourself is ridiculous, and no one should be doing that. So we had 5 or 6 of us that would meet bi-monthly or something like that, and we would update the style guide, come up with just general writing tips to kind of help people. We would do boot camps. We had a lot of stuff like that just to help people become better writers.
I really got in the not habit of saying really a lot. So thank you for that.
Andy, who wrote the first style guide? Was that John Storm?
Yeah, John Storm. Yeah,
Wow.
he I think he walked in to us, a bunch of troublemakers, and he was like, "Do you guys know what the Chicago Manual of Style is?" And we were like, "Get your wishcraft out of here. We don't care. We do what we
We don't
want."
write in sentences.
Yeah,
We live
whatever.
in Minnesota.
Well, I don't care what a semicolon's supposed to do. You know what I mean? He was the first to push some editorial guidelines on us. And by the way, I'd say, I give him a lot of props for, he's the reason why we looked to trick Matt Bertz to come work for us, is that we needed some people that had some English training to help us with that at that time.
Yeah. Well, and we used John Storm's guide for a long, an old print copy. I think a few of us had them at our desks and stuff, and it got to the point where it was evolving so quickly that you couldn't just make notes or use that guide anymore. And that's when I think Bert started up the sort of digital style guide that we had going for a while there.
Yeah.
I remember when we'd hire new people and you'd hand it to them and they would be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I think Andy was reading my first preview that was going to print, and he was proofing it. It was like a SmackDown vs. Raw 2010 thing, and I just remember you from your office, Andy, being like, "Oh shit, he's a double spacer! He's a double spacer!" I was like, "Oh shit!" It's like, I've read like a million reviews, always doing 2 spaces after a period. So well, I got to change that immediately.
Problem of coming out of college was double spacing for me. I owe a lot, I think, to Joe and Bert's and stuff for like I was not an English major at all, and so it was like I was like a sociology major, so I was getting along. I could write, but like I didn't need to have perfect grammar all the time, and beat a lot of bad habits out of me. I remember Joe specifically, like I was just enticed and just dazzled by alliteration. Like, look at me, I can, gross ghouls, and whatever it is. That's the best example I could
tipsy
think of.
typist, you once wrote, and I crossed that one out of. Yes, I think it was like a Ghost Detective preview or something like that. And I remember reading that and was like, "Fuck no!"
And by the way, I love that Jeff was like going out to get it and remembered it. He was like, I got him that day.
That's
an intervention.
I wouldn't have brought it up myself, Tim, but yes, you loved your alliteration.
I remember.
I'm ready to.
Oh, I remember when JV started, and the first article he wrote, I brought it over to Miller, and I was like, "Hey, this is flawless."
Whoa!
I was like, "Holy crap! The writing, JV, your writing was outstanding." I have not seen copy come in that clean or just beautifully put together. Like I was like, I have a lot to learn. 25 years into my career, it's like, oh God,
that's fun.
This guy's writing circles around me. It was awesome.
I wrote very poorly, many other things very poorly, but thank you. Joe had to suffer from many of my sins.
I always love the line that if we were hiring all the staff brand new starting on any day, none of the old timers would have gotten hired with how much better people gotten over time.
Yeah. And in terms of the process, I mean, I think even though we did have a style guide, if we did have a uniform writing process, it really was just like, let people do their thing. Like, let them get their thoughts out. Let them express their ideas in the way they want to do it. And then when the proofing process comes around, that's when you sort of iron out the kinks a bit more. And that's when you worry about the specific rules of like how we do capitalization or punctuation or anything like that. I think we generally just led with the passion of it. And then the mechanical element came later. And the idea was that you sort of make notes and talk to the writer about it and hope that, over time, the overwhelming number of rules eventually sort of sank in. And then that just but what you're not changing is the enthusiasm and like the passion for it at the outset of the process.
Yeah. Does anybody have
Do you guys have any favorite like headlines? I remember.
Wait, before we pivot to that, I just wanted to ask, I know there is a Wizard of Oz reference headline that people would try and use that was unanimously hated.
Not allowed.
Yeah, that was not allowed. I can't remember what
It's
it
like
was.
X and Y and Z. Oh my!
Is
yes.
Get that shit out of here.
Cut it every time.
I'm a hack, but that's not allowed.
Was it Ben or Tim that noticed the unintentional thing I did with that Ninja Gaiden 3?
It was preview? It was called
Reuse Debut Wii U. Is that the
review?
Reuse
Wii U debut. And I said, Dan, this is too cute for your own good. And apparently it was an accident that you wrote Reuse Wii U debut review. It's the dumbest headline I've ever heard in my life.
Preview of Reuse Wii U debut.
I do remember specifically. See if I can remember this correctly. It was Tim wrote a preview for Final Fantasy 13-2, and the headline was going to be "Lightning Strikes Twice," and Joe said that sucks. That you cannot have that. And then Joe wrote a preview for Final Fantasy 13-3, and the headline was "Lightning Strikes Thrice." Is the way that I remember it. And he 180'd on it so hard.
See, mine's a subversion of the expectations.
It's a
really
deconstruction and a sort of the subversive commentary on my originally bad headline.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't say we were always consistent.
I can't remember the exact wording or if this is the right game or not, but I remember Reeves, you had a really good one that was just like, it was like for a Killzone game or something.
Oh, it was Killzone Liberation.
A good one? Yes.
The game was Killzone Liberation. And to be fair, too, to Ben's credit, I think this was the first or one of the first reviews he wrote.
It was
so
it was the first thing I wrote, period, for the
okay
on Earth.
So
yeah, a lot
and
like
his,
JV's first. We're gonna see.
And his
other
headline
than my bio.
Don't get him started on this.
His headline for Killzone Liberation was, "Do you feel liberated enough to kill in this zone?"
No way. I'm glad you remembered
That's
exactly,
masterful.
Joe, because I remember really enjoying that.
Also,
Yeah, I
starting with a
remember-
question is a strong statement in of itself. There's so many things happening there.
I remember struggling with the headline. I was like, man, I want to be clever. And like, I don't know. I remember writing that out and being like, this is temp. We'll see if anybody says anything. And nobody did. So it went to
It's a
print.
failure on the system.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
god.
You had those sometimes.
We didn't say anything about that, really?
No. Well, you said something after it went to print.
Yeah, it was
They'll do-
printed.
they'll do it.
Oh, we did that a lot. Yeah.
Oh, I remember it was like
Yeah.
top
did do that
10
a lot.
top 10 video game mini games, remember? And I jokingly said Mog's House from Final Fantasy VII. And then because it's a terrible mini game in that game, and then ended up like number 5 on the list in print. It's like, that was a joke in Slack. No one proved this. It's a terrible mini game.
And now it's in the
Sometimes
remake.
top 10 lists, sometimes things would fall through the cracks, you know? That's
Oh
just-
yeah, I
that's
get
just
it.
how they
I get
go.
it.
I remember when Dan Reichert, you were on staff, you were no longer an intern, and you were very proud of your reviews from the Lawrence, Kansas website
Oh,
stuff.
no.
You're like, I pride myself on very clean writing. I dare you to find any typos on any of my stories. I was like, oh, okay. So I just like typed in any random review and like copied it and pasted it into Word and like found like 2 or 3 reds. I was like, Dan, what's all this? And you're like,
Remember, I was working off of a pirated version of Word that didn't have a working spell check, and I was like, I wrote 600 reviews, never had spell check. I'm fine.
Jeez, Elvis philosophy.
All right, folks. I'm going to take off here.
All right. Thanks so much,
Great to
Joe.
see everyone.
Yeah.
Bye, Joe.
Joe.
See ya, Joe.
Bye.
Time for final
out.
stories. Everybody's all right. Bye, Tim.
Bye, Tim.
Love ya. Thanks for being here.
Bye,
Yeah,
Timbo.
later, Tim.
Bye.
Does anybody got final stories on their mind that they want to get off their chests before we sign off here?
I just want to say it was a blast working with all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
That was what
He
I
only
was
said
going
that
with.
after Joe
Exactly.
and Tim left.
That's right.
Interesting.
Working with you guys specifically.
Right. This is the dream
The
crew,
remaining.
obviously.
I guess I want to say thank you to like the video team in particular, Wade and Ben and Leo for like the extra life stuff.
Jason for getting it started.
Like,
Yeah.
thank you for everything, but specifically for that because I really feel like that's a beautiful sort of like piece that captures like all the energy and the craziness of the office, but like put towards like helping kids and stuff. And it was wildly entertaining and sometimes painful, but I always appreciated like participating in that.
Yeah.
Literally painful.
Yep.
Painful in what you just digested.
Yeah. I think about that all the time, like how it started, you know, Jason pushing it. And it was like Jason and Tim and Reeves, I feel like were early champions. Jason was just handling all that tech. And like early days, like I'd swing by for a couple hours. Now in retrospect, I'm like, what an a-hole I was. I can't believe I wasn't like there on the ground floor with Jason. Because then after he left,
For
I took it
24
over.
hours straight. Come on.
Right, right. But then like, yeah, once you left, then it was like, oh, this is such a big production. But it was, you know, highlight of the year. So it was an honor to do. But it was a fun challenge for sure.
Yeah, that was definitely something I wanted to put forth, and like I had done it like 8 years prior to that, like almost,
Right.
and yeah, I wanted to see that tradition carry through.
Yeah,
with-
and we
with this
ended up,
team, so
we raised hundreds of
You did
thousands
it.
for charity.
You
yeah.
fucking did it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna add on like the video team and I mean all this. I mean, you guys maybe it wasn't as obvious your passion, but the passion from like all the teams all across. I'd throw in, you know, not to change the subject. We should go back to the video guys
No,
here,
no,
but let's not forget all the production people as well.
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, like
100%.
creative teams did all the layouts, all that stuff. Like everybody put their heart and soul into it for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, Lele going the distance, picking up so much slack as the numbers were dwindling by the end there. It's bananas what she put together, her and the team.
Yeah, and as an editor, I don't think I was ever more grateful than when you would do a big feature and you would just put your blood, sweat, and tears into it, and then you like pass it off, and it went to one of the creatives. and they would come back with just like this gorgeous layout for it, and you felt like, wow, like you guys treated this like it was your baby too, and you are so much more creative and made the words, make everything else around it look good, and make it something that they would actually stop at that page and take the time to read.
Yeah,
I mean, it always felt super good.
Call out Jeff Ackervik specifically because he really took the design of the magazine forward when he kind of just started in, and he's like, I see some things that I want to change, and he like kind of really sold it and really got some cool stuff get going over there in the magazine, the big redesign.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, for sure.
Dan, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Leftover stuff I wanted to say, talking about favorite things, like the replay lore I got to contribute to early on was so ridiculous and fun, and I want to thank Reiner for the like hands-off trust on that completely. It was like so crazy and fun, and what a weird way to like get to know everybody so early on of like, hey, can you be in this thing I wrote, like with JV or Reeves, like shoot this stupid thing in the vault. Like that was such a unique thrill, and that is something I'm really proud of, even if it's something I maybe like have grown from, you know, I don't know, production value wise. So that it's like,
I don't know,
such
the
fun
mini
memories.
Reeves looks pretty good. I was going back and looking at that recently.
I was
Yeah, the
gonna
green
say,
screen
like,
stuff.
that was so. It was one of the weirdest things I feel like we did. It was like just like there was like 4 versions of me or some weird crap, and we were like filming it out in the
spent
forest.
$100,000 on that episode.
Yeah. We lost almost everything.
It was so weird that we got to do that, but it was so fun, and like people, I don't know, the community responded to it, and they were having fun too. So that's cool.
Yeah, I loved all that stuff, Leo. I thought it was genius, and it was fun to put it together. And yeah, we were onto something there. Stupid COVID.
Ahead of our time.
Yeah.
I wish I could have worked with Leo and Wade. You know, we never overlapped or
Mm.
anything, but obviously with Hanson and Jason, and I love doing video stuff so much, and we started doing some wacky stuff, you know, while I was still there. But I saw the stuff you guys were doing, and it's just like, oh man, that looks like a lot of fun. I'd love to be doing that.
Yeah, that'd been fun.
So,
The other
Wade,
thing
hang on,
is
Wade,
I
you're
wanted
muted.
to
Wade, you're
formally
muted.
thank. What's up?
Oh, Wade was muted. Just wanted to look like he was
Oh.
talking, but hang on, he's figuring it out. But you can thank somebody ahead of time, Leo.
I wanted to formally thank Jason and Wade for the work they put in getting that studio to the state it was in when I got there.
Yeah.
Like all that labor to, you know, it was kind of a ridiculous setup, but it worked. And
Yeah.
I was grateful that I didn't have to figure out how to make it work.
That's all we can do is try and make it work.
Yeah. And Wade's video for walking through the broadcast box, I remember that so well.
Oh.
And just my first day was Wade's last day, and his going away party that night, you know, after work on my first day. Like I remember that so well, and talking to Wade about like the job. It wasn't a point where it felt real at all yet, but it did feel like undeniable and huge. It's strong memory.
And you know,
Nice.
I just wanted to mention, Dan, you I did get to work indirectly with you with that Dan Stamp little video. That was the like finale.
Oh, wow.
Replay season 2 ends.
I
with
still got some dance stamps on some old hard drives.
I still got them for sure. Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do the Dan Stamp, and then it unleashes holy hell on the
Yeah.
whole. And
Yeah, we had
somebody posted
Obi-Wan
that-
Riker. Yeah.
Somebody posted that recently, and I was like, oh, right. I remember filming something in San Francisco for that. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. What a weird thing. Yeah, you also filmed a bit for the Extra Life murder mystery that we had.
Yeah,
Because it was like who killed
Did I kill Dan Tack or something? Or what
who
was the
killed
deal?
Dan Tack was the big thing, and then it turned out it was Ken Levine. But I always loved it. Was like
No.
we're sprinkling clues throughout the Extra Life stream, and then Dan, your video was just you being like, "I brutally murdered Dan Tack." It was just like a confession. But
It
it's
was
all just a
graphic
red
and
herring.
specific, yeah.
It was very elaborate. And that was the video I think then was also the clip of Reiner throwing the mannequin off
The mannequin.
out the
It
window.
was
in the
me
back.
throwing the mannequin. It was supposed to be Reiner.
Oh, thank you. Yes. That was a work of art. We had that mannequin that I dug out of the trash for years, and we finally had a reason to use it, and it was a work of art. There's no doubt about it.
yeah, that was part of Extra Life. I just wanted to real quick, Ben. You mentioned the when did we figure out it was like a dream job thing, and obviously the cover stories were amazing. Being able to go and play Halo 5 before anyone else was amazing. But like, I grew up listening to the radio 48-hour weekend fundraisers for children's cancer research. I think KS95 did those. And so I didn't know Extra Life existed, and like being a part of that like right away when I joined Game Informer, and then being able to come back and do it every year was like one of the coolest things I think I've ever been a part of. Just seeing like how the whole office would come together for it, the whole
Yeah.
community, and just seeing how every year we're like, okay, how can we make it better? Like, what can we improve? I remember when Andy thought of the idea of using auction off items.
Yeah,
I
that was
remember
Andy. Yep.
Hans and I were like, that would never work. How would we even do that? Terrible idea. Ended up being the best idea.
I got that a lot for most of the ideas I brought to the group. They were like,
But I was so grateful to be able to be a part of Extra Life because it was just like this amazing thing, and hopefully I can be a part of it again in some small way in the future. But like I just seeing the outpouring of love that from the community of the Game Informers community came together and like donate was always amazing to see.
Yeah, that was fun, and I just appreciated like. We were working a lot in the week leading up to Extra Life, but I feel like it was like never a sour note, as I remember at least. I feel like it was like Wade in particular. I remember a lot of late nights in that office leading up to that stream with you, just ironing out all those details, and it was just like, oh, we're happy to do it. This is great. Like, what else are we going to be doing? Just sitting at home watching TV? Like, let's try and get this stuff prepped.
Seriously, I love tuning in like after the fact. Like I wasn't part of Game Informer anymore, but I love tuning into your Extra Life streams and seeing how passionate you guys were. It was great.
Yeah.
The day before the show, walking through the hallway and seeing all the auction items.
Oh my God.
The halls were lined with it. Cool. It was just so exciting. Like just seeing all that stuff, and some of the stuff we were auctioning off was mind blowing.
Oh yeah, it's priceless stuff. I mean, just the smallest things, but it's like it was never anywhere else. I remember it was just like we had a promotional pool cue from GTA 4, I think it was. I was like, what? Where else are you gonna find this? This is just so cool. And I was looking back at those videos recently of walking through, where we lined up all those gifts and prizes, and it's like, this stuff is so wild. All of Andy's T-shirts, which for the record he wanted to just throw away. And it's like we ended up raising like thousands of dollars off his Link's Awakening T-shirts, and it was Super Effects Chip T-shirts. It's like, oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the ones we didn't sell, I took home a bunch of them, and I still wear them all the time. So you clothed me.
And people just throw
Andy
money at them.
wouldn't let me wear. You had a pink hoodie from Punch Out, and I wanted to wear it for a video when I was training to beat Tyson in Punch Out. And you're like, you're gonna get a little sweaty. It's gonna be all gross.
It's true.
Wouldn't let me.
It's true.
I might have been a hoarder. I kept a lot of things.
You gave me your Splatterhouse bust, which was amazing.
Really?
To me. I still cherish that. Thank you. Tim facilitated that. Tim came in and said, "Are you using this?" And you're like, "Of course not. No, this is fucking stupid." Because I know that Jason would really love this, and I cherish it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you.
All right, Andy, I feel like I give you honor for final thoughts, takeaways.
Readers, listeners, viewers, the people that let us be idiots for 33 years. Very big thank you.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, Andy, it was always, I went to 3 of those GameStop managers conferences, and I was always really heartened by you were so over the top sweet to the GameStop managers in particular, and that always really stood out to me. And you were always like, well, yeah, of course, like they're the reason we have jobs. Like they're pushing this magazine in the stores. Like it's not their fault they work for a corporation, which they might have mixed feelings on. Like they're doing a great job. We exist because of them. And I thought that was a really sweet takeaway, just getting down to that grassroots level. Like kiss these people's asses, please.
Well, I mean, like, I think that's the thing is that like everybody loved video games. That's why everybody was here. That's why this whole group was here. Like passion. I respect passion like nobody's business. You know what I mean? I thought those managers too. They had great stories. They cared about video games, and like I love hearing those stories. That's why I guess we all kind of became journalists or storytellers. You know what I mean? Like kind of that is great stories are great stories. So I appreciated them. I'll be honest. There was a time I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to have a job. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and to get an opportunity to like be like, oh, now I work at a video game magazine. I get to run a video game magazine. Oh my God, this thing's getting bigger than I thought it would. You know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? Like it was a run. Like I'm thankful to everybody that was a part of it. You guys, everybody.
Yeah. Yep. Everyone that's not here for sure.
Yeah, thank you for taking a chance on me all those years ago.
Wow.
Same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a sure thing.
Like I said earlier, we brought in people that were passionate about stuff and let them go to town. You go do your thing, and you guys all went and did your thing, and you all did it very, very, very well.
Yeah.
I love you all so much. Just such an incredible thing to be a part of. I'm just so grateful to be here.
Yeah. Sad to see it go for
100%.
Leo, I've been meaning to ask you one question all these hours.
Sure.
Question of the week: who's winning I Am 8-Bit's prize? Come on, you've been paying attention, right? Here we go.
we answered what, 2 questions?
I feel like a Crater asking about the Minnesota specific aspect of Game Informer, that seems like a good one. If you guys can agree that that person should win the I'm 8-Bit prize of Sea of Stars on Xbox. Does that seem fair, everybody?
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
All right, there we
great
go.
game.
Thank God. Thank
Yeah,
God.
great
really.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
what
we
a prize.
go. Thank you, Crater. All right, that is it for this huge episode of the MinnMax Show podcast. Thank you so much for watching, listening, sharing, all that stuff, telling a friend. We do have more content, believe it or not, rolling out for the celebration of Game Informer. We're going to be doing this for the next 3 years, I think, here at MinnMax. So buckle up, everybody. There's a lot to talk about. 33. If you didn't get that idea from this Humongo podcast, but on behalf of everybody, whoever worked at Game Informer, whoever helped Game Informer in any way, thank you so much. It's been a wild ride. But thanks, crew, and we'll be back next week for a new episode of the MinnMax Show. All right, that's it. Be good, have fun. Let's go, everybody.
Bye.
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 Awesome. We're technically still live for
GI forever.
Oh wow! Hey, you said it.
Wow.
Yeah, shit.
Oh.
All right. Oh.
Love you guys.
Love
Bye.
you. That was perfect.
Good to
Great.
see
Thanks so
you.
much, guys. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Hope to see you soon.
Fucking figures.
And then there was
All right, let's talk some shit. Welcome to the pissy zone. You know, I was tempted every once in a while to be like, let's come down to earth. Like, we were pretty frustrated with each other every once in a while, but it's like, you know, this isn't the time for that. At someone's funeral, you don't say, that guy was kind of an asshole sometimes, you know?
Yeah, you know, that was like any annoyances that people had, it's the job and the deadlines, and
yeah,
it's like the things that you can't avoid in like management. I'm sure you understand. I'm sure you trying to figure out how to structure this episode and multiple of us being like, no, Ben, that's dumb.
Right,
you know,
right.
like,
Maybe
like
they were right.
there's like, those are the only things that would stick in the craw of anyone, or like, it's a top 50. Like, the biggest arguments I've had with people are, I thought Red Dead should win over Zelda or some dumb shit like that. You know, it wasn't like this guy was a dick and he said something about me behind my back, or
I feel like I had a couple of those, but I feel like I have more of a chip on my shoulder than most people, and that's probably not fair. But it's not.
If I'm responsible for any of them,
no, not at all. No, it's just, you know. But that was sweet. I'm glad people stuck around as long as it did, for sure. Any surprises from that group? Glad Jason was there.
Yeah.
I love talking as much tech as we did. I feel like that could have been a 3-hour podcast in and of itself. So I'm glad to squeeze that in there. Like, just pardon me, everybody. Let's talk about video tech real quick.
Yeah. All the tangents were good. Yeah, I'm happy Andy and Reiner both came, because, you know, Andy doesn't usually like talking about the past.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't even know if humble's the right word, but just like, it thinks of, it's like not worthy of talking about. Most
If he was involved with it, he thinks it sucks. He just has,
yes,
he has really low self-esteem. It's not humility, I don't think. Well, maybe it is partially, but it's just like, yeah, he has a great respect for video game history. Unless he was involved in it, then he thinks it's not worth saving. Like, you know,
yes.
I remember being so frustrated back in the day, arguing with him, like, we have audio recordings of every cover story we've gone on. Let's save those on the server and set up like a historical thing. He's like, no one's gonna care. It doesn't matter. It's like, it matters. And like, just like those types of arguments. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, it's just us talking about stupid games. And it's like, well, now it's like, oh God, I wish we had all that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But
and so having them there, and also, like, you know, Andy and Reiner both have higher up jobs now where, like, those people usually can't talk about things. Tim too, I was glad Tim could show up.
Is very tight. And like, yeah, we talked about it on the brief show, but, you know, I was trying to give a heads up for people with GameStop bashing, but it was nice that, I should have figured that no one wanted to really go there.
Yeah.
And like, when I accidentally, when I said like, it's getting late, I was like, oh fuck, that felt like the signal, but it wasn't really supposed to be the signal. Because then immediately Joe and Tim were like, we're out. I was like, no, just stick around a little bit, please. That wasn't supposed to be the signal. All right, that's it. We should go to sleep.
All right.
Or I should stay up for a couple hours editing this, because these fuckers kept on swearing, and that's gonna take a long time to bleep out all that stuff.
that is true. Yeah.
All right.
Good luck with that.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'm not. And people don't have to hear this in the backstage, but I'm not streaming tomorrow.
Oh, good.
We're gonna be busy, so.
All right.
And then I'm out next week, so.
That's right. All right. Enjoy your vacation.
See you later.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for putting this all together.
I'm glad people did it. You know,
you do not get enough credit, and even after like the first round of layoffs, like having that like old GI Slack for everybody to be in, just to learn like what the fuck happened.
Right.
Like I was honestly like super bitter when it first happened because I didn't know what was going on, and like I didn't know, like I assumed Andy had fired me because you would assume that like the boss had to make that decision or whatever, and like having that there for people to get together and seeing that it's for everyone else too was super great, and having that connection all these years is just really nice.
It's been nice. Yeah, it's just a feeling of like, well, someone has to host this party. Like, I guess I can do some parts of it, but like, yeah, I really insecure about that idea of like literally MinnMax is profiting from getting these people together, you know? And I think if I were on the other side of that and someone's like, come on my outlet and collect YouTube ad revenue for this get together, I'd be like, fuck you. I kind of want to do that. You know, and so and in my mind, I'm always worried about that feeling of like,
yeah, but no one else is. So
right.
Where are we all going? If not here.
That's the idea. Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, Jeff. All
right.
Bye. There's a podcast, everybody.